afternoon and welcome to Portimão for the final round of the IVRA Clubsport Series in season 2024-25. By the end of tonight, we will have been racing for 24 hours over the course of 6 great rounds. Firstly, in North America, ending with 3 races in Southern Europe. It's been a great season, and all 4 championships are still on the line. Welcome to RaceSpotTV. I'm Ian O'Leary alongside Jake Sperry for these first 2 hours of this broadcast this afternoon, with Romero Augustin Cisneros behind the cameras here for the whole of this broadcast. It's good to be alongside you, Jake. What a finale we've got. 4 titles up for grabs.
4 titles up for grabs. You could argue, though, that 2 of those titles are pretty much formalities out there. They've just got to complete this round and get themselves over the line, and it's all but secured. But this is the season that we've gone up to here to get to where we've needed to through Road America, the American doubleheader, or the tripleheader, sorry, of the Road America, Barber and Sebring, and then the European tripleheader. We headed in February over to Imola, in March over to Jerez, and now finishing here on the south coast of Portugal here over at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, otherwise known as Portimão. This is a circuit that does bring a lot of challenge out there, especially for these 4 classified classes that we've got, from the Ligiers in LMP3, the Porsche Cups in Cup class, the GT4 specs that we'll see in Sport, and of course the TCR spec there of the Hondas and the Hyundais.
Yeah, let's have a look at these 4 championships then and speak about what you're referencing there, which is 2 titles that could well be wrapped up even at halfway maybe. We'll keep you across that over the course of the afternoon. But certainly in LMP3 and in Cup, it is going to be very, very close right towards the very end. Sport and TCR less so. We'll have a look at those championship standings now then, starting the event format, excuse me. Then we'll look at the standings in a moment. The qualifying is split in this series, in case you've not seen it before, into 15-minute sections. The TCRs have just finished their session, and so we'll see the results in the poll lap later for that, but we'll get into sport qualifying rather shortly. That will go on for 15 minutes, then Cup, and then LMP3. The green flag should be at 15:15 the next hour, wherever you are in the world. TCR then, WSR Esports Bookkicker are leading the way by some margin. 112 points are covering the 2 at the top for the moment. Only 5th place is required at half distance for WSR to beat Impulse to the title. Checkered Esport are the only other team who could win it as well, although the gap from 2nd down to 5th is very small. GeForce Racing and Semper Racing all in there, just 33 points between them before you get to the bottom end and those who are a bit further away. In Sport, we've got a 94-point championship lead for Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. If Impulse are in the top 2 at halfway, then it will go right down to the flag, but it's not likely that that's going to change hands here today. Hydre's Geodesic Racing are also the only other team who can take that one off them at 115 points behind. Delta Sport are next in line. Then you've got a real close group for 5th place. BS Turner, Hugh Aston, Glacier Racing, all covered by 6 points themselves as well. In the Cup standings, it gets a lot closer here. After a difficult Jerez round for Racing Lab Esports, their lead has been slashed dramatically here. Just 9 points is the gap between them and Visceral, who have been on a real resurgence in the European rounds. Impulse Racing are only 17 points behind. Valkyrie XP, Carlar Esports, and also Fizzy Forward all have mathematical chances as well, although certainly in the case of the last 2, it's a very unlikely chance. Then you get down towards the bottom end, where it's still very close down there. Lots of changing could happen in Cup here today. And then in LMP3, this is with 5 championship contenders, starting with Core Sim Racing, of course, who took a bit of a hit in the points last time out. To Geodesic, who gained 24 on the line. Moradness, who gained 34 on the line, but Core Sim Racing certainly still in control. Delatos Automotive slipped down a position to 4th. They're still ahead, though, of Geodesic in number 66. Then the gaps get a bit larger further behind, although there are only 50 points between 6th and 10th. Not that those positions matter too much, really, further down the field. Well, they'll all be focusing on that. We will focus in on qualifying. Sport qualifying is just about underway now, and as you said at the top, Jake, Team 75 are on 545, 94 ahead of Impulse Racing. They could have this wrapped up at halfway. As you mentioned, it is just about getting to the finish for them. However, one caveat to that, the sport class is the biggest in the field, so technically they are in the class where they could lose most points on one day. They'll be hoping to avoid that here more than anything here today, more than the race result itself.
Well, the fact that the class is the most populous, I think, does offer a little bit of concern out there for drivers who know that if their team doesn't quite perform the way that they want it to, there is a whole lot of change that can go forward with the way that we've been seeing a lot of these times come in. So I think they'll be looking at the team element of it, saying, it is GT4 spec out there. They are looking to try and keep themselves up near the front, and there is the most variance out there for this race going wrong. But with a third place for their first time over the line, I don't think that they've done anything too untowards and out of kilter compared to some of the other teams out there. And so long as they're just keeping themselves competitive and out of trouble, I think with Gareth Higgins currently qualifying the car at the moment, all they've got to do right now is just do what they've done all season long. Keep themselves out of trouble and buy their ticket to the end of the race.
Very good afternoon to everybody watching on at home. Let us know who you're supporting. We've got already support coming in for RD SimSport and the Moradness M squad. They'll be out later in LMP3 qualifying. We will check in with where RD SimSport and all the other TCRs are a little bit later on after the sport class qualifying has been completed. This is Osto Pustinen in the Glacier Racing McLaren. They are the second best placed of the McLarens this season. 7th place in the standings. 5th place in this qualifying session right now, though. Only just a 10th off of pole for Orbit Drop Bear. There's Gareth Higgins for Team 75. There are the championship leaders with their closest rivals right in behind them, and indeed just directly in front of them on the racetrack as well. Traffic as well. It's pretty busy. You'd think this circuit was big enough for all these cars, but they're all around this final sector of the racetrack.
Well, that would be because they all came out together and they all wanted to put their times together. It's so important to get a tow out there as we watch there the Porsche Cayman out there, or the two Porsche Caymans then of Gareth Higgins and Sven Groot out there putting their times together. A lift off for Groot, so this time won't make too much of a difference. But at the moment, Matthew Dench fastest with Orbit Drop Bear Venus, so they'll be happy with that. Glacier Racing, one of the oldest teams out there in sim racing. This was a sim racing team back in 2009, believe it or not. They are that old as a sim racing team, well over 15 years of experience out there and looking to the line. Impulse currently in 4th, but WSR Esports butt kicker now move over to the top. Ashley Finch there behind the wheel for them, putting the best time in the AMG Mercedes GT4. So looking at that, Ashley Finch will be very happy with the WSR Esports team. They'll be looking at this and they'll be stage hunting.
That is a good time. They weren't actually at the last round at Jerez. They're back again, though, here at Portimão. They haven't actually had a good race yet, which is slightly bizarre to say for WSR. I know that's quite a sweeping statement, but I mean, see for yourself. Best result was at Barber Motorsports Park. That already feels like a long time ago, and that was only an 11th place finish. So I think my point stands on that one. As Antonio Regier and Jordan Bachmeier are being compared here. Geodesic versus Delta Sport. Delta Sport a little ways down in the championship as far as being in contention tonight. Their round at Jerez was just not quite good enough, unfortunately, and they dropped out of contention. They are 141 points behind Team 75 with a possible 134 on the table. Delta Sport are 4th in the championship, though, so that's a decent finish for them. It should be anyway. Jordan Bachmeier is going to need to get them up the field, though, as is Antonio Regier in 4.62 through the final corner. They come right in the slipstream and the wheel tracks of the Orbit Drop Bear car that was leading the way earlier on. It might well lead the way again here as it makes its way over the line. We'll see if there are any improvements for either of these two. There is for Orbit Drop Bear, who now go to the front for the second time.
And that's a sizable chunk there, that 10th of a second, and we don't often say that a 10th of a second isn't much, but it is sizable in a qualifying field like this. That's better from Team 75. They now jump themselves up to 2nd position, and that will give them all the confidence to say if they can start on the front row, most of the drama that happens at the start of races, they can avoid. Finch currently 3rd with WSR Esports butt kicker. Impulse finding themselves in 4th, but Bachmeier then coming over the line. That Delta Sport SimShop car only managing P12, so it looks like for them, error 404, half a second not found.
Not for the moment, as we see the Impulse Racing Porsche currently running in 4th place. There's Team 35 up to 2nd, so it's Mercedes, Porsche, then McLaren in the top 5 so far. Hydro Geodesic Racing are the other championship contenders. We checked in with them a moment ago, and they are not quite on the speed compared to the others. 11th place for the moment. There's Higgins versus Group. The comparison, just half a tenth between them for now. But as you said at the time, Orbit Drop Air with a tenth of a second. That's actually quite sizable when you consider the other gaps. Higgins there pulls out the way of Ashley Finch, who looks like is on a lap, maybe. We'll see whether that Mercedes gets to the end and is anywhere near the Orbit Drop Air time, whether they can go back in front into the lead again.
Well, if they do have the time to go and jump back up again, I look at our WSI Sports Butt Kicker as a team that will want to kick the hornet's nest here today, because they're down in 18th in the championship. They'd love a lot more than what they've currently got out there at this stage, and they would love to be in a position which says, even though this has been a championship which they could largely discard out there overall, and it hasn't gone the way they've wanted to, they're still a very strong team and fighting all sorts of different scenarios. It was a time that was at 1:49.734, so it was only about 100 seconds slower than their fastest time in qualifying, but they'll want to go and kick the hornet's nest and say, this is what we're able to do. Speaking of able to do, Frederick Schwartz for Fiercely Forward Pink, putting the 4:12 up into third.
It's a good time for Fiercely Forward. The best place to the Aston Martins, both in this qualifying session and also in the championship season as well, after taking a race win last time out at Jerez, which is our last round in the Clubsport series. In case you're looking forward to seeing some more IVRA racing this season, by the way, we've still got 2 endurance rounds left before the end of the season. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the penultimate race before the finale, which is in May. So that'll be all live on RaceSpotTV, but we'll be live same time, same place 2 weeks today for that penultimate round of the Endurance Series, which has 7 races this season. An equally exciting season over there as well as it has been in the Clubsport Series. Christian Young, meanwhile, is somewhere else. He's in pit lane at the moment by the looks of things, tricking us all as he makes his way out onto the circuit again. He's only got a few minutes left, so they're going to need to get a move on here. So is Alexander Klenk down in 18th place at the moment for Hujas. And that is just under a second off of pole for them as well. Just under 4 minutes or so to go in this session as well. It doesn't seem like any of the big names are really on particularly, well, not laps that are going to challenge the front anyway.
No, not at the moment. So if they put all of their best feet forward, essentially, as we watch the Rusty Spatulas out there with Ilka Cotasalo on track, if they're not able to make those inroads in, and actually speaking of which, Grid and Go with Gononso Tazdilen has just moved up into third, because the Team 75 car, Gareth Higgins, has improved again and has gone to second in that time. So now just 600ths the gap now at the front. So I think this is about what drivers are able to get out of the tyres. We watch the Grid and Go car through Galpy Corner, the final corner out here on this Portimão circuit, diving over to the right-hand side into the lane. And it is a rather late commitment cone here around the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. It is a tough pit lane to get correct as well, because you've got that uphill run to a plateaued braking zone. So it's very easy to speed coming into the pits.
It is, yeah. And rather rude pit exit, as it throws you straight onto the apex of turn 1 as well. If we get green flag stops at any point here this afternoon, then we're certainly going to know about it, as Ashley Finch is back on our screens again. 5th place for WSR so far, just a tenth or so away from where you really need to be in terms of getting a good lap time round here. Gareth Higgins is also going pretty quickly again here. It was a personal best last time out and an improvement to 2nd place for Team 75 last time around, and we'll see whether that is going to happen again now. There is Higgins just in front of Finch. So is Higgins on a lap that's going to challenge the top contenders? It looks like it might well do here. Matthew Dent still holds the best time for Orbit Drop Air, but Higgins is on a decent lap here. Groot has just backed off in the impulse car, and that's starting to slide through the field, but the championship leaders are taking this by the scruff of the neck now in the sport category. And out of the final corner, Gareth Higgins could well put their noses further in front now. As he goes over the line, it's not quite enough. 49.7 keeps him second.
Yeah, so only managing that, and I wonder whether, just looking at the way that Gareth Higgins has been going about here in qualifying, whether those times are just starting to cure on the tyres. So they've gone 49.8, 49.9, 49.6, a 51.6 just letting off the pace a bit, and then 49.6, 49.7. So they're very consistent right now with Gareth Higgins. The issue that they're running into is maybe they've used the best of the tyre to try and get it sorted, because it's not just wearing the tyre that becomes the issue, it's actually the heat of the tyre that becomes important. We took a little look at the weather earlier on. It's a track temperature of 27 degrees out there. I wouldn't call it tropical in terms of its temperature out there right now, Ewan. What I'd say is that it's in the window where you can do 2 or 3 laps, back the tyres off at 80% for a lap, and then you've got them still in a window where you haven't really used all of it. They've got the 1 minute to go warning out there right now, but you do have that chance to keep going again as we focus with Victor Nicolai here, 9th position currently in category for Checkered Esports.
Yeah, it isn't tropical yet, but it is only 10:30 in April, so watch out. It might well get warmer for the start of the race, especially. We will see on that. Here comes Nicolai then into the final section of corners. So far, the sector times are looking a little bit below where you need to be ready for a real tilt, an improvement here. See if I can be proved wrong as he makes his way around the final corner. Now, this looks like a pit. Oh, no, he's carrying on. So I thought he was keeping tight there towards the pit entry maybe, but no, he's going to carry on. There's little point coming in because that will be the end of your day. Over the line though, and he's 1.1 off of the pole with that lap time. Is there anybody out there who can challenge? It looks like Gareth Higgins might well be the last of them. He was so close to improving last time round though. He's just come over the line. That is going to be it for Higgins. I think 600ths away, can't get pole.
Nope. And so pole might be a little bit of a ways away, but crucially, it's not one of the main challenges that's there ahead. Sven Groot over the line, puts a 49.5 down on the board. You talk about leaving it late, you, and that's as late as it goes. Pole position by just 13 thousandths of a second.
And he delivers exactly when it was required as well. Otto Pustinen's going to get quite close there as well, by the way. 3rd place. What an end to this session. We've got 4 drivers covered by 3/4 of a tenth now, as Otto Pustinen puts himself into 3rd, but Sven Groot will get the plaudits, and rightly so as well. 13 thousandths of a second quicker than Matthew Dent, who's been first for most of the session. He's going over the line right now as well, by the way. Is he going to improve again here from 13 thousandths behind to getting the pole? He's not. He jumps back to pit lane, and he gets, second place. 49.7 from him last time round. That's a 10.5 away from where it needed to be. But Impulse Racing, on a day where they need to do exceptionally well to take this title away from Team 75, they've pulled out a pole lap from nowhere, and that is very, very well done indeed from Sven Groot, just when it was required from him.
Well, you look at that as a sort of time from Sven Groot, and you would say as a team, when you are so far back as they are, that was the bare minimum, get pole position. So they'll feel very happy with that late effort that's got themselves over and sorted. But Glacier putting themselves in the mix as well. Otto Pustinen with a very, very lovely time. They've also got the very experienced Joni Hagner, who will get into the car as their anchor driver later on in the race too. So they'll be very happy with the effort they've got to put themselves in the front 2 rows. It is a very stacked field up at the front. I mean, it's not often that you get to say that Ruben Bonga, for example, in a field like this, starts P9.
No. Ruben Bonga only 9th is a surprise. I think Matthew Dench has run out of time to do this lap, by the way. So, yeah, he has. So he's going to be coming back into pit lane, as is Pustin at the end of this session. But, my goodness, what a lap from Sven Groot. He takes pole here in sport with Matthew Dent just 13 thousandths behind. Otto Pustinen and Gareth Higgins were also within 3/4 of a tenth of pole there. And they are on row 2. Ganoso Tastelen gets grid and go to 5th ahead of Frederick Swartz, the best of the drivers in an Aston Martin. Then Adam Tompkins, Assie Finch, who is at pole at one stage. Rumbonga and Antonio Regier, our 3rd and final championship contender, will start from 10th. In 11th place, it will be Zekerel Esports and Victor Nicolai. Jordan Backmeyer just behind him. Etten Williams then is 4.5 tenths away, but only 13th top 12 covered by 1/4 of a second. Johan Shearers, he's the first driver outside of a half second off pole, with Leonardo Dragotto and Christian Jung making up an all BMW row 8. Rusty Spatzer will be next, ahead of Alexander Klenk for Hijas, and then it's going to be Daniel Grotti and Gerb Gruber, the last two drivers. They're the only drivers outside of a second from pole. Well, what a fantastic session that was in the sport class. Earlier on, the TCR class took shape, and this is the pole lap on board with WSRE Sports bookkeeper and Ross McFarlane. This is exactly what they required, as they're leading the championship already. There's a high chance of them taking it at halfway as well, taking the championship at halfway. And this, from Ross McFarlane, has put them in the best possible position.
Absolutely has. Primera corner becomes one of the most important corners on this track, because you've got to carry the momentum here through turn 2 to Lagos corner, turn number 3, and you are always trying to tip the car in. You don't need to use all of the circuit off the exit of 3, because turn 4 up the hill is always going to be your priority. This straight right now, carrying the slipstream along this run, is where you've got to have that momentum. 5th gear and looking at this downhill braking zone at VIP Tower. 2 stabs of the steering wheel to get the car turned in. 1 for initial rotation to pivot the car to the apex. The second one to get the full run in. Turns 7 and 8 though come along pretty quickly, like 2 very intricate right-handers here. The first one very much like Road Atlanta. The second one here, Samsung. You're waiting for the power on the exit. A heavy crest rise up over the hill, and the memorial corner named Craig Jones after the motorcycle rider. Turn 9 is this roller coaster down the hill, up the hill towards 10 and 11 at Portimão corner itself. It is a blind entry into the corner, and you need to make sure that you carry the momentum through on the exit, because as you come down the hill towards turn 11 and now turn 12, this hairpin left-hander is where you have got to make sure you are carrying that medium speed through. Sagres here, turn 13, is then when you look to set up. Get the launch out of here, because this is the last time you have to hit the brakes on the lap, with the exception of a tiny bit for rotation. Hit it through Galpi corner. Down the hill, very easy for the back to step up through the mid part, very easy for understeer here through the late part to run up over the curbs on the left-hand side and invalidate the lap. And over the line, it was a wonderful, wonderful lap by WSR Esports butt kicker, a 52.9 that was 2.5 tenths of a second clear of GeForce Racing's 145.
And let's have a look at those others who were in behind Ross McFarlane as well, because McFarlane was the only man in the 52s, the 152s there. As you say, GeForce were next, Semper Racing and Impulse Racing were next, Wojciech Swiderowicz and Norbert Leitner. Greg Daffron next for RD Simsport. Then it was Share Esport Pro Racing Team, Geodesic, Veracia Sim Motion and Hyperion for that qualifying session. So that's where we are in TCR. Their session complete about half an hour ago. Now then, time for Cup, and this is the most exciting of the championships in my opinion. 17 points separates the top 3. This car here had a bit of a disaster at Jerez. Well, disaster is probably a strong word, but it wasn't the best race, especially when their closest rivals are finishing 1st and 3rd on the podium here. Racing Lab Esports with momentum just coming away from them at the wrong time. The worst possible moment to have your worst finish off of the podium, and it was last round, setting themselves up for the final one in almost the worst possible way. So this is number 911, and Danny Neo. This team, of course, took the maximum points from Road America. The first round, they were leading at halfway, and they were leading at the end as well. And unfortunately, after that, it's been a very difficult season for them. They've only had one finish since then, and that was at Imola, a long way down the field, well outside the top 5. So they will look to improve. Motorsport have set the early benchmark, though, in this session. Here is Shoma Shintani, meanwhile, in the 996. Not the championship contending Visceral car. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I do apologise about that a little bit earlier. But Shintani, I actually really like as a driver. Someone who's very good, has been a pro stripe when it's come to the FIA F4 Championship, made the finals there of that. It was very, very big when it came to the Skip Barber Championship as well over a number of years. So has always been out there fighting in the 996 car and has done very well. Walk Racing Esports will focus on now with Danny Neo, who is then looking to try and put those times in on the board. But you do know just how important a championship this is, of course, when you've got the top three split by just 17 points. I think every decision that's going to be made by those drivers in the championship today are going to get scrutinised over and over and over again as Danny Neo puts the car on pole by, guess what, 1,000th of a second.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Well, that's going to be ruined slightly. Impulse Racing immediately jump up ahead of them both in number 915. That's the third of our three championship contenders in first position. This is the second of them. Vince Peters in 997, nearly 3 tenths away for the moment. Racing Lab Esports are in sixth for now. They are right in behind. There's Matt Strand. He's half a tenth of a second quicker through the first sector. 8 thousandths between our top two in the championship. What a finale this is going to be between these two, but they've both got to get closer to Impulse. There's no question about that.
Yeah, if they let Impulse walk away here, and the 915 looks very, very good after that first lap set by Rafael Burdis, then they are going to be turning around and going, well, yeah, we can cover each other in this race, but who's covering Impulse? It's that sort of understanding. Matt Strand is going to be looking around, hoping that going to Eric Royseth as their second driver out there in the 985 for Racing Lab, they are going to be looking at this race going, what do we need to do right now? They're not that far off in qualifying. It's a quarter of a second that can be gathered up around various places on the lap, but they are going to be looking around at cars in front saying, well, where do we find that place? I look around and think, well, the car in 7th, the 997 with Vince Peters currently piloting it at the moment, is going to be saying, well, what's next in terms of our team effort? They'll have Ollie Peacock that they can go to as well over the course of this race, and they will be really eyeing up a strong performance, and with 2 cars, they have the ability to go and play the game.
Impulse up towards the line again on a good lap here, unlike their other contenders, especially in number 997. And it is going to be another improvement. Just under a tenth quicker now than the number 911 that was right behind them there, by the way. And Rafael Burdis suddenly is a long way out in front in this session. Say a long way out, he's a little bit in front at the moment. What about the others in this class? Only 10 in the class here today, unfortunately. Most this season. We've had 12, but we've got a few missing this time around. I think SimCity Racing are here. We've only seen Hydro's Geodesic Racing 962 at 1 round anyway, when Walk Racing Esports were out for a round at Sebring. So a little bit less on the numbers this time round, but that's what you'd expect a little bit towards the end of a season. Nevertheless, there is the Racing Lab Esports car. Matt Strand so far can't seem to find the speed. He's 3.5 tenths slower than Rafael Burdis so far.
Yeah, so a lot to try and gather back here by the 985 when you've got the likes of the Carlisle Esports Cup team and Hendrik Augustine up in front of you. You've got the likes of Visceral then with Shoma Shintani that's just moved up to 5th place. You've got Marcin Rabaszuk then for simracing.school, and of course Colby Warren over at Delta Sports Sim Shop. You're trying to get by all of these drivers, and it's a very, very close-knit field, and you are hoping that each and every single time is going to net gain that improvement. Here is Marcin Rabaszuk, who is heading over towards the line, looking to improve on that 44.9, which is currently set, and that is a 46.7. So that would indicate to me that that was a cold lap looking to go through, as in comes Racing Lab, in comes Walk. So Delta Sport will come to the line now and look for a time, and they will not get one set down on the board.
977 for Valkyrie also over the line. Is that an improvement for Lamier? No, that's a slow lap as well. 52.0. Not saying he is slow, I'm saying that's a cool down lap, as you were saying. I reckon the temperatures are starting to have an effect here. 27 degrees on the circuit. Maybe this would be happening under any conditions, circumstances with the Porsche Cup cars, but it feels to me like doing more than one lap in a row, one fast lap in a row is not easy, although I think Rafael Berder's 2 laps came in one after the other. Not seen very many double laps from many others.
No, it is tough to go and get 2 laps in a row done, and we see it quite a bit when it comes to the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, for example, as a great example that drivers will prefer to get their lap done on their first lap rather than their second, and a tyre composition that is often sometimes a little bit more highly strung than some others out there on the iRacing service. So you've got to be very much looking around and saying, well, how do you keep the tyres in check? In these cooler conditions right now, I feel they'll be quite happy with what they're able to do to get 2 laps around in 27-degree heat. If this gets up to about 30 degrees worth of heat out there for a track temperature, I think that's when we're going to start seeing these drivers struggle, only able to find 1 lap in terms of time and get that around before the tyre really does start hitting an overheating section of its tyre life, and then you're really, in trouble from that point. You got Peters here hoping to really improve. You got Matt Strand out there as well for Acertech. So these two, 997 and 985. I think it's advantage 985 because they get to see exactly what the car in front does, and they get to steal a bit of slipstream. Peters to the point.
Vince Peters at the top of the standings. Those captions slightly erroneous, by the way. Vince Peters in the black 997, just in behind, black and silver, with a fantastic time, and it's half a second quicker than Rafael Berder's. This is the fascinating thing about Cup qualifying. They're not all out there at the same time, all going hell for leather all at once. It's a bit more considered than that. There's a bit more of a thinking man's session, if you like, and that's a very exciting thing to watch. Vince Peters has gone to the top, but how many more laps does he actually have in the bank here? We've only got a few minutes left of this session, maybe 4 minutes, if that. Surely getting around again is going to be quite difficult unless it's going to be a slow one and the tyres are going to be good to go again in a moment. Meanwhile, Matt Strand has been doing just that, and he's setting up now for a final tilt at this from last in the field. Would you believe this?
Well, last in the field, yes. 4/10 off the pace. Yes, and so he is not a million miles away. You talk about it from an oval perspective where 1/10 is 1 second. I don't think it has the same feeling here when it comes to road. I don't think he's 4 seconds slower than Vince Peters by comparison, it will feel like, as he goes through. This is just a very tough category out there at the moment, and Matt Strand has got a lot to do if he wants to try and make this time work. He will have a reference marker in front in the Carlisle Esports Cup car of Hendrik Augustine, who is there just in front in the 960. So for Strand right now, this middle sector is going to be one of the most vital. A 30.3 opening sector through turn 7, missing the apex, but needs to gather it up here at turn number 8 to really drive off the exit. And I'm not quite entirely convinced that this is with the best amount of pace out there on this lap.
Wow. Just when Racing Lab Esports could do with a miracle lap, he's not finding it. He's missing the apex a couple of times and he's backing off now. Matt Strand is going to go again later. Who else is out there at the moment and going quickly? It looks like Carlar and Henrik Augustin are going to be next over the line, followed by Danny Neo. I think they're both on lap times as well as things stand. I think that's Neo has just gotten through on Strand, it is. So they'll be coming over the line next in line. And next time round, effectively for Matt Strand, it's going to be the last attempt here over the line for Augustin in a moment. He's currently 8th place. That could put even more distance between Strand and the rest of the field. He's already a 10th slower than the next fastest. Is he going to be a 10th and a quarter slower? Yes, because Henrik Augustin moves to within a 10th of pole. In one sense, that puts Strand even further away from the field, but in another, it gives him hope, because if the driver only just in front of him can move up to 3rd, and there is Henrik Augustin, then maybe he can as well.
Well, what will not help them on this lap attempt is that Danny Neo spun it at Primera corner, got the anti-cut curb all wrong, and that would have been a big distraction in that opening corner out there for the car of Racing Labs Esports. So they'll be turning around and thinking there's a lot of troubles there. So Walk Racing Esports with that big spin, I think pretty much puts them to 4th place at best, because the tyres will be absolutely wrecked. 1 minute warning has just come in on the board. So if you haven't got it done now, you need to get it done pretty quickly. And Vince Peters, look at how late he's leaving this final lap to get it done for Acertech there. Just trying to make sure that the Visceral Esports IVRA Clubsport for 997 here will have the last time on the board before the checkered flag falls.
What an end to this session it's going to be. Matt Strand will be over the line next. He'll be followed by Rafael Burdis, quite close actually. The two championship rivals who are currently 1 and 3 in the standings, separated by just 17 points, will be over the line next. And Strand just can't seem to get this car hooked up right. He was just away from the apex there, I would say, through turn 13. Now in towards Sagres. He's missed the apex again, but that's not the worst thing in the world. He can put it back for a late one, but he's not really done that either. He's just not got this lap down, I'm afraid, for Racing Lab Esports. We'll see if it is quicker than it looks. It might well be. Just less than 4 tenths away from 997 for the moment. He's so close to getting an off track on the exit there. They can bite at the end of the lap, but not this time. And Matt Strand can't improve on himself. Never mind anybody else. And he's going to stay last. Unbelievable. Racing Lab Esports are going to start this race from the back row of the field. The only car that will be behind them is going to be the fiercely forward car, forced to start from the pit lane. This is Vince Peters, meanwhile. With the next 3 behind him in the pit lane, he might not even need this last lap.
No, he definitely might not, but he's got Colby Warren out there and Marcin Rabashuk, who are hoping as Shoma Shintani hits the lane. You've got Jeremy Lamier as well for Valkyrie, who will also be looking for a time. The Excite car is hoping that it's going to have a great run. Lamier running through Sagres corner. Galpi is looking second for Sim Racing scorer. Rabashuk with an 817 over the line. A couple hundredths, the big threat, the canary in the coal mine. Can Lamier find a time, because Warren's dived it down into the pits. Lamier puts it in the pits. Vince Peters is safe. Visceral have pole in your cup category.
That was close though. Marcin Rabashuk gave that a real good go at the end, but he couldn't quite get there for Sim Racing School, a team that unfortunately have had a difficult season. Their first podium came at a ref last round, and they'll be hoping to repeat that, maybe even get onto the top step this afternoon. And that is a good way to start. They'll be on the front row alongside Visceral, who have survived. Vince Peters survives, and he takes the pole by 49 thousandths of a second ahead of Rabashuk. Then it's Rafael Burdis, who was on pole at one stage. He's third. Henrik Augustin gained 4 places in that last run of times to 4th. Danny Neo was next, just 1 thousandth ahead of Colby Warren in 5th and 6th rather. Shoma Shintani is 7th ahead of Jeremy Lamier, with Matt Strand down in 9th place. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The championship leaders will start from 9th. As I mentioned, Fiercely Forward are in this session as well. They didn't bother qualifying because they have to start from the pit lane anyway for an unauthorised tow during the last race. They didn't continue, and so that's carried over to this one. Well, how do we top that? The LMP3s are about to go out onto the circuit for the final time and show us just how. There are 5 of these cars in championship contention. There are even more of them looking for a race win, and the LMP3 class has been so open this season. You just don't know where this race is going to go. We're about to find out where this qualifying session is going to go in a few seconds' time.
Yeah, LMP3 is the sort of category where it's an any given Saturday style feel to it. Any given Saturday, a driver can turn up and find a whole heap of pace out there, and there are a number of drivers who can say that they are there. The one thing I want to note as they pull off, though, is that Hydro Geodesic wanted to be at the front, and that's actually very interesting for how they go about it, because their tyres will actually be the coldest of everybody out there. But the team that they've got to chase is Core Sim Racing out there, 25 points clear at the top of the championship, and then it's the Geodesic 64 car that is the chase. There is car 4, which is in for today only. Luke Wallace there for Hyperion Racing.
Making their second race of the season. They came in after WSR Esports, Puckgiger and Prestanda Nomad weren't at the last round, so Echelon Simsport and Hyperion Racing, 2 of the reserves, have come in. Andrei Rajkovic is going to qualify for Team Huizinga. Don't see that too often for them, but he will be their first driver. And not long after this, of course, the race will get underway in just about half an hour's time. We'll have the green flag. Tom Kutsadonis is going to be the driver for WSR Esports Puckgiger, number 16. In terms of the championship contenders, number 80, Core Sim Racing, is going to have Mike Pullis at the wheel of that one. 64, Brandon Roseborough for Geodesic Racing. Mildness, number 70 will have Alec Bergstrom qualifying for them. Delatraz Automotive will have Alexander Delatraz, fitting rather, and Miguel Vigo will qualify for number 66 Geodesic. So that is a rundown of the championship contenders and who is going to be qualifying for each of them as they all slow up in time and they get out onto the circuit. Looks like Miguel Vigo, as you were saying, is going to be first to start his lap time down in towards turn 1.
And I would call him a driver who has raced anything that's come to endurance and loves it. He batters the curb out of Primera and has to be very careful about doing that too much and running too wide. He used an awful lot of curb there going through turn 1 and looks to really gather up this lap. But I do look around at these teams. I look at this as a core sim racing team that does want to get back up to the higher levels out there, because this used to be a team that had some absolutely incredible sim racers with them. They had Frederick Rasmussen, Sebastian Job has gone through this team. You know, you look at those two drivers and what they've gone on to in terms of their success. That is a team that wants to find that, and these are the drivers that have been there the entire time. Mike Paluk, Pascal Stix and Carl Winkler. It's a very close-knit team, and they will feel that this would be a wonderful result if they can convert here today at the Algarve.
It certainly would. There they are in their iconic white and orange. So different patterns over the years, but the colours have remained the same. And they are looking for a title this afternoon. 25 points their advantage. It is not comfortable by any means. They can't seal it at halfway, unlike in the Sport and TCR classes, where it very much could be. What's the comparison? Brandon Roseborough so far going quicker first time round, but this is only the opening lap time after all. Not going to be the final lap time, or indeed the fastest for most of, if not all of these drivers actually. As Carlos just gets over the inside curb there through the penultimate corner, using that outside curb to get the car turned in for the final corner, which is nearly flat out, and then back out onto the front straight, avoiding an off track on the outside line, and gets nowhere near it in fact. And he goes up towards the line now. Brandon Roseborough goes fastest ahead of Miguel Vigo. The core sim racing car a few seconds further, or 1 second rather, further behind. You'd expect them to certainly improve on that.
You certainly would do, and they'll be certainly looking for a bit more pace than what they've got, but of course they do have to work it into a range, and it is nice to see Andrei Rajkovic out there, number 48 car, looking to put some times. Normally, you'd keep an eye on the other driver who'd be setting that time, Jan Senkovsky, who is very, very quick and is very good when it comes out there to this sim racing field and finding all the pace that's needed, but it's all about who you feel comfortable with, who's got maybe a little bit more to work with out there on track. For example, when you look at Alexandre Dulatrat and the Dulatrat Automotive team and Corentin Miru, who is there along with him, they've gone, you know what, we want the team name driver up at the front, qualifying the car, make it happen. No real choice actually for the number 70 team. Alec Bergstrom, only driver in the session at the moment for the Maradness M squad, which indicates with what time it is at the moment for the American-based team that is heading itself over towards about 11, I would say coming up towards midday Eastern out there. So you're looking at about 10, 9 o'clock in the morning when it comes to Pacific. You're looking around and saying, well, there's no need to get into the server straight away. If we need you at an hour or 2 hours, we can throw you in. But Alec Bergstrom, he's got one job, qualify the car well. 38.713 does improve time, but doesn't improve position, as Solpec are currently your fastest team with Oleg Lovkov.
The new fastest driver through that first time round, excuse me. Don't forget, of course, that we've all had our clocks move forward since the last race, so it is an hour later for everybody this time around, including in America. Those Pacific drivers will be pleased about that. And when practice opens and in the winter, it's probably not much past 7 o'clock, maybe before it is over there. So it is an early morning for some, but not necessarily that much at this time of year, as we're already approaching evening here in Europe, as these drivers now make their way around, I suspect, to a pit stop for most of the drivers. We'll see whether they continue on and do another lap in a row here, but that is one building lap and one fast lap. Brandon Roseborough is very wide there over the top of the hill at turn 11. We'll see if he's going to improve, but the chances are probably not. Miguel Vigo is just up in front of him and might well not be improving either, but I think Geodesic will take this second and third so far from this opening round of times.
They will do. The only issue they've got potentially that they might have to overcome is that their main championship car is the second of the two HydraRace geodesic machines. So they will have to play that little game out there at the moment. But Roseborough dives over right into the pits out of Galpy corner, the final corner out here on circuit, as Mike Paluk then will move on through and will consider a flying lap attempt out of Galpy corner to see whether this is going to be another lap where this can be found. Well, we'll see if it's an improvement on a 39.2 over the line. It's not. It's a 39.7, so the pace doesn't look there for Core, and that might be a signal to HydraRace geodesic, to Delatrar, to everyone who's there, Madness M squad, to say, you know what, you've got a chance today.
I certainly do. As we enter the pit lane for a lot of these teams at the end of the opening round of times, Luke Wallace and Matthew Wright are still in there for Hyperion Racing and Prestana Nomad as well. And around halfway through this session, they will come back out again and try and improve. So definitely will Team Hoysigveld. Unfortunately, Andy Rajkovic has drops off the pace here compared to the others, 1.5 seconds off of the pole right now, with Solpec Precision Racing out front. One of the championship contenders, indeed, who missed out on contention at the final round because of these last two rounds, especially the DNF at Imola, which has put paid to their season. They are leading the way currently, though, with a 38.3. And it could be quite important qualifying. I know it's a 4-hour race, but it's one of those circuits that I have down as, you know, not particularly easy to overtake. Traffic will, of course, give you plenty of opportunities, but it's hard sometimes around here, and you want to be out front early on to limit the amount of overtakes you have to make in the first place.
It's a tough circuit through the middle sector. I don't think it's intuitive to making passes too much, but there are great places you can lunge and make those moves through, as Tom Katsidonis goes second for WSR Esports butt kicker 16. So they feel very happy about that, 2/10 off the pace currently in terms of that time, and just 5,000ths clear of the Radi HydraRace geodesic team, the 66, who have the longest shot to win the championship in LMP3 today. So I think very important there, that time that's come through. But I am looking around at where these drivers will want to overtake. They'll like the faster, more flowing corners, like the back end of the circuit, the front stretch, and in towards, I would say, corners like turn 10 at Portimão. I think they'll like those sections, back half of the lap. First half of the lap, I think is going to be a little bit more troublesome, and most of the troubles I think today are going to come along either at Lagos corner turn 3 or at VIP Tower.
Yeah, let's see where and what happens with that. There's a number of action points on this circuit. Yeah, that's two of them, but in other places, especially this final sector, I'm going to see a lot of action. We'll see. Tom Katsidonis, meanwhile, makes his way through here. I mean, doesn't look like he's on a lap to me, unless I've misread sector times. We'll see if he can get any closer to Lovkov, who has put his nose further. In fact, I have misread them. He is going for a lap time here, I think, charging up towards the line through the middle of the road, and he's a bit closer, but he's not on pole. Just over a 10th off, and so far, nobody can get anywhere near Oleg Lovkov.
No, because they've improved to a 38.111 out there with their time. So Solpec have a wonderful amount of pace that they've been able to work with. They've got Ryan O'Connor they can go to later on as well. So I think they're doing a wonderful job. This is Mike Paluk, though, down in 10th. Now, I am interested to see what their first sector time is going to be, as HydraRace Black with Brandon Roseborough goes quickest on a 38.056. So if that doesn't put the pressure onto Core Sim Racing right now, I don't know what does.
They are currently 10th at 1.1 seconds off of one of their closest championship rivals. In fact, their actual closest. Number 64, as you said earlier, are second in the championship. The other team are fifth, and so a little bit out of the fight. They actually need a good halfway points to even stay in contention. So Core Sim Racing have to do something. Polish at the moment has done a 28.5 through the first sector. That's decent. Now, what's going to be the second sector time? Looking for a lowish 38 here, if possible. From Polish, and we'll see where we are at the moment. He's in the mid-38s. This is a little bit further away, but he doesn't need to necessarily be on pole. Just get a bit closer to the others and knock on the door at the very least to the top 5 here, and they'll be pleased with that here, Sim Racing. Are we going to see 2 championship leaders in big trouble early on here in the Cup and LMP3 classes at the start of finale night here at Portimão? Through the final corner for Sim Racing. And what indeed is the time going to be here for car number 80? 38.0 to beat. It's 8 tenths behind. They will gain just 1 place.
It's progress. They've still got time. There's 7 minutes remaining in this session, so they will have a little bit of something to work with. They've only got 15 minutes to play with, though, overall in their qualifying times. So I think we're going to be sitting down and saying they're going to need a lap, and they are going to need a lap quickly. Roseborough, no improvement on that time. They're 38.1 to go with 38.0 that's put down. But the great news for Hydro's Geodesic, Solpec's not in the championship. WSR Esports butt kicker, as I have a look, not in the championship. Their Geodesic Rally car, which is behind the number 66 car, they're down in 5th place in the championship. So I'd say their main rivals, 4th, 5th and 6th, they've got daylight to work with. They've got rear gunners who don't know they're rear gunners.
Yeah. Perhaps unwilling or unknown accomplices, if you like, in the championship fight. There's the gap between Bergstrom and Vigo on this lap. Not much to choose between them through the first sector. Let's see if Bergstrom is going to go through all the way with this lap time and maybe get up towards the front here for the Moridas M squad out of the penultimate corner. Comes Bergstrom now. He's on the curve rather nicely before the final turn. Swings right in and up towards the line. He'll shorten the distance off a little bit as these P3s are not under pressure. WSR Esports booking, meanwhile, rocket to the front with the first 1:37 of the day. Moridas M squad move up to the top 5, but it's number 16 that is now in the lead. Tom Katsadona is able to go just 0.07 of a second quicker than Brandon Roseborough so far.
And this is what happens if a car gets in between and takes the main points away. There's less to play with for everyone else. Who does that favour? Team that leads the championship. Big improvement back, though. Brandon Roseborough's not going to sit down for too long and say you're going to have the lead in this qualifying session. Straight back with the first big strike, 37.907 to go on top. These drivers 2 tenths clear of the rest.
Wow. They are the pick of the team so far. Geodesic and WSR. Alexander Delastras only 6th for the moment. Sim Racing only 8th. They are 2 championship contenders floundering right now. Now then, can he go any quicker here? Delastras will see what his sector time is through the second sector now. Needs a low 38, as I was saying earlier on. And he's got it, so he might well be able to move into the top 5 with this time.
He'd love to. Alexandre Delatrat, 28.4 in the opening sector, 38.2 in the second. Now through Sagres corner, it's all about exit out of here as the shine coming off of the green and white machine now looks to make that progress down the hill through Galpi corner to end out the lap, knowing that this one is as narrow as you like. Heading to the line, 38.296, so it was an improvement, but it doesn't get them anything for that improvement. 6th, but a better 6th now. Half a second clear of Hyperion in 7th.
Was that an improvement for Sim Racing? Yes, but no positions. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't. Just a 10th further behind. Katsadonis meanwhile comes back to pit lane. That's the end of that for him. As Brandon Roseborough goes over the line, he might well put this further out of reach for the others. In fact, he has. He goes quicker again, and surely now the number 64 car is going to be on pole here, unless Lovkov can do anything about it. I don't think he's got a lap time still in the bank. Luke Wallace is still out there at the moment as Echelon move up to 7th place. Wallace in the Hyperion racing car is the only driver out there, I think, with a lap time still to go. I'm not sure Lovkov does have one, although he is still on the circuit. Wallace comes back into pit lane. I think that's going to be that, and Hydro's Geodesic Racing have gotten off to the perfect start this evening.
I will say that Oleg Lovkov is driving as if he's got one, though, so I would hold the press at the moment until we see he comes down into the pits. He's got 3 corners to attack left then on this lap, and he has a massive wiggle through the middle of the first of those 3. So will this time work right now for Solpek as they work through Sagres corner? If they do back off of it, it will be official for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black. They'll be so pleased with themselves to get that pole position with 2 cars behind them for a bit of trouble. In comes Oleg Lovkov. We can call it official.
We certainly can. Number 64, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing car has taken pole. They're just 25 points behind Core Sim Racing coming into today, and well, they don't get any points for pole. They do get the better starting position and indeed better chances of taking points away from them here today. It's worth remembering that in the last round, they were able to take points away from Core Sim Racing to the tune of 24 points at the line to overtake the 8 they had taken off them at halfway. Same story for Moradness, who gained 34 after losing 3 at halfway. They've both got a bit closer, and they're both in front of the championship leaders after LMP3 qualifying here at Portimão. It is Brandon Roseborough who's taken pole by just less than a tenth over Tom Katsadone. It's a bit of a gap back to Oleg Lovkov, who was very quick early on, but never really seemed to improve from there. Miguel Vigo and Alec Bergstrom rounded out the top 5 ahead of Alexander Delatraz with Zach Hebert next. Then it is Luke Wallace and Mike Pullers down in 9th place. Unfortunately for the series leaders, Matthew Wright for Prestana Nomad was the first driver off of pole by over a second, and Rakovic never really got going in that session for Team Hoytsink-Belt. So that is that for LMP3 qualifying, and how interesting that in the standings and indeed in LMP3 as well, the championship leaders are well behind, it's fair to say.
Well, at the final round of any championship, it's when you've got to bring your best form to the table. And the fact that you turn around and you look at Core Sim Racing and you look at Racing Lab Esports, and they haven't looked like they've been able to bring their best form to the table, it is a little bit concerning for them as a starting process. But as we know, this race is not won by who does the best single lap around this circuit. This race is going to be won, and this championship is going to be won by who sees the checkered flag first. So it doesn't give them the best position, so to speak, Ewan, to go out there and make this race happen. But my word, will it give them incentive to go and make positions in this race?
Certainly will. As we have a look around at the surroundings over at Portimão. It's a pretty sunny day. The qualifying session comes to an end with track temperatures up at 31 degrees. Now, we'll obviously see what happens during the race because we've got a whole transformation to come before then. We've got warm-up coming up a little bit later before we have the final, the actual final session, the race session. But 31 degrees, and it's only going to continue to rise. 11:15 in the morning suggests that there's another couple of hours of track heating yet, and we could be in the high 30s, maybe 40s by the end.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see that out there, Ewan. This is a circuit that does notoriously get hot. We are right in on the south coast here of Portugal, so we're not a million miles away, and I think you can just about see there in the distance the sea, which will be just about 15-20 kilometers away from this circuit. So this Autodromo Internacional do Algarve effectively is the younger, more hipster cousin, so to speak, of the Estoril circuit, which was pretty much most known for racing in Portugal. This has really taken off and been one of these fantastic modern circuits that has come in, and effectively, I'd like to say, has cemented itself as a modern classic.
Absolutely. I've got to say, I'm not a particular fan of driving it, but it's going to produce the racing for us today, hopefully, in the final round. It's a very strange end to the season in a sense. The final 3 circuits are very similar in some ways. Imola, Jerez and Portimão, not least they're in a similar part of the world, but feel rather similar as well. Not traditional endurance racing circuits, although recently in a couple of cases they have been used a bit more, Imola and Portimão especially, for multi-class racing. And that is where we end our season. Last year in 2024, which is when we started this season, we had Road America, Barber and Sebring to start the season. The 3 American circuits to our calendar this time around. The qualifying session has only just had the checkered flag waved for it now, so we've still got plenty of time to go, and indeed warm up to come a little bit later on as well. But we will get to all of that in a few moments' time. 4 hours will be put on the clock, and we'll be ready to go. I can't help but feel we're in for 4 hours of, well, maths first of all, but championship excitement is going to be the watchword. But both contenders in club and cup, in LMP3 being so far towards the back is quite remarkable, especially with their contenders and the people trying to take it off them all the way up the front of the field. It's not a great qualifying session for them, but in the other categories, Sport and TCR, it's very different. Feels like the two classes are very much split down the middle in what we're going to see here today.
Very much so. The quick categories, it looks like we're going to have most of the interest on how are the championship leaders going to jump up. I think it's very different when it comes to TCR and when it also comes over to what's going to be going along in sport, because you know, you're looking at that sport category and saying, well, where's everyone managed to put themselves? Team 75 find themselves in 4th, and Impulse have themselves on the pole. So Impulse did what they needed to do very late on in the session, but Team 75 aren't a million miles away in that 4th position. They've put a lovely time together in qualifying. They're keeping themselves honest, and they know that with the points gap that they've got, 4th is good enough for them. They can mitigate the damage from there, and so long as they can get themselves over to the end, they've done what they've needed to. But WSR Esports butt kicker, I'm looking around at those teams around, the likes of GeForce with Michael Polasek. I'm looking over at Semper Racing with Wojciech Savidovic. I'm looking over at Impulse Racing and Norbert Leitner, and even over to Sven Winter at Share Esports. All of those teams, 2nd through 5th, have been taking points off each other all season long. WSI Esports butt kicker have been the cemented rock of saying they are always near the front, they are always challenging for the race win. And I look at them, I look at the team that they're able to put together, and they are proving they are touring car specialists out there. As we take a look at Brandon Roseborough's lap time here in the 64 Hydro Race geodesic racing car.
This is the pole up in LMP3, 37.8 from him towards turn 1, just missing that curb on the right-hand side for running a little bit wide and using that exit through turn 1. Late on the brakes, nice apex again down there. It's difficult to get it stopped and turned in time, and then try to straighten this exit as much as possible. Really difficult traction zone there, up the hill there, through that left-hander for downhill braking in towards turn 5. I think this is the best overtaking chance on the lap, to be honest. It's quite steeply downhill, and it really extends the braking zone as well. Now in towards turn 6, which is that corner, not really a corner, then 7 and 8. Again, trying to miss the curbs on the inside. For some reason, we still have got anti-cut curves, even though there's grass on the inside line there. Anyway, out of the corner, up over the curb on the exit. Now through the absolutely flat-out turn 9 for another difficult braking zone over a rise, looking for the apex. Just missed it there, but only by inches. Not be losing any sleep over that. Down now on the brakes and into turn 13. Getting this car stopped and turned so easily is, well, it's been made to look easy, isn't it, by Brandon Roseborough, but it certainly isn't, as he now comes out of turn 14 as well, into the entry curve, if you like, using that as a bit of an entry curve for chucking it in for the final corner and making his way up towards the line. Pretty good, to be honest. There's always a bit of time to be found in almost any pole lap, and that is, of course, the thing about being a racing driver. However, that looked like it had pretty much no mistakes attached to it.
Well, any mistakes they were incredibly minor, and ones that you couldn't pick up straight away out there would be the sort that you'd have to look at the telemetry, and professional drivers would say, oh, there's a little mistake here and a little mistake there. But really, in terms of what level that was a wonderful lap time. There wasn't really anything wrong with it, and that's what you just have to do in qualifying. You have to drive to the best of your ability. These drivers put in the time, they put in the effort, they put in the practice for each and every single race like this, and you're turning around. And, you know, the IVRA Endurance Series has always got something going on, or IVRA itself, because you've got Clubsport Series that we're dealing with right now, the Endurance Series, all of the different racing categories out there you can race with IVRA. There is so much time and effort that goes into each and every single one, and the dedicated weekends from all of the people who are out there on race control who keep their eyes peeled, and there's about 5 or 6 of them that always do that work. From every single driver and team that decides they want to turn up, it is a Herculean effort each and every time. And seeing IVRA and how it's run for the last 7 or 8 years now, I think it's been an absolutely wonderful institution with us here at RaceSpotTV, and we've been keeping our eyes very firmly about what this means, because this is basically your trendsetter of what you look at with this series. It gives you a very good indication of what the top level will be looking at when it comes to the various categories when we get to special events.
That certainly is. As we continue to tick down in warm-up here, by the way. It is just a few moments away from the race. I just something that made my eyes widen as we got into this warm-up session. I don't know if it's going to be any different when we get into the race here, but the track temperature that we saw, my goodness, it is warm out there at the moment. It's getting further towards the middle of the day. And I'm wondering at what sort of temperature it's going to start to be a concern. This circuit does have a lot of twists and turns to it. And at a certain point, these tyres are going to really be under a lot of pressure, at the very least in terms of thermal pressure, rather than actual tyre wear, which is what you were talking about throughout qualifying. Wondering when that's going to be a factor in the race.
I think it's going to be important, especially in the early stages out there, because we're in sim time now here in the warm-up at about 35 minutes past 2, so that's 25 to 3. So it is only going to cool from this point onwards. So 40 degrees track temperature right now. There is going to be a little bit of advancement when it comes to when they go, as we focus on Nahuel Fredes and the Voracious Racing team here, and that Hyundai that's going through now at turn 12 out on track. I think that it's actually going to be the reverse. I think it's how do you manage the stint through the opening 2 hours, and when that track does dramatically start to cool, and we'll expect that around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in sim time, those final 2 hours, it's about who unlocks the car and how much that track drops, because if it drops enough, this might actually be a setup decision for a number of these teams going, well, do we set it up for the first 2 hours for the hot conditions, or do we set it up for the last 2 hours for the cooler ones?
Very, very difficult to know, but that's the conundrum that all of these teams have heading into this race. Well, a few moments ago, in case you weren't with us, we just had the qualifying sessions, 15 minutes for each of these classes, one by one. And so let's remind you of those starting grids ready for the 4 hours of Portimão, the final round of the IVRA Clubsport Series in 2024-25. Brandon Roseborough set the best lap time in qualifying, and so he's on pole with just 89 thousandths ahead of the WSR Esports bookkeeper car. That was qualified by Tom Katsudonis. It looks like from that graphic there in the warm-up session right now that Alessandro Romanelli might well start the race for them. Oleg Lovkov and Miguel Vigo will be on row 2 ahead of Alec Bergstrom and Alexander Delatraz in 5th and 6th. In 7th, it will be Zach Hebert with Luke Wallace alongside Mike Pullers. The championship leader in the course, Sim Racing, number 80, will start from 9th, just within a second of pole. Matthew Wright and Andrei Rajkovic will be 10th and 11th. In the Cup class, it was pole for Vince Peters. He is currently second place in the championship, just 9 points away from glory, and what a start to the day it's been for him. Marcin Rybachuk will be in second, with also Rafael Perdis and Henrik Augustin inside of a second of pole. Danny Neo and Colby Warren share row 3. Matteo Cuenza will be 7th for the other Vistral car, with Jeremy Lamier alongside, only 3 tenths behind. Matt Strand qualified last of those who were allowed to qualify for Racing Lab Esports as the championship leader. What a lot of work they have to do. Bernardo Ferreira will start for Fiercely Forward from 10th after being or having to start from the pit lane. Sven Krupp got the pole position in the Impulse Racing car. They are currently second place in the championship as well in the sport class. A fantastic late lap time got him ahead of Colin Nixon, who will start alongside. It was not him who qualified, though, for Robert Drop there. Otto Pustinen and Gareth Higgins will be on row 2, ahead of Gunasso Tastelen, who actually got a penalty for invalidating somebody else's lap time during the session. That's 5 seconds penalty for them. They'll start from 5th, though, alongside Frederick Schwartz. 7th will be James Beaumay with Ashley Finch alongside. We're on pole for quite a long time in that session, but ends up 8th. BS Turner and Andreas Giedesic Racing will be next. Giedesic 3rd in the championship, starting from 10th. Victor Nicolai and Jordan Backmeyer will share row 6. only a quarter of a second off of pole. Ayrton Williams was the last driver within half a second, with Johan Churzi alongside. Leonardo Degota and Christian Young will be on an all BMW row 8 ahead of Ilka Kotisalo and Alexander Klenk. Just over a second off pole was Daniel Grote and David Parakov. Rounding out the field is the TCRs. Ross McFarlane is currently the championship leader and has a great chance of sealing the deal with the top 5 at half distance. He starts from pole ahead of Michael Polasek, one of the world's best TCR drivers alongside. Wojciech Svidrovic will be in third ahead of Miguel Freitas, with Greg Jaffron and Sven Winter on row 3. Jorge Philip Diaz will be 7th alongside Stephen Walker, with Nal Fredes 9th and Justin Studnek next, and Willie Brennan rounding out the 11-car TCR field. 52 teams are ready to go here in the IVRA Clubsport Series finale from Portimão. The race session coming up next. Welcome back to Portimão for the final round of the season. 4 hours of racing ahead of us for the finale of the IVRA Clubsport Series, where all 4 championships are still on the line. In TCR, WSRE Sportsbook only need 5th at the halfway point to seal the title, and it is very much in their own hands. Team 75 by SimRC have a great chance at sealing it at halfway as well, but a top 2 from Impulse Racing at half distance will ensure it at least goes to the end of the race. We'll see what happens there with Impulse Racing qualifying on the pole. In the Cup and LMP3 Championships, it's going to go all the way to the line. Corsim Racing leading in LMP3 by 25 points. Racing Lab leading by 9 in Cup as well. They are going to be the ones to watch, and we'll be focusing on those quite a lot this afternoon as well. Myself, Ian O'Leary, and Jake Sperry alongside me, with Ramiro Augustin Cisneros behind the cameras this afternoon. It is going to be an exciting one here, Jake. The session has just transformed forwards into the race. Track temperature 39 degrees to start with here this afternoon on a very bright April day.
Yeah, but only going to be cooling as these conditions go on, which means that this track will go quicker and quicker. Winds coming in at 16 kilometers an hour. It's not nothing in from the west, which means that these drivers are going to get a cross headwind as they go across the front stretch here, and it is going to matter as they go over the top side of the circuit, where they are going to be the most vulnerable to that. I especially look over at turn 10 at Portimão corner as a corner of concern, because they will go in effectively with a cross tailwind as they enter the corner, but they exit out of Portimão with a direct headwind.
It's going to be a big factor for especially these lighter machines as the drivers and cars pull away from the front straight and set off on a long formation lap. The thing about the IVRA Clubsport Series, of course, what makes it unique is the safety cars that could interrupt us throughout the afternoon. They are going to play a big role, surely, in the outcome of not only this championship, but also the race individually as well.
They absolutely can, and I think it's so important to keep that in mind. Yes, this is a 4-hour race, but this isn't very much like an iRacing official race out there, where effectively everyone is left to their own devices, and if something happens on track, something happens on track. You've got race stewards here who can assign penalties, and we've seen that already over the course of the racing action that we've got. But more importantly than that, if any car goes off the road in such a way that they can't bring that car back to pits under their own power, there is a very strong chance that a safety car can come out for these drivers, and it will neutralize the race. And the way that it neutralizes a race like this, you could lose a full 16th of your race to a safety car, just one of them, and there could be multiple that go on out here that really do affect the way that this field manages. So with less, well, for 4 hours that they've got, if they're looking at 2 or 3 different safety cars, they've really only got 3 hours 15 to make their destiny known.
Yeah, and that suddenly does just change things when you're looking at time frames and indeed where you've qualified here. If you've not qualified where you wanted, that is suddenly a really reduced amount of time to be playing with as well. I wonder how Core Sim Racing and indeed Racing Lab Esports will be feeling now. Any championship finale as a series leader is very difficult to head into mentally. It's very difficult to get yourself on top of that. But for them, having qualified further down the field, this must be super high pressure early on here.
That pressure is going to be so important to keep in check. It's all internal for all of these drivers, but they'll know that wherever other drivers place them and other teams find themselves, that will make a huge difference out there for what everybody else is looking at doing. So as they sit down and say, what do we need to do? I think they're sitting down and saying, well, there's more. There is a little bit of concern out there because I have noticed that the 401 Altitude Frame esports team didn't take the grid, so they're going to have to start this race down from pit lane. I think they're going to have to wait for the entirety of the third category to go through in order to get them sorted. Also in the pits is the number 901, which is Bernardo Faria and Fiercely Forward Gold, so they will also have to start then from the pits to get themselves ready as we're set to get ourselves started. Just one corner remains here behind the safety car, and that is the long right-hander of Galpi.
There were 24 hours on the clock at the start of this IVRA Clubsport Series season, and we've now completed 20 of them. Just 4 still to go, and all to be settled here on the Iberian Peninsula at the Algarve circuit. Relatively new, and perhaps certainly new to multi-class endurance racing. New to IVRA as well, but it's going to be a big fixture in these last rounds of the Clubsport and Endurance Series. It's the finale setting for the IVRA Clubsport Series in season 2024-25 as the LMP3s make their way up towards the line. They wait for the red lights to go out, and we're racing for the final time this season. Brandon Roseborough immediately up to a good start, trying to give substitute to his teammates here, but not able to do it in towards turn number 1. Down on the brakes they go. Their teammates actually side by side in towards the first corner, but Miguel Vigo goes round and should get that place. Lovkov not going to give it up though. In towards turn 3, he's going to get that back again. Back into third place as Teletras gets down the inside as well. Maybe not such a great start for Geodesic. Certainly is for their leader, but Miguel Vigo struggling in the pack.
Yep, so he's going to have to start moving back, and now we're getting every category starting to make that progress. Lovely launch off of the front by Sven Groot as they go through, and there might be dramas here at 3 wide as they jump in through turn number 2, turn 3 over at Lagos. Gareth Higgins and a Team 75 burn up by Simar Sika up to second with an aggressive move down the inside, and a comfortable start up at the top of this field for Ross McFarlane, but he will look at the car in front, which has gone round. That is the Zekarul car. There's another car that is spun around down there, which is the Satellite GT4 of Ayrton Williams.
Couple of problems in sport already. Satellite and Altitude, as you say, have both gone off the road in the opening lap, and there's also been a spin for Lamier in the Cup class as well. Jeremy Lamier in the Valkyrie car has also spun around from Cup, but other than that, in LMP3, it's been a pretty clean start. Brandon Roseborough still leads, ahead of Tom Katsunonis, who has started this car. Romanelli was just in briefly during the warm-up session by the looks of things. Third place has gone to Oleg Lovkov with Miguel Vigo and Alexander Teletras rounding out the top 5. Core Sim Racing still stuck down in 9th at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, so they've got work to do here out there, but 9th to 9th, they haven't lost anything, but crucially they haven't gained anything either out there. So they'll be looking to try and just ease into this race, get a couple laps under their belt, and make the focus on the number 4 Hyperion racing car in front of Luke Wallace, knowing that there is still a long way to go in this race, knowing that they've got a lot of time to make those positions known. Well, if it's the Masters like it is this week, it is of course moving day, but we take a little look here at what happened with the 180 off the start. This is Wojciech Zawidovic, who is an absolute legend out there when it comes to touring car racing for Semper Racing, and ultimately gets shuffled out of line through the opening corner and shuffled way back.
Legend is not going to be the word he's using to describe the driver who was alongside him a couple of moments ago. He was shoulder bars there into the first corner and ends up down the field. So Geodesic still lead with Brandon Roseborough at the end of lap 1, and we've got everybody to the end of the opening lap as well, if not with a few bumps and scrapes along the way. Down at the back end of the field, nobody came in, so we've got off to a good start in that respect, at least. So, final corners for the LMP3s. They're into line pretty quickly here with Geodesic, WSR and Solpec, 1, 2 and 3. And next in line, it's the other Geodesic car, number 66. in that 4th position as they come towards the end of lap 2. A very calm start, I've got to say, in LMP3. Well, it's all been going on behind them.
Yeah, it has been a really nice, quiet start here at the front, and the reason why is I think everybody's looking to settle to a rhythm. Everyone has stayed close, but nobody's really been close enough to throw a move down the inside. You get a lot of wash out there in prototypes around a track like this, especially as you go through these opening corners. This is one of the prime places to get it done as we watch the Solpec precision car get really close. Oleg Lovkov there trying to find a way past Tom Katsadonis, not able to manage that initially there on the WSR Esports butt kicker car, but at least moving down the field. Lovkov close, but not close enough. This is what happened to Ayrton Williams then, up through turn 4, easily done. Oh, that's just a case of cold tyres losing the back end, and it's so easily done up the top of the hill there.
Yeah, it's an absolutely classic turn 4 thing to happen there on the power. Spinning around in front of the field, and at least he wasn't collected by anybody there. Sport class or TCR class there. And they both came through. He's now actually got to put a lap, well, act like he's putting a lap on the TCR class. He's just unlapping himself. This is Impulse versus Team 75, top 2 in the championship. Sven Group versus Gareth Higgins. It started already. It's a good start for Team 75 to be up here already. But this is an indication maybe of how this race is going to go. And if it does, then Team 75 will take home this championship pretty comfortably.
Yeah, they'll certainly like that, being in A1 position. They're not quite in A position, which would be leading this field outright, but they know that Impulse Racing are there, and they know that so long as they can keep them in their sights and not risk the car, it's exactly where they want their Porsche Cayman Clubman to be in play. So this is what they want currently in GT, in their category right now in sport, knowing that their GT4 spec car is going to be in the prime place. But at least for the moment, that is one battle that they've got out there in play, and it is getting a little bit dicey. We've got to change for the race lead.
We have got to change for the lead, and it is Solpec who hit the front. I think there was a change for 3rd as well, or at least a side-by-side moment, and all of a sudden Oleg Lovkov has taken the lead of this race. He's got off to a very fast start. A look down the inside from Katsadonis in towards turn 5 comes to nothing in the end as they all get on the brakes steeply. Look at how close they all are here. This has got all the signs of a field so far uninterrupted by traffic. When they come through the TCRs for the first time, we'll have a very different look to the front of this field.
Yeah, and that is a massively different look then as they go, because they look around. Hydrorace Geodesic will not be happy that they've lost that out. We'll take a look, a little bit wide over the curb, and they just couldn't turn back in because Solpec had immediately out of the Primera corner got themselves to that line. By the time they get through Lagos, there's not much that you can do. So Brandon Roseborough, yeah, it's a mistake. It's an early mistake. It's only cost them the 1 place though, so I wouldn't say it's too much of a dramatic moment for them, but they can't afford to be making those mistakes. They've got to try and control this race from the front. They know that Mike Palug and the Core Sim Racing prototype team are being dropped right now because the gap has been created by Zach Hebert. Speaking of getting dropped and getting moves done, look at that for a pass through. Gets the pass done by Gareth Higgins.
The championship leader is now the race leader. Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, have hit the front, and that is 2 places gained in only 7 minutes so far for Gareth Higgins. He passed the Orbit Dropback car very early as it got off to a bit of a shaky start. Now he's put the pressure on Groot and he's got through into turn 5. It's not over yet. Groot getting very close here up towards turn 10 and forces Higgins to go slightly on the defensive there, although that is kind of the line you want to take anyway. And we'll see what Groot does about this. Is he going to try and hit back immediately, or will he sit there and wait for later?
Well, he doesn't have to do anything dramatic at this point. He knows that he can keep the pressure on. He knows that Gareth Higgins has got a lot of pace and has managed to make it happen. But you're going to need friends out there to go and help you gain those points. And if you're looking around, I think it is legitimately going to have to either rely on a safety car, a mistake, or some other categorized car, be it faster or slower, getting in the way and causing issues for Gareth Higgins that's going to help Impulse Racing and what they're looking for. Ross McFarlane very happy at the front of the field for WSR Esports, butt kicker at the lower category right now. But when you've got the G-Force racing car of Michael Polasek, who is very handy in anything he actually puts his mind to there behind, and then you've got Norbert Leitner, who's been around the sim racing sphere for well over 15 years at this point. You're looking at some very experienced drivers here at the front, and these three, they have rocketed away.
They absolutely have. I was wondering actually whether we could try and get to the bottom here this afternoon of quite why WSR Esports Butkiger have run away with the championship by this margin this season. You know, I'm not saying they're a bad team, far from it. Ross McFarlane is starting this car, very good driver, experienced driver as well. But there are some serious TCR drivers in this class this season. Michael Polasek and Norbert Leitner are two of them, just in behind. But for whatever reason, it's been the other teams not able to keep pace in the last few weeks, especially as WSR Esports Butkiger take 3 in a row. And they've run away with it. This, meanwhile, is Jeremy Lamier on the opening lap, having contact with number 911.
Yeah, so Valkyrie Excite there, and the issues that were found on the opening lap, finding himself there at the VIP tower. I did say that was going to be the biggest flashpoint here today because you've got that descent down the hill braking zone. I actually think it's going to be more dramatic as they go in. That is the Prestanda Nomad car down there of Mel Jain, who's in the pits, and to see Mel down in there, and it might have been an absolutely massive one. And speaking of which, Alexandre Delatraz, they're dealing with the traffic, and they are going to have to fly by the TCRs.
And they're into the satellite racing GT4 as well, which is not going to help. The fact that there are GT4s who are recovering coming through here as well is not particularly helpful. I think that's Altitude, actually, who are just in front of the McLaren. And there goes Delatraz down the inside into 5th place, 3 wide. What a great move from Alexander Delatraz. And that geodesic car's going backwards. Miguel Vigo is being punched from pillar to post right now, and he is going backwards. Here comes Wallace down the inside, I think that is, through the final corner. Where do you go when there's TCRs and sport class cars just in front of you here? They're going to be slow onto the front straight, especially Bergstrom actually in the Magnus car, but he looks like he's got away with that. My goodness, Delatraz up to 4th with a great move, and Vigo has lost 3 places.
It's amazing what happens at Sagres corner, because he was slap bang in the middle of a number of different cars out there, had to keep himself alert, and I think he would have been gesticulating that he'd be very unhappy with the way that that move came along from Delatraz. He loses 3 spots, but that looked fair game to me. It was a rough move, it was a brash move, but crucially it was one that caused no dramas for anyone else. We'll see how the stewards look at it, but for Miguel Vigo, he's got to just get his head back on straight and just drive right now. He's behind Zach Hebert and that Echelon Simsport team. That's an Echelon team that's never truly the best when it comes to qualifying, Ewan, but when it comes to race pace, I look at John Rice, who can go into that car from Club Texas, and I actually think he's going to be the linchpin that gets this team together.
Just 11 minutes gone in this race, and penalties are already coming through, by the way. 20 seconds to Jeremy Lamier for having a significant overlap on the car in front prior to the start-finish line. That is an absolute no-no in this series. 10 seconds for number 911 for hitting Jeremy Lamier, though. So he's involved in 2 investigations. He's come out on the right side of one of them and the wrong of the other. No further action between cars 410 and 462. That's Antonio Regier under investigation for slight contact with, I think that's Zeckerl in 410, if I'm not mistaken. I might be, but yes, it was Zeckerl. So no further action there. That is how Zeckerl ended up off the road down at turn 3 on the opening lap. Regier not deemed to be at fault for it. Good start from Vince Peters. No traffic yet for the Cup class, but he's got nearly a second's worth of a lead.
Well, you take a second here if you're Vince Peters, knowing that you're looking around at the Racing Labs esports car. There's only 1 car in category that is behind them, and that is the Fiercely Forward Gold team. So Matt Strand is not really throwing anything out there. Of course, Lamier is going to have those penalties to serve when pit stops come into play. But Vince Peters happy with the gap at the moment over Rybershuk then in sim racing school. It still continues on though with the Delatraz automotive machine, because now this is WSR Esports butt kicker who look out. Tom Katsidonis stuck on the outside for 1 corner, stuck on the outside at Samsung for the second, and that is progress there. Alexandre Delatraz has He's come to Portimão and he has said, I want places and I want them now.
And he's got third now. This is a great start from Alexander Delatraz. Some opportunistic moves being made on the geodesic car last lap, or 2 laps ago rather, on Vigo. And now, what? Oh, Considonis has been hit here! Been hit by one of the BMWs in the sport class, and he's going to get away with it. Has he got damage from that, maybe? Considonis was round the outside. He does look like he's got damage. That's given Course Sim Racing a position, by the way. Up to 8th is given nearly everyone a place. Considonis there was round the outside through turn 12. It's an easy corner in an LMP3, but in the sport class it's a bit more difficult, and if you're on the outside there as a faster class, you've got to be wary of the wash from the GT4s on the inside of you. Considonis there hit by the BMW, which didn't see it coming there, and he goes into a spin.
It was Leonardo Dragotta for Orion Race Team Sport, the 434, which just had to take that line going through. Now, I look around at how much understeer is there in that position. Katsudonis is so lucky that he found an open space they went through, because everyone was having to try and get by the Orion car anyway, and just like that, it's going to be a real tall order now for them to try and recover back through. That was a really tough one for them to deal with, but it's what's happened out there. There's more dramas actually down with a little bit of traffic, because the Hydro Geodesic Gold car looks like it's been tipped around with a massive concertina down at the all-important VIP corner.
Look at the lead that Lovko has got right now, by the way. 6.3 seconds. He has had a fantastic run through traffic, and obviously a little bit of luck involved there, but a lot of credit has to go to him for that. Roseborough gets through in the GT4 traffic now, then he's going to be second, confirmed. Delatraz is going to be pretty comfortably third here, although he's got to be careful. And Team 75 do see that one coming. Next in line, the battle for fourth place is between, I think, somebody in Moradness. Bergstrom is the one chasing at the for that fourth position, and they're not quite clear on the traffic just yet, unfortunately.
Echelon.
Echelon, thank you. My timing screen is taking an ice age to load. Anyway, well, they're going to get through, and the LMP3s are now in the clear for the first time in a while.
They are, and it gives them the opportunity now just to stretch their legs and assess the damage, I think is the right way to say it. The Moradness M squad here and Alex Bergstrom losing that place on this lap definitely didn't want to be in that position. And I am taking a look. Miguel Vigo is actually diving down the pits right now for the Hydro Geodesic Rally. So after just 15 minutes, this screams alternate strategy.
But alternate strategy is a bit strange when they've just passed all the lap traffic. Why would they come in now and not a few laps ago? So that effectively they've just done putting people a lap down. Now they've come back behind them and they have to do it again.
And it's one for Moradness.
Okay.
So both the 66 and the 70 have to come in within the next 4 laps to serve damage which they've got on their cars. Otherwise, they will be disqualified from the race.
Okay, right. That does make sense. Bit of contact then for these two teams, and they'll hope that the required repairs are not very long. Sometimes it can surprise you with how long it might take. Maybe that's what Prestana Nomad were experiencing earlier as well, as Vigo sits on the lane, and he's actually going to overall drop behind some of the cut glass cars now, who are finding their way past the TCRs for the first time this afternoon. Vince Peters under pressure for the first time this afternoon, you would say, as well, as Rybachuk has had a good run first time round. He's now right behind Peters, down in towards turn 5, the action point. Peters will hold the inside and he'll hold the position here, although narrowly over Sim Racing School.
Yeah, so they're very happy to sit behind here at the Sim Racing School team. They know that they've got a lovely opportunity to attack them if they want to, but going through the traffic, you're looking for a pick to go and make the pass. You don't need to make the move initially, and the way they've actually managed it here between these two drivers at 4/10, they built a gap over the likes of Rafael Burdis, who's there for Impulse 915. So the fact that they built that margin is really good news for Rybachuk, who's there in second position, because Rybachuk can now just get through the rest of these drivers and say, well, if Vince Peters goes out there, gets one car wrong, he's right there in the place to strike. He overcooks it through the corner, drives better there by Greg Dafferin on the exit for RD Simsport, which is the car they're trying to lap. And whoa, yes.
Fredes, Navarro Fredes is off, down at turn 12, and I think he was hit in the Veracious TCR. I mean, it's got to be, hasn't it? The TCR is a little bit light on the rear in places, especially in braking zone, but it looks like Fredes has been hit. We'll get a replay of that in a few moments' time, but there is a lot going on at the moment, so do forgive us for that. It's pretty busy out there on the circuit. Here it is.
The other Visceral car.
Oh, okay. That's way too late on the brakes there, and yes, straight into the side. So that's not the championship contending Visceral car, but it's broken too late and spun themselves around, but also now Fredes in the 114.
A bystander there for Nahuel Fredes, who will not be best pleased there for the voracious effort, knowing that you're looking at a team that's just trying to find a finish out there, and Shoma Shintani's just gone a little hot in, missed a braking zone, very easy to do in the Porsche there, and Matthew Dent right now, I would call that a dent right now in the front of that AMG Mercedes GT4. That is going to take a little bit of buffing out. I think you need a kettle and a plunger to get that sorted.
I think that will just about do the trick. Dent with the dent in the front end. And meanwhile, side by side for Peterson, Rabachuk, by the way, they are right at the back end of the sport class. If they're not passing people yet, then they will be soon in the class. But it was in the final sector where Peters was under real pressure here, and he will be again now. The gap just 0.2 of a second between 1 and 2 down there. It's quite close back here as well, though, as Dent has a look. And that might be another dent through turn 3.
Got to be careful through Lagos. It's one of the heavier braking zones out there, one of the best places to get moves done. And Matthew Dent, who has been staring in the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car to try and move on through, is looking at this going, well, this is important. And you might want to wonder why it's important. We know that Impulse car of Sven Groot needs to stay top 2. If they don't manage that, they're going to drop back. But here comes Sim Racing School. This might be the pick they're looking for, moving to the outside, trying to get this pass done in towards Primera corner. Long way around is going to be difficult. Rabashuk can't quite get the run he needs. Vince Peters has it covered off as they go in towards Lagos at turn 3, and he slightly runs it in deep, but he covers it. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle behind there, going through there for Rafael Burdis.
He is getting closer, Burdis, but that wasn't helpful through the first sector. He will drop back a second or so, but good racing between Rabachuk and Peters there. You don't often see side-by-side really work through turn 1, to be honest, and they made it work that time round in this battle for the lead in the Cup class. Miguel Vigo, by the way, still on pit lane in number 66. That could well be their championship hopes over in the first 20 minutes of this one.
Madness as well, same position too. They've been down in for over 100 seconds in the pit, so they are looking at that going, their contact with Echelon, definitely not what the doctor ordered today. So their hopes right now pretty much out the window. So if you take out 5th in the championship, you take out 3rd in the championship, let's make it an easier strategy out there. It's Core Sim Racing 80, Hydro Shared Essex 64, and number 8, Dulatrat Automotive by Majors Garage.
Very lively opening to this race, but in LMP3, unfortunately, 2 championship contenders falling by the wayside. Core Sim Racing and number 64, Geodesic, are still in the race, which is 1 and 2, but the others are struggling so far. Moradness and Geodesic both in pit lane and have been for some time now. Other penalties that have come in. Leonardo de Gotta has got one for pushing wide into the 16, as Katsidonis went around the outside of him. Jagotta didn't leave the space on the outside and caused a collision. Zach Hebert has also got a 10-second time penalty for turning into turn 5 and hitting car 29. Can that work? Maybe. Maybe I've read that wrong. But that was for contact with number 70, I should say. He is in number 29,
look
of course.
At this.
And he's on the screen here in towards turn 1. Katsidonis down the inside of 1, maybe 2. No, just the 1. He gets up to 6th place. Looked like they were all going to change places into turn 1 there. They were so close, and again in towards turn 3.
That was incredible, actually, as they went through. They've got a little bit of traffic to deal with now, and that is going to be Sam Blees in the Hydro Geodesic Racing Echelon car that they get by. But at least for the moment, they were 1, 2, 3, and 4, nose to tail, and suddenly this becomes a very important overtake on track because Brandon Roseborough under threat from Alexandre Delatraz. Now, Delatraz needs to make this move and needs to get through pretty quickly. He's down a good 43 points on Hydro Sherdesic right now, so they would love to get ahead, get those extra couple of points in the back pocket by halfway of this race, and then think about the end of game result. The one bad news for these drivers, seeing two drivers out, or two teams that are challenging for the title out of the way, they weren't the number 80 car, so that 80 car has profited because of it. P6 right now. I think they're very happy being in that 6th position here. Mike Paluk profiteering off of other drivers' misery.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what you've got to do, isn't it, in championship contention? Just stay out of trouble and you can gain a surprising amount. Now, one driver that hasn't necessarily just been staying out of trouble, but has actually been going out and getting some points here is Alexandre Delatraz, and he's looking for second now. Inside line, into turn 1, he's going to do it. My goodness, he made an aggressive move on the Geodesic teammates, and now he's doing it in towards turn 1 on the 64 car as well. Inside of turn 3, surely he was going to prevail here, but no. Round the outside for Roseborough. He holds the inside at 4. Now, where's the run coming from Delatraz? Has he gone for the over and under here? He certainly has. He's going to go further to the inside, knowing that Roseborough's going to come across on him here. Oh, and he's going to just tuck him behind Delatraz. Can't make the move, but it was a good attempt on the start of this lap.
What was so clever there by Brandon Roseborough was his ability to pinch down at Lagos corner, turn 3. Alexandre Delatraz had nothing he could do. He couldn't put the power down. He had to wait to get the full rotation of the car through the corner before he could go. Now, this is what happened with Luke Wallace up over the top of the hill. Bang! That's more contact there. He's collected a TCR as he's gone through, and that will drop them miles down the order. So that's why Hyperion are way down the order right now, and they will stare down the barrel of knowing that that Hyperion number 4 has been out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Vince Peters is off, and it has something to do with the race leader. The overall race leader's off as well. Two leaders in this race have both collided here, and Solpec suddenly have gone down to 3rd. New leader is Brandon Roseborough ahead of Alexandre Delatraz, and then it's Lovkov who's going to go down the inside of Delatraz here through the final corner. He's going to get immediately alongside and try and win that place back again. Vince Peters is just in front of them here, and he's lost his lead as well. Impulse Racing are suddenly now in the lead of the Racing Cup. Sim Racing School are down to pit lane. Maybe they've had something to do with it as well as they go towards turn 1. This race in 2 classes tipped on its head early on.
Well, it's all like Lovkov here. Lovkov's gone diving down the inside on Martin Rabashuk. He's run straight into the back of Vince Peters for Visceral Clubsport, and the pair of them have turned each other around. So that, all in my view, on Oleg Lovkov just being impatient through the middle of the corner, it completely changes this race. Impulse now with control of category will be looking at this going, oh yay, goody point. But you're looking around, Hydration Delatraz now, A and A1 positions, and they will look at Solpec and realise that was their blunder, and they'll probably get the cop for it. And you'll see it right here, right now, Ewan. Dive down the inside, it's in the middle of the corner, he just taps it.
Oh, and the second place car, Sim Racing School, had to go very wide to avoid as well and get out of the way. So that is especially annoying for Vince Peters. We'll see if we can have a chat with him later, by the way, although he might not want to after that. Lovkov then down and now what's he going to do here this time? Same corner, almost same situation. This time he takes a bit more care, but nearly 10 seconds of a lead just evaporated for him there.
Happens so quickly, and that's why you've got to respect the traffic no matter what category you are. Look at the run that Delatraz has now through Galpy corner. He will look down the hill and he will have an almighty run. He loses a little bit of ground as he goes through, but watch out for Lovkov as well. 1, 2, 3, all to the pit wall as they now look about with this, and we've not even half an hour through. Fan it 3 wide to Primera corner, covered lovely on the inside there by Roseborough, but now it's about drive. Here to Lagos turn 3. They've got Gail Gruber just in front for Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab in front. No dice there on the pass, but now up towards VIP Tower they come along again, and this is what happens with these drivers. They can't afford to separate.
Lovkov again in towards turn 5 was looking but not going. He tucks into line behind Delatraz, who is just in behind Roseborough. They're coming through on Sport again here, by the way, for the second time. While they have passed the Cup class for the first time as well. And this race has turned on its head completely in that time period. I think, unfortunately, for Lovkov, we sort of have to discount him for the race at the moment, and we've got to speak about this as if it's Roseborough versus Delatraz, because I personally don't see a way in which race control don't give him a penalty for that.
No, I don't see a way he escapes unscathed either, unless there was a brake check in the middle of the corner, which I really don't think there was there from the Porsche of Vince Peters. So I look at that, and I look at all of the work that has to be done by Solpak. Not only do they have to try and move back on through the field, they're going to have to make up the time that they're going to lose with the penalty. And I think this is going to be one of the few times where they are going to be one of the teams hoping that a safety car comes out at some point, because at least right now they are trying to avoid all of these dramas. And speaking of what they're having to deal with right now, you got Walk Racing Esports second, Carla now up to third in category, and that is Tom Katsadonis having to go to the outside as Gail Gruber, and it is getting dicey as anything. Mike Pallock there on the extreme outside, zooming by Hyperion.
That was unbelievably close to a crash there. Unbelievably close. One of the, I think it was Talk Freak, who not, well, minding their own business, really. And one of the LMP3s very nearly spun themselves across the front of him. Now then, three of the four classes, all in one camera shot here. And where do they all go? Katsadonis will go, through the middle of a couple as they try and sneak through. Of course, Sim Racing all of a sudden up to fifth place, having a good race now. And that's exactly what championship leaders do.
Oh, watch out!
Here, there goes Siebert. He just pulls it up in time, though, and it stops himself from going straight into the side, of course, Sim Racing. Further up front, Roseborough and Delatraz were side by side. They're not even in traffic anymore, but Delatraz still looking for a move.
Well, you say that, I say they still are. Johan Shirazi, they go by the HydraRace Desert Racing EU car out there. Christian Jung, they've had to go by. Victor Nikolai, they've had to deal with. We watch here right now with WSI Esports butt kicker, this on for fourth position. Mike Pallock has woken up through the traffic, and I think he is slicing and dicing better than anybody out there at the moment down the hill. Zach Hebert just behind, happy to sit, happy to wait, happy to watch this group. We do need to note that the Marantz M squad are back out and racing again. They are 4 laps down on the leaders, so they're going to need a lot of help to get themselves back up and into placement. But at least right now they're holding their outside shot, and your front three again continue along their charge on the front stretch, but there's not going to be much clearance. They get by Shintani. Just look at this on the straight. This is what's going to be awkward for them as they go. Top end speed of the LMP3 is pretty much matched by the Porsches.
Yeah, it is. And they experienced that in towards turn one this time round. Apologies, yes, the LMP3s are not out of traffic yet. I was looking at the wrong car on my track map, which is classic. So the sport class cars are still yet to be completed in terms of putting 2 laps down. This is effectively the leading group that they're about to come through. The TCRs are the only class on their own at the moment, and Ross McFarlane is still leading of Michael Polsek. No Norbert Leitner anymore. It is just 2 for the lead now in TTR, as you can see on the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, and this is a group which is going to be looking around at this and thinking, right, we've got a bit of clean air, let's make some hay while the sun shines. McFarlane followed by the G-Force car of Michael Polosek there in second position, keeping each other honest. And yes, they have dropped Norbert Leitner, but Leitner's got his own gap here to the Share Esports car of Sven Winter. So they've certainly done enough of what they've needed to keep themselves well out of trouble right now. But the LMP3 battle that is worth keeping your eyes peeled on. Every car that they run towards, they've got to try and clear. Ruben Bonga for the Boris Turner team. Right now, they have to try and navigate around, just about manage it, but it's the long way around for Delatraz. This gives gap for the first time now for Roseborough and HydraRace Geodesic Black.
Is it going to be a gap they can really force home now? Because Delatraz is going to get through on the straight here, and so is Lovkov by the looks of it, in front of the Team 75 car, so they're going to get away with that. Quick update on penalties, by the way, before the big ones come in, perhaps for Lovkov. We'll see, because race control are looking at that next in this in the stewards room. 30 seconds have gone to Shoma Shishani. That is a double penalty because they are on probation.
Oh, stop it.
Sorry, go. Oh, yeah, Lovkov is around. Sorry, I'll get back to that later. They're certainly going to be out the game now, penalty or not, because they've spun round at turn 3.
It's so easy to do. They just got a little deep into the corner again. In fact, they actually tagged the back of Alexandre Dulatron, the Dulatron Automotive by Major's Garage team, and that's what's turned around. And we've seen a lot more of that recently, of contact front to rear, where it's the car behind that gets unsettled and turned around rather than the car in front.
And that is what's done for Lovkov here. Yeah, there you go. As you're under high pressure, you're right on the edge of grip anyway. The smallest of touches can do a lot of damage, and there you go. No positions lost, but certainly time lost. Important time for Lovkov as well. Here comes Rafael Burdis. He is in the lead of the Cup class now after the shenanigans of the last few moments. Danny Neo is just in behind for the Walk Racing Esports, and they're coming through on sport class cars for the first time.
They are, so as they now look to navigate through, the difference between a Cup car and a GT4 now makes itself known right now, and a lot of these Porsches will be dealing with Porsches of a different kind, the Cayman Clubsports, which will be going through the 718s, but these 992s that work their way around. Rafael Burdis happy with the positioning at the moment, but everyone's going to try and lunge and gain places, because I look back there at Hendrik Augustine, who's there for Carlisle Esports Cup. He's just desperately lunging down the inside of drivers right now, trying to stay within a second, trying not to lose the back. And this is what happens. Traffic gives and it takes away. That's an old cliche in saying, but it's important to try and stay with. And Carlisle, that's what they're trying to do right now. They are desperately clutching at the coattails.
Third place currently for Carlisle Esports in the Cup category. I'll try and get through these penalties again. 996 have got 30 seconds of a time penalty for that contact with Narrow Fred, as we saw through turn 13. And that's for causing a collision. Luke Wallace has got a penalty for pushing into one of the TCRs at turn 11. That's over the rise at the top of the hill through the right-hander, and that is a 15-second penalty rather for them. 10-second penalty for Vince Peters for releasing the brakes while spinning and rolling into the path of number 990. So while Peters was the one spun round, he has got 10 seconds for the aftermath, and Lovkov has just been adjudicated at fault for that incident. No surprise there, causing a collision. 10 seconds added to his next pit stop.
Wow. You look around at that, and Vince Peters, for not holding the brakes, you could argue, got a heavier penalty than the actual contact itself. So he'll feel like there's not much justice there, but you've got to hold the brakes when you have an incident. I could completely understand what Vince Peters was trying to do. Roll off the circuit, be out of the way of any drivers who are there, but it did impede another driver out there. It's okay if it's a one-car only incident, but when you impede another driver out there, it's a slam dunk in this series. It's always been a slam dunk in this series. And look at that Aston Martin of Frederick Schwartz there, I believe the Luxembourgish driver out there with Matthew Dench just behind. Now they've moved up to fourth, and they're quietly moving forward here, and they're doing a good job of making progress for the fiercely forward pink team.
It's in the name, and Frederick Schwartz is proving living up to the name at the moment in fourth position. They're just in front of Grid and Go, who have got a penalty hanging over their head from qualifying, of course, so they will drop outside of this contention for the top five. This is all created effectively from fourth place, and Schwartz at the front end of the group. Side by side, this is Ratkovic in towards turn one. Oh, he's misjudged that completely for Team Huitigveld. They're currently running in seventh place, but there's a reason why they're 25 seconds off the next car, and there's one of them.
Well, that Ligier struggling, and Andrei Rajkovic is one of those drivers who has a lot with his setup here that he works with as he tries to get things sorted. He's got an absolutely beautiful sim rig every time he goes out and drives, but struggling a little bit there, dealing with the traffic. And you do get yourself into your own little bubble sometimes when you're out there and racing, as we watch the Valkyrie X-Type car of Jeremy Lamier and the Delta Sport Sim Shop car of Colby Warren, effectively running very similar liveries. The only way you can tell between them what they are is the different accents of blue that they've got out there. It's a more Royal Navy-ish sort of blue out there from Jeremy Lamier. It's very much more of a cyan style colour from Colby Warren and the Delta Sport Sim Shop team.
Yeah, but other than that, there's not much to choose between them. There's new colours recently for Valkyrie on this Cup car, and the fact they're fourth is a pretty remarkable achievement, considering they were backwards through turn 5 on lap 1 in fourth place in the standings. And they are just 71 points off the title, so they do have some work to do, as do the actual championship leaders. Racing Lab Esports are 6th now at least, but they are quite a long way off the lead, 12 seconds off the lead, and they don't really have the speed for now, unfortunately. sim racing school after their pit stop are now 4 laps down. Moradness are as well. They have both re-emerged from their long stops. Rigo Vigo, though, is still there.
Still there and still stuck, and that will be an awful lot of hurt for that Hydro Geodesic Rally team, which find themselves wrong place, wrong time. As there goes the Huisingveld car, looking down the inside of Reykjavik and just about leaving the room through 1, not getting anything to work through 2. If that's what's in front of these drivers right now, they are not going to be best pleased. Look, it's rush hour. It's like they're trying to get to Porto.
Goodness me. Summer holidays are around the corner, and you can tell here, goodness me, 3 wide in multiple places in towards turn 5, 3 wide in 3 places. In fact, are they all going to get through? No! The answer was always going to be no, and Parastius goes straight into the side of one of the TCRs. It was always going to happen. You could see that accident coming from miles away, and unfortunately, it's the TCRs that have bared the brunt of the impact.
Well, I look at that, and I'm going to put the blame on Glacier Racing and Otto Pustinen, who was trying to be aggressive down the inside, forced there the car of Matthew Dench, the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car, to grab the quarter panel of Justin Sadunek, who was there on the outside, and then he gets turned with nowhere to go, and again, it's the voracious car, wrong place, wrong time.
It is a real shame for Now Fredders as well. In that turn 5. I think you're right. Glacier Racing might well be the ones who have to take the responsibility for that one. The lack of space given there to 2 cars on the outside would have been fine for 1 car, but there was 2 on the outside, and he just didn't give them the necessary room. That has given us, unfortunately, a crash down at turn 5. No caution yet, no safety car at any point so far this afternoon. And given the runoff around this circuit in places, we might well have a fairly safety car free race. Let's hope that comment doesn't come back to haunt me. But it is so far been a clean and green 40 minutes. We're also not that far away from pit stops for the first time this afternoon. Now just around the corner, but we've already had quite a lot of drama here in this race, that's for sure. Just 40 minutes gone.
It has been action-packed, to say the very least, and because of that and because of how aggressive it's been off the start, these drivers, yes, we've seen a lot of contact and a lot of incident, but those types of incidents that we've seen, drivers have been able to drive away from it, and even though it has been a little bit more, I would say, aggro is the way I'd probably describe it. It's been a bit too aggressive off of this start. It hasn't triggered a safety car. There are other places out there where if you had racing like this, we'd probably have had 2 or 3 safety cars already. This has been a very tough battle out there, and there's the Grid and Go car up with Glacier right now. It's 455 versus 445, and at the moment, it's a case of who will be P5 as they now chase then through the Craig Jones corner and up to Portimão corner.
Here we go. Over the top of the hill, and very close. Grid and Go there into the back of the McLaren very nearly. So they now come back down the hill and into the left-hander. Not quite this time round either. No move made just yet. Orbit Drop Bet next in line as well. And then we've got Delta Sport, Jordan Bachmeier, who's gained quite a few places. He was outside the top 10 in qualifying. He's very much a part of it now in 8th. And then next in line, car coming through for another occasion of lapping here onto the front straight again. It just feels as if this race might settle now just a little bit, and goodness me, if we needed it at stages here today. Brandon Roseborough leads by about a second. Rafael Perdis leads by about the same. So does Gareth Higgins. So does Ross McFarlane. For the first time, maybe some of these drivers can breathe. Well, some of them, not these guys. Some of them can breathe out there.
Yeah, and a chance for a bit of air, a chance to assess the damaged situation where they've been put in. I think it's actually a really nice, good thing that they've had to deal with right now as Orbit Drop Bear Venus find themselves a Delta Sport Sim Shop, for example, looking around at positions. But you see in the middle of that, that is a very interesting car to keep in mind. That is Matt Strand at the Racing Lab Esports team. Remember, they are fighting for the championship right now, and they currently sit in P6, and they're ahead of the Visceral Esports Clubsport team, but they'll be worried about Impulse that leads this race outright.
Certainly will. There's Jordan Bachmeier at the back end of this group. Now ahead of Matthew Dent into 7th position. So a good start, gets better for Jordan Bachmeier now in the sport category. It's just under 10 seconds off the lead, and it is actually very close for the top contenders in the sport category, the top 8 of which these are the last of, covered by just under 9 seconds so far. After that, the gaps get a little bit bigger to the likes of Assi Finch. Let's have a little bit of a run through of the order so far, as we're about 45 minutes gone. Andreas Giedesic Racing are leading in LMP3 ahead of Delatraz Automotive, then Solpec, who have got penalties hanging over their head. Core Sim Racing, though, are currently in 5th place as the championship leaders. They have done a good job to begin with, but probably try as team of the race so far. It's got to go to Delatraz Automotive for a punchy and aggressive opening 45 minutes.
Yeah, they've had a wonderful 45 minutes. They've been able to do what they need to. Cup category, Impulse Racing have taken advantage of the top 2 in this race being turned around by the leader in LMP3 at the time, Solpec Precision. So for Rafael Burdis, this is exactly what he wanted off this start. Walk Racing Esports second with Carla Esports third. Valkyrie Excite have found themselves with a little bit of issues out there, but they're still up 4 and the biggest gainers out there in the field as we watch just how close the battling is as they go through. And they've been proving what they've got, and it's been very interesting when it's come to your sport category.
Gareth Higgins leading in sport, and if the halfway was to end right now, he would only need to finish 75% of the racing laps to actually be classified as our champion this season. It's been a very good start to the race indeed for them. Delta Sport are the biggest movers forward, though. They're now moving into 6th place, a bit further down in the field. In TCR, Ross McFarlane is going to have this wrapped up by halfway, unless he drops to 6th, and they are 22 seconds behind him. A very good start for McFarlane, but we wouldn't expect anything less. And even now, he's starting to get a second or so over even Michael Polosek. That is the advantage that they hold now in TCR. Unfortunately, Sim Motion are into pit lane, though, to further down the field.
Yeah, and that Sim Motion car would have been the one that was caught up in that incident there with Orbit, Drop Bear and Glacier. So they're down in the pits having to take service. And speaking of taking service, Mike Pallock there for Core Sim Racing Prototype in on the lane. And now diving into the pit is Luke Wallace at Hyperion and Jeremy Lamier at Valkyrie Competition.
So it is time to start seeing some pit stops then. Pallock into the pit lane and out again after 31 seconds. Luke Wallace and Jeremy Lamier, as you say, are in as well. Vince Peters has already been in. Bernardo Ferrer and Shoma Cintani the same. So a slow stream of pit stops are going to get a little bit quicker now as Brandon Roseborough leads them on. Delatraz next in line. Lovkov will take a penalty, so will drop away. But it will be Roseborough and Delatraz leaving the pit lane 1 and 2, you would imagine. We'll see whether their gap extends or whether it gets maybe a bit closer at the end of this pit stop phase.
Very far over to the right there is the Delatraz Automotive team. They will change to Corentin Miru, who is there to jump into the car, the Frenchman. So for Corentin, he'll come in, and looking over at Hydro Giedesic, they stay with Brandon Roseborough. So an interesting call, a split strategy call right now as 10th in sport also continues here on the top side of your screen as they run up towards turn 7 and 8. This is Antonio Roger, who's looking now to try and get that progress sorted. And as you look, Delatraz move first, but they don't move quickest. And ultimately, Miru will end up behind Brandon Roseborough.
So, LMP3 stays roughly the same, although Miru probably a little bit closer than what Delatraz was. Next in line will be Katsadonis, because Lovkov is still serving his penalty, and that's quite a lot of penalty in the end. Lovkov is now behind Katsadonis, and he's who's that getting out there? Luke Wallace took 1 minute 12 in the pit lane. That's why he's coming out behind him, so he's a lap down. We're already down to just 8 on the lead lap, would you believe it? As the Huizinga car in the background continues to get repairs. Doesn't look like that Giedesic car in front has anybody in it. They may well have retired already, unfortunately for them. In the Cup class, we're still waiting for the top 5 to come in for the first time.
We very much are. Walk Racing Esports, though, have just taken the lead away from Impulse Racing. So Impulse have lost out that position, and they've lost out, I think, somewhere over the backside of the lap. So they will be looking over on that second half of the lap, going that's not where we wanted to lose that. And suddenly you're looking at Rafael Burdis going, well, now Danny Neo is stretching his legs just before the pit stop, and they want to be in that lead position and they want to be scoring points. They will look around and know that Racing Lab Esports, they're only P5, so they are going to be dropping quite a bit of pointage that they would love to have, being P1 compared to P2.
It's a good start for Racing Lab and for Core Sim Racing, actually. Very similar days for them so far, qualifying a bit further down, but having a good race afterwards, and at least picking up places while doing nothing particularly spectacular. Top 4 covered by, well, one camera shot here in the Cup class with the Racing Lab car behind, not doing too badly. And there indeed is the Carlisle car coming into pit lane, so we are going to see that Cup class split for the first time. 3 hours 12 still to go, and Cup class pit stops are well and truly underway as well, although there's just a steady stream of them really coming in. Walk Racing Esports continue to lead though right before the pit stops. Are there any more penalties for any of them? No, they're all further down the field. Prestana Nomad have got a 40-second penalty for causing a collision with one of the GT4s. Otto Prustanen has got 10 seconds for that incident that you said was up to him, and I agree. And so Race Control. Gunnar Tastel also 10 seconds for causing a collision with car 404, and a stop and go to Rajkovic for the 5-second rule violation. A few more penalties coming in, but so far very few for the Cup class. Indeed, the LMP2-3 class as well. This is Gareth Higgins, meanwhile. He is in the lead of Sport for how much longer here, as the Impulse Racing car has a little look. Teammates in TCR alongside can't necessarily assist them. Not this time anyway. Group might well turn underneath and get through now. Not quite. He's going to keep the lead, Gareth Higgins, in the Sport class out front.
Really trying though, as Sven Groot needed a bit of help there from Norbert Leitner. Kept it close on the exit because you get great drive out of the TCR. It just doesn't have the top end capability to go out and walk away. But Sven Groot, great run here, and down the hill might actually have a little sneaky half chance going up to Portimão corner. You can throw it down the inside here, but you've got to make sure it sticks up the top of the hill here, because you plateau and then you descend off of the corner. A very unique corner as you go through. It's almost like driving over a tabletop. As you go there, you crest the rise to the table and then you drop, but this battle's going to just open up a little bit, because that, I think, is Alex Bergstrom trying to recover in the Madness M Squad car, and believe it or not, this is for on-track position.
It seems so bizarre, but that was a overall overtake on the circuit. In the pit lane now, the Cup class cars have finally run out of fuel. After 50 minutes or so, they're into pit lane for the first time in anger. They're actually quite a long way down towards the end of pit lane here, as Group just takes a slipstream on a weave around the front straight. Higgins will hold on to the lead though in towards turn 1. Now, who's going to get out in the lead in the Cup class? Is it going to be Bogdan Moldovan, or is it going to be Rafael Burdis? Well, the number 911 came in first, but that doesn't necessarily mean it will go out first. It does on this occasion, though. Walk Racing Esports will retain the lead, and indeed it's a longer stop from Burdis, who has about 7 seconds more in pit lane.
Yeah, long stop there by Burdis in comparison to the likes of Delta Sport 902, who by comparison are able to get out of the pits and do so well. Walk Racing Esports, long time in the lane for them, so I'm looking around at what they've done in the pit stop, and they've lost a lot of time. So Burdis able to get out and away, and I'm looking around to see, is there anybody anywhere really close to them, and the answer to that is that Carlisle Esports have jumped them all.
Yeah, so the earlier stop, from Henrik Augustin has got in the lead. Colby Warren is second because there was a 10-second time penalty to the Walk Racing Esport car, and Rafael Burdis had a longer stop anyway. So that is all change in the Cup class. But for Carlisle to have that big of a lead, I think is a surprise. We can expect longer stops from Impulse and whatever, and a penalty, of course, for number 911, but the gap that Augustin has got is a surprise. Oh! Burdis hit in towards turn 8, and he's off. A longer stop is going to all unravel very quickly if that happens. Rafael Burdis is going to stay third, but he's going to be a lot further behind.
Yeah, that is contact with Georg Gruber, who was there in the Talk Freak racing car. They had the other driver there, Dunatar Automotive, Corentin Miru there, and that's just a case of having to leave the room for the fastest car on the inside, and so Georg Gruber just trips over the car in front, just wasn't quite sure of the braking zone needed by the Porsche, and just like that, click your fingers, and there's trouble.
Real shame for Birdis. Imagine Gruber will get a penalty for that as well. Now then, Vince Peters versus Matt Strand is the battle we weren't necessarily expecting early on here, but it's the one we're getting. Racing Lab Esports, with the pace they have, I think they're in real trouble this afternoon of losing their championship lead because it's so narrow, but they could find a bit of pace here late on, then they might well have a chance. Adam Tompkins, meanwhile, has gone for a spin in the Altitude Esports car. That's through turn 8 as well.
Yeah, easily done. Just can't get through that section. They're very loaded corners, turns 8 and 9. Very easy to just have the car switch around if you're anywhere wide off the exit there onto that AstroTurf and painted surface there on the outside. Still battles on though, 4th and 5th in category, for example. 54 with Pink and Glacier going at it together. Otto Pustinen then finds himself in play, but remember, he's got the penalty at the stop, and Frederick Schwartz, 4th place, will feel very happy with the work that's done. Not a million miles away from Ruben Bonga, who I think's made the greatest progress in the start of this race in the sport category there for the 489 car right now. They're doing a wonderful job.
So Pustinen is going to drop back later with his penalty, but for now he's putting the pressure on for 4th place with still 3 hours 6 to go here this afternoon. Well, we are coming towards the end of the opening hour, and Gareth Higgins now is coming into the pit lane in sport as well. I know you'll be leaving us soon here, Jake. Give us your assessment of, well, qualifying, but mainly the opening part of this race, the opening hour, and really what we're going to see in the final 3 hours of this season.
Well, it's been a hectic start where drivers knew that they had a lot on the line in terms of where they were looking to gain and where they could potentially lose. So I don't think they wanted to sit today and get themselves wrong place, wrong time. A couple teams, couple drivers have, and they've hit the penalties early. But I think the more that this space is out, and the fact we haven't had a caution in the opening hour has only benefited this race, and I think it will benefit it going into the next couple of hours. I expect it to spread out a little bit more. I expect it to be a little bit more traditional when it comes to an endurance race. But more importantly than that, I think the championship battle will also benefit as they go through. If they keep it clean to halfway, I think it becomes a very easy game for these drivers. If they don't, then we've got a real story on our hands here at Portimão.
We certainly do. Thanks very much, Jake, for being alongside me for the first hour of this race, and indeed qualifying as well here in the IVRA Clubsport Series finale at the 4 hours of Portimão. As we've been chatting there, the pit stops have been going on in the sport class, and Gareth Higgins is out in front of everybody else. You'd expect to see that. We've still got a lot of pit stops yet to come in the sport class before the finish. Myself, Ian O'Leary, going to be staying with you for just about until halfway, just before. And in the meantime, for the next 2 hours, Ron Miles will be joining us here in the broadcast booth on RaceSpotTV. Good to have you alongside me, Ron. It is a very busy start to this race. That much is absolutely clear just for the moment. Still 3 hours, 4 minutes to go, and it's hard to know where to look right now. Maybe we've got issues connecting with Ron, I'm not sure. But, I mean, at the moment, we can't get to him. Maybe now we can.
Yep, check 1, 2 already. I think my mic is working well. I was just saying how I love how as soon as I got into this commentary booth, we immediately hit this current round of pit stop. So what a trial by fire for me to join this broadcast. I gotta say, the last time I did a IVRA show for the Silverstone race a couple of weeks ago for one of the other IVRA series, I got in right before one of the first restarts of that rain-soaked race. So maybe it's just a tradition for me joining these shows, and then, okay, welcome into the booth. Here's the chaos right off the bat.
Yes, it is like that in the Clubsport series. We're still, of course, away from. Oh, as Vince Peters gets hit there by one of the TCRs. Still waiting for those TCRs to make their pit stops as well here. The sport class is only just completing its stops right now. This is Ilka Kotasalo slowing down on the pit exit here to let some people through and getting up on the inside curb. Well, gets away with that in the end, is down in 19th position just for the moment. Impulse Racing have finished their pit stop then in the sport class, and will they be ahead of Higgins or not? The answer is not, but only just. Gareth Higgins gets through on the outside line and so leads by just over a second now in the sport class. There is 1 and 2. Team 75 requiring halfway points to be champions by halfway before the end of this race. They might well get the last 2 hours to themselves. We'll wait and see. Malgain, meanwhile, goes for a spin at turn 8 as well. We're starting to see those creep in through this corner in the last few moments.
Yeah, and seeing these drivers get caught out by the challenge of this circuit, it is an absolute gem in the world of motorsports. Just look at the amount of elevation change that we have heading through the mid-sector of this track, coming out of the hairpin at turn number 5 and dealing with some of these corners, about to head our way off into turn number 8 right now. This is where that elevation change really starts to appear. You got that big crest coming out of it, and then what feels like you're falling off the side of a cliff in that small low flat out blast down into turn number 9, back up the hill into 10 and 11 right about here. This track is such a roller coaster ride of a circuit. Really fun to get right, but for some drivers who may not have a lot of experience running around here, it's a super tough track to try and learn.
It is a very technical, difficult circuit. We've had 3 of them in the European rounds towards the end, after the endurance racing stalwarts of Road America and Sebring. This is Kotasalo having more trouble. Oh, this time at turn 11, and was clipped by Wojciech Swierdowicz in the 180. That looks like it might have done that car a bit of damage for the Honda, which is a real shame for them, and a shame for Kotasalo, who's having a difficult start to this second stint of the race.
And one thing to raise to talk about some of the drivers in those TCR machines that may run into some difficulties. If you get a slight tweak to your front suspension, your ride for the rest of that stint is going to be hellish at best and absolutely nightmarish at its worst. There is no way that that ends well for you. Those tires are going to be worn down to the canvas if you have any sort of front suspension wax, doubly so considering those cars are front wheel drive. So if we do see a moment involving some TCR machinery, may need to keep an eye on the damage on that race car, because any small little tweak to the bodywork or the suspension probably going to end in tears for that team.
Now, Justin Rem is in 13th place. You'll remember from the first stint, he was running around the top 5. Well, penalties have set him back, unfortunately, on this occasion. This is Adam Tompkins out of the pit lane, just getting passed by one of the Solpec, well, the Solpec LMP3. It's a sketchy pit exit here. It really puts you right onto the apex of turn number 1 as we cross the first hour, by the way. And most of these drivers have now made a stop. It's worth bringing up that it is a very difficult exit. There's Brandon Roseborough, who's negotiated it once, and he's leading now by just 1 second.
And that gap is slowly but surely being whittled down between the drivers of the number 64 and the 8 machine. These LMP3 drivers have a lot to worry about in this race that we have here around a track like this, where overtaking opportunities are rather few and far between. If you're in an LMP3 car, you really need to go for some aggressive moves if you don't want to lose out on a boatload of time. You can see Roseborough going for a move around the outside on one of the GT4 cars that was heading his way off to the very fast left-hander of turn number 12. So the fact he has to go for a move like that really speaks volumes about how much the pressure is ramping up at the front of this field. That gap has ballooned in my small little spiel here, second tries a charm, to 1.3 seconds. However, considering we're over an hour into this race, that gap is probably not what they had in mind. They would certainly want a rather bigger cushion.
Yeah, it's close for the lead, but Delta Automotive's charge at the start of this race has been slowed, and that will be the positive for number 64, one of the 3 teams now really who are fighting for the title. Moradin Azem squad of 4 laps down, unfortunately for them, and number 66 Geodesic is still on pit lane getting their repairs done, which is a real shame for them. It's going to be 3 for the championship in that case, and 2 of them are 1 and 2 as things stand. This is Johan Shirazi, meanwhile, in the 464 Geodesic car, down on the brakes in towards turn 5 before just after the Delta Sport Mercedes, just in front of us in 9th place. Next in line, up in 8th, is the teammates of this car. Antonio Roger currently in 8th. Given his main championship rivals are 1st and 2nd, he's going to need to make up a few places from there.
And looking through some of the drivers that we have in this field, a name stood out to me in the LMP3 category. Miguel Vigo, a driver I've experienced commentating on in the Precision Racing League that was broadcasted this past season on RaceSpotTV. I remember commentating some races that he won in the LMP3 GT4 Challenge. He was a quick driver there, grabbed that win, currently finds himself at 11th at the moment, so not an ideal start for him. You can see him actually in the pits at the moment in that number 66 machine, but some very talented racers all throughout this field. Some names that I recognize, some others that are newcomers, at least as far as I'm concerned, but some very talented racers all throughout this field, trying to whittle the laps away. A 4-hour-long race, plenty of opportunities for your race to go right, also plenty of opportunities for your race to go wrong. So good balancing act, trying to figure out when to manage your stuff, when to push, and maybe take it a little bit easy.
There is Gareth Higgins, certainly not taking it easy. There is the Impulse Racing TCR. Currently running in 3rd place, just ahead of Share Esport. You can just see next in line as they let the fiercely forward Cup car go around the outside and through. On the way towards turn 13. Now one of the Sport Class cars will do the same. Another Cup in the background. We're at that stage in the race now where traffic doesn't come in one go like it did earlier on. It's coming in 1s and 2s a little bit more now, and it just seems like for those faster cars, it's a little bit more manageable now. Feels a little bit quieter out on the circuit, even though there's realistically almost the same amount as there was before. It just feels a little bit quieter because it's traffic coming at a manageable pace now as opposed to earlier.
You know, this is a very odd comparison to make, but I will make it anyways, in reference to the lap traffic being broken up a little bit, so you only have to deal with a couple cars occasionally, still having to deal with just about the amount of same cars out there on the circuit that you were earlier on, but it being broken up a little bit, it feels like less. It's like back in the days when we were in school doing homework and having your math assignment to do at home that day, you have like, I don't know, 50 equations that you have to do. If you break it up just like, okay, I want to do 10 now, take a little break, 10 after that, take a little break. If you break it up that way, it feels like less, even though you're doing the exact same amount of work and probably stretching it out for a bit longer. It just that little bit in the back of your brain, you realize that, hey, it's actually a little bit easier having to have like 1 or 2 cars to deal with every now and then, and just instead of just having a giant bucket of lap traffic dropped on top of your head. So these drivers may be feeling a bit more at ease at this point in the race than they were earlier on.
Well, as we all know, we're much more likely to just do the first 10 and then forget about the rest and do it tomorrow. Which you've had a break.
During breakfast.
Yeah. Just wake up the next day crying. Anyway. Into Sport Class we go. Jordan Backbar in a bit of a geodesic sandwich at the moment. Johan Schurzy trying to overtake him, and Antonio Roger trying to stop him from doing the overtaking. Backbar was one of the most, well, not aggressive drivers, I wouldn't say, in the first hour, but he was certainly one of the ones moving forward the most, making the most overtakes in the Sport Class. And he's lost a couple of places in the pit stop phase, but he's still 9th. Johan Schurzy just in behind him here in the 10th position as well. The Sport Class contenders for the championship, though, are a 1 and 2 as things stand, with Roger, the third of them, currently in this position in 8th place. Certainly needs to improve from there. He's got 2 hours 54 still to do it. Having said that, he does need some halfway points as well, in which case he's got just 54 minutes to go. It's interesting to have something to aim at, and to the sort of breaking down thing you were talking about earlier on about breaking this race into little pieces. We're effectively splitting it into 2 because there are halfway points given out with 2 hours still to go, and then the full-time points as well. Although the halfway points are nowhere near as numerous as they used to be, you still get quite a lot for finishing wherever at half distance. Gives you something to aim at, and suddenly when you look at the clock after that and you realise you've got less than 2 hours to go, it feels a lot more manageable distance to the finish.
Yeah, and even though it may not be as big of a points haul that you can get in that halfway mark, it's still a little bit of points, and in a series as competitive as this, a small little points difference can make a huge gain at the end of this season. Want to raise one thing, though. The TCR battle for the lead between the 127 WSR Esports butt kicker team and the 145 GeForce racing car is starting to heat up a little bit. Rise, I've said this, though. That gap has ballooned out a little bit. Was down as low as 0.3 of a second, but still covered by less than a half, battling for that TCR lead at the present moment. Those TCR cars, just complete night and day difference. One thing I love about this series is you have 4 very different types of classes. You got those LMP3 cars. I mean, they're prototypes. There's not too much else that you can say about that. Then you got the Porsche Cup cars that you see on screen right now with your race leaders in the 902 machine, dealing with a sports class, a GT4 Porsche, heading down into the turn number 5 hairpin. Then you also got those TCR machinery, some of the only front-wheel drive race cars on the iRacing platform. I think if my memory and knowledge is serving me correctly, they are the only front-wheel drive cars here on the iRacing platform. Just a completely different experience compared to everything out there on the track, and as a result of it, they have to tackle this race in a totally different way.
Yeah, it is a real difference from the top to the bottom of the overall standings. LMP3s certainly drive very differently to those TCRs. But in TCR at the moment, we do have the closest battle for the lead. WSR Esports Buttgiger versus GeForce Racing. Ross McFarlane versus Michael Parsek, 2 fantastic drivers in the TCR class. Have been for many years. And they're now nose to tail, just half a second apart. As I mentioned earlier on, in case you weren't with us, the WSR car only needs a top 5 at halfway to seal the title here today. This is Matt Strand versus Bernardo Ferrer. Fiercely forward, started this race from the pit lane after an unauthorised tow in the last round. They're going to get through into 6th here pretty easily. Matt Strand makes a mistake at the penultimate corner, and that was an easy pass for 6th place.
And that second to last corner is a super challenging one to try and get right. That doesn't really narrow it down too much around this racetrack, but it is super tough nonetheless. Still some good racing hanging down that start-finish straight away. You can see that lap traffic game still being played in this one singular camera shot right now. You've got 3 different classes. You've got the LMP3s, the Cup cars, and the sports class all covered in one singular camera shot. And for all of these drivers, they have to deal with that lap traffic in their own varied and different ways, which is a good dynamic. But I gotta say, in terms of that lap traffic discussion, very happy that I'm in my perspective here in the commentary booth instead of being behind the wheel of one of these race cars, because even if you're an LMP3 driver and you have the ability to kind of dart in and out of traffic however you may want to, it's still sketchy when you see some drivers in some other classes go side by side or even 3 wide right in front of you.
2 hours 50 still to go, and we've got a leading battle out there on the circuit. It's actually battle for 3rd at the bottom of the screen between Impulse and Scherer. They are Norbert Leitner and Sven Winter. Sven's got somebody cheering him on in YouTube chat, by the way. And he's going to use that power maybe to move himself up into 3rd place in the next few moments. Unfortunately in TCR we have got a few drivers 1 lap down now, which is a bit of a shame. We've already seen an incident for the Sim Motion car, which has put it laps down, and that's to be expected. 4 laps down for them. Semper Racing are 1 lap down after a minute 20 in the pit box, although it's worth remembering that the other TCRs are yet to make their pit stop. They can go a long way in TCR, and so they go well past the 1 hour 10 here. So we focus in on 6th in the sport class as well. At the top of your screen, Orbit Drop Bear, currently holding on to that place, although they are 3 positions down from where they qualified.
Looking through this field and how it stands at the moment in this race, I think these drivers have reached the point where they do want to settle it into some sort of groove. The early stage drama, the early stage jitteriness, these drivers looking to try and get moves done in that first hour. It started to wear off a little bit as we now have 2 hours and 48 minutes left to go. Still a lot of time left, as much as those halfway points are rather enticing. I think some of these drivers are probably keeping their eyes where it matters on that checkered flag instead of that 2 hour mark. I think that could be a reason why this race is starting to see these drivers take it a bit easier than they once did.
It does feel more empty on the circuit now, doesn't it? Given the given the spread out of the field. But realistically, there's only one car less in the field compared to what we had earlier on in the day. It's pretty remarkable, really, how these races work. Unfortunately, Sim Racing School look to be the next retirement, and so they join Hydrarace Geodetic Racing. But 50 cars still in the field. There is the battle for third, meanwhile, as the overall championship leaders, the Core Sim Racing car works its way down the inside. 5th place for them currently. Though with their closest rivals first and second, they would be taking a little bit of a hit. Halfway points now, just 3/4 of an hour away.
And that is going to be a rather nice checkpoint for these drivers. Your race's point earlier on, you and talking about the mental side of things when it comes to a race that is 4 hours long. Once you hit that small little checkpoint, it's like a video game. You get a bit of a sense of like, okay, I'm making progress. We're already halfway through this race. I can finally switch my attention towards the end and try and set myself up as well as I possibly can for that final burst right to the line. That's a wild off-track moment that I believe is coming at turn number 4. You can see one of the Porsche Cup cars running very wide coming out of that section. You also see another good example of the elevation change around this circuit.
Change for second place. Kai Kishube is ahead of the Impulse Racing car, which is a surprise. Was not expecting Kai Kishube to be anywhere near actually the Impulse Racing machine, because last time I looked they were quite a long way apart in the field. So Gareth Higgins still leads, but Sven Groot loses out to Kai Kishube, and as things stand, the championship would be sealed at halfway. If Impulse lose 7 points or more, then they are out of the game at halfway, and they've got 46.5 minutes now, Impulse Racing, to gain at least 1 place back again.
And that one spot will make all of the difference for them. It shows you how competitive this series is at the end of this long and arduous season for these teams and for these drivers. That's the sort of stuff that can make a huge difference at the end of it all. So we're going to take a look at a replay to see this racing action going on. This is heading down into turn number 1. Kiss to the inside curb. Too much of a whack, though, for that leading McLaren, the Porsche. And through goes the BMW, that BS Turner car, getting that move done to slip their way up another spot.
In the Cup class, Lamier and Strand have just been side by side as well for 5th place. Racing Lab Esports versus Valkyrie competition. That was a pretty interesting battle, and it's still going on here. Lamier's on the inside. It's 3 wide actually, and Corentin Milieu has lost quite a lot of time as a result as well. But this is for 5th, and Matt Strand needs every point he can get right now, including over those who are around him in the form of Jeremy Lamier. Here comes another one of the LMP Freeze, but it's not going to be as quick in a straight line towards the top end now, as the Cup cars really stretch their legs. Strand on the inside line. He's just going to force Lamier out, is he? No, he's going to give the space, and they're 3 wide. Oh, he has to back out the middle there. He has to back out. Strand with his championship hat on, certainly backing out the move, and now Lamier's been spun. That's exactly why Strand's took caution here. Lamier spun by the Prestanda Nomad car, and he'd be furious about that.
Yeah, he is not going to be happy at all behind the wheel of the 977 car. He will be fuming, and you can see a little bit of damage on the back end of that race car. That rear bumper tweaked up ever so slightly. That's not going to be a good development for that team at all. They need to load up a replay to see that drama heading off to the first series of corners at the very beginning of this lap, but a terrible series of events for that 977 car.
Let's look at this again. Lamier committed on the outside, and fair play to Strand for giving the room on the exit. That's why he backed out there. Strand could see this coming. Prestanda Nomad went down the inside of Strand. Lamier wasn't expecting it to come down the inside of him as well. I'm not sure whether the Prestanda Nomad car misjudged it, but you can see how annoyed he is, as he drives straight into the side of Prestanda Nomad, trying to get back going.
And right there was a pretty good example of the sort of chaos that you can expect when it comes to those LMP3 drivers. Lap traffic, I always like to raise this dilemma, the game of lap traffic chicken for the top class. One driver goes for a move, then another one's like, okay, to keep up, I need to go for one that's even riskier. That was a risky move if ever you saw it, heading off to the first series of corners. Lamier, understandably so infuriated as a result of that development, getting spun out of a good spot, dropping down the running order and getting some damage on that race car as well. But that right there was a sort of maneuver that an LMP3 car can try and go for. But as we just saw a couple of moments ago, they can try for the overtake. Trying is, I mean, credit where credit's due for giving it the old college try, but it did not work at all.
Wipers go on for Dan Trickier. And the Checkered Esports Mercedes as he tries to get through into 6th position. One of our battles out there on the circuit for the moment. In the Delators Automotive car, by the way, number 8, Corentin Millerot has got a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision with a Cup car. Number 960 that was, and they are the leaders, Carlisle Esports. 10-second time penalty for them. So they will drop out of 2nd place. They'll probably drop to 4th behind WSR Esports and Solpec, who will move on forward, probably. This is the battle for the lead, meanwhile, in the Cup class. The only battle we've got for the lead going on now, because the TCRs are in pit lane. It's Carlisle versus Delta Sport. And what a great race so far it's been from Colby Warren, who is gaining and looking for a way through into this race lead.
Yeah, and trying to find any way in the book to get a move done to take the lead in that Porsche Cup category, and trying to figure out a spot to do it around this racetrack as well. I raised this point earlier on, talking about how there aren't many fantastic overtaking opportunities around this circuit. You've got the hairpin of turn number 5, then you've got the final few corners heading off through the likes of 13 and 14. But outside of that, you can't really go for too many ludicrous dives around here. Really, for some of these drivers in the faster classes, and even the slower ones for that matter as well, you're going to have to worry about the lapped cars. When a lapped car holds someone up a little bit, that will usually be the time to pounce.
The for Sickfin Sport continues on the bottom end of your screen. It's the first battle for first in Cup also that carries on at the top. It is an exciting race so far here in the IVRA Clubsport series. A close race so far as well, as Solpec looked down the inside there. The Checkered car. It's been a great recovery, by the way, from Checkered. In case you weren't with us earlier on lap 1, they were into the outside wall through turn 3 at the hands of, after contact with 462. Now, that car is now behind them again. Checkered dropped to 18th after the opening lap. They're now up to 7th place. Even though it's not going to say up 11, I'm going to give it to them. Up 11 places since only 80 minutes ago when they had that problem.
And that is a mighty recovery drive, cutting their way through the field like a hot knife through butter, as I'd like to say, getting some moves done earlier on, and that's going to be a rather good sight for them to have in the still rather early stages of this race. Less than an hour and 20 minutes into this 4-hour-long race, and hey, if you have the pace to make up moves like that at a track like this, which is rather difficult to put overtakes at, that's a rather encouraging sign for them.
There is the gap between Brandon Roseborough and Corentin Millerot, bringing it up because it is coming down. 2.1 seconds have been gained in the last 2 laps by Millerot, who is now right in the rearview mirror of Brandon Roseborough. A little bit more traffic with Kai Kishube just in front of him here through turn 3 and 4. And that's going to cost Roseborough even more time. Millerot's going to get a good run here onto this straight and in towards turn 5. He's going to go straight through here. Less than half a second. And I know Delta Automotive have a penalty to serve at the next pit stop, but if they were able to get the race lead, that would be a big statement here just before halfway.
Oh, that would be a huge statement. Getting that move done, albeit temporarily, it's still a statement nonetheless, and I wonder how it's going to shake out between these two racers. Got some traffic to deal with still as they head their way off through the mid-sector. Will we see Roseborough stand this challenge in the number 64 car, or will we see that number 18 get that move done? You can see trying to get that move done on the GT4. That's a sport car. The Porsche heading down into turn number 10 a couple of moments ago, having to lick the stamp and send it. I mentioned that game of lap traffic chicken earlier on, and that's exactly what I mean by all of that. One driver goes for a move, and to try and keep in tow with them, you need to up it a little bit and up it and go for it and go for it and go for it and build that tower up even more. It's like a game of Jenga. You pull the blocks, and eventually that one block gets pulled in an odd angle, and the whole tower is going to come crashing down.
Absolutely. So they go over the line again. The gap will, on this lap, will be roughly similar to what it was at the end of the previous one. Now that they are actually together, they are going to see much less deviation in terms of lap time. 0.2 of a second only gained by Millerot, and most of that was in the first sector of the lap. There you can see it, half a second, and then it starts to even out by the very end. But in terms of pure speed, it's hard to tell who is the fastest in this race right now. Roseborough and Millerot have been pretty evenly matched so far. And that's good news for Delatraz because they've had a second of their drivers get into the car. So far, for number 64, it's just been Brandon Roseborough. And while they have raced against everybody else already 5 times this season, you never quite know what someone's pace is going to be like around a circuit, especially when they haven't started the car. You certainly know they're not the fastest of the team. Will the geodesic team be able to match up to Tanatas Automotive when it comes to a span of 4 hours? They're certainly matching up to it with Roseborough, but as of right now, they haven't used another teammate yet.
And you said one thing a couple of moments ago, Ewan, talking about the speed of these cars, and definitely not what you meant, but I've been hitting the books over the past couple of minutes here, trying to figure out the speed that these drivers are hitting, heading down into turn number 1 around this racetrack. Someone raised in the YouTube chat had the Porsche Cup cars in that Cup category actually quicker than the LMP3s, and I did the research, and it is true. The Porsche Cup car that I saw hit 166 miles an hour at the end of that start-finish straightaway. I'm not exactly sure how that works out in kilometers per hour. I just did this in miles an hour. The LMP3 cars, they were hitting about 161. Those two classes, of course, are spec categories, so probably not going to see too much deviation in that, considering setups and all of that jazz. You may see a little bit of it, though. In the Sport and TCR classes, though, they were a lot closer than I probably thought, as diving down into turn at number 13, that right there was a 410 trying to get moved on to zip their way up into P6.
It's very busy at this part of the standing, and Checkered and RaceSpot are continuing their run through the field. Not this time, though. Connor Nixon holds on, and look at this from Reger in the McLaren. He's going to be coming through. This is exactly what lapped cars hate, as right round the outside, Echelon come through. Oh, sweeping from the outside back to the inside again, as the Cup Championship leaders just backed off there to avoid an accident. The Echelon car stepped into the void and got through rather nicely through the final corner. Orbit Drop Bear hold on to this lead of the group, but it's very, very busy behind them.
Yeah, it is a hornet's nest of race cars that we see on screen right now, and a whole bunch of different sport competitors all converging on each other. Got some more traffic to got some more traffic to deal with as well. You can see why the Cup cars involved in all that, heading their way off through the opening series of corners, heading down to the hairpin at turn number 5. This will be the spot that we see that Cup car try and get the moves done using those legs in that straight line flat out blast. Those sport cars, the GT4 machinery, hitting about 151 miles an hour at the end of that start finish straightaway, probably a little bit slower down into turn number 5, but still a big speed disparity between the Cup cars and the sport class drivers, as you can see that Cup car cutting its way through the field.
You can see the gap, and in terms of speed difference, is not too large between Cup and Sport, as it always has been. These two classes have been here for a very long time in the IVRA Clubsport series, absolute stalwarts. And now TCR as well getting involved, another class that's been here for a long time. This is exactly what you come to see here at the IVRA Clubsport series. It is close racing between 4 different classes these days, and all 4 of them are on screen right now. You wouldn't like to be an LMP3 trying to pick your way through. This is absolute nightmare. The sport battle here for 6th place, creating quite a group in behind. Orbit Drop Bear, though, are going to gain some time as a result of all of that in the background.
And you know, you're always talking about the perspective of the LMP3 drivers dealing with this traffic. Imagine being a TCR driver. Those cars are rather big compared to some of their competitors, which despite the fact they are the slowest cars in this series, they are still massive chunks of race cars running around this track. And if you're in the slowest class dealing with a bunch of competitors in the quicker categories running all around you, try to get moves done on each other, that is a terrifying spot if ever you see it. And honestly, as I said earlier on, very happy to be in the commentary booth instead behind the wheel. Things I'd rather do than be one of the TCR drivers in this race include being a locked phone booth with a rabid hyena.
And there have been pit stop differentiations in TCR, by the way, which you're watching at the bottom of your screen. Ross McFarlane and Norbert Leitner only took 2 tyres. The rest of the field took 4. And so Michael Polasek has been able to go through. It's cost him an extra 11 seconds to put those extra 2 tyres on. But he's only now 10 seconds off the lead of Ross McFarlane, and he's going to have, if this stint runs the whole way, he's going to have about another hour, maybe a bit more, to try and close those 10 seconds. We'll see if he can do it, and we'll see if that tyre change works off for Michael Polasek, or whether leaving 2 of them for Ross McFarlane is going to be the one that works.
Yeah, the strategy game going to be a huge one in a race like this. Already seeing it get put on full display in that TCR category. The front tires are really what do everything in those front-wheel drive race cars. I mean, obviously the power's going to them. Also, the steering's being done through those front tires as well. The rear essentially there for a bit of decoration, if we're being completely honest. So taking 2 tires early on, that's an interesting call. I'm really going to be interested to see how that all shakes out as we jump back to live action and follow the battle at the front of LMP3. Down about a half a second between the 64 and the 8. The Teletraz Automotive car still trying its best to reel in the Hydra Geodesic car, but not close enough. Dealing with the traffic still, so gonna see that battle and see that gap go up, then decrease, then go up and decrease. It's like a balloon. That's what we're going to be seeing throughout this race as it continues to dip down now to about 0.2 of a second as they close up, heading down into the hairpin right towards the end of the lap.
This is getting tight again. LMP3 coming through one of those big groups. WSR Esports Bookkeeper, by the way, are closing in here from 3rd place. They're just in through the shot there. Currently running in 3rd place, just under 2 seconds off the lead. Solpec just under 7 seconds off the lead, and they're in 4th place at the moment. It is still very close, despite 90 minutes of clean and green flag racing here at Portimão. Here in towards turn 1, the sport class cars are quite good on top end as well here, and so the LMP3s will be split apart. They will use the downforce though here, Will Miller to just get through. And I wonder how aggressive he's going to be with Brandon Roseborough. With that penalty hanging over him, you'd think he'll want to try and get ahead and try and alleviate the time loss that he's going to experience in the next pit stops.
Yeah, a race like this is really about managing factors that are both in your control and completely out of it. If you can manage that stuff well, it's an odd analogy to be sure, but it's like the circus act of balancing a bunch of, well, juggling a bunch of chainsaws, I should probably say. It's something that could end in disaster if you misjudge it a little bit, but if you manage to hit that balance and get it exactly right, it is going to be an art form for these drivers and these teams as we continue to see the close quarters racing in the sport category. These GT4 cars, some of the most racy cars you can find on the iRacing platform, point blank period. Some of the best racing I've ever called has been some GT4 action, and based off the fact these drivers are vacuum sealed together, really speaks volumes about how competitive this series is and how close these competitors are.
Through the final corner, Pacmo's got the perfect view of this GT4 battle. It's been going on for some time now, and it has been the nightmare of any faster class driver coming through. A peak there on the inside from Finch, I think, still driving the Mercedes for WSR. Pacmo watches on in the Cayman, watches the Cayman rather from 10th place. A little bit drop there, and Connor Nixon has been overtaken by Antonio Regia, who's now into 6th place. Then it's Nixon, then it's Dan Trickier in the Zekharul car. Johan Schurzy is just in front. Sorry, misidentified the Zekharul car. Oh, big move down the inside and contact. Connor Nixon spun around by a rash move down the inside from Johan Schurzy. It wasn't his intention, I don't think, to go for the double overtake, but he's misjudged it horribly.
Oh, and you can see that LMP3 driver catching up to the, trying to get up to speed 482 car of Connor Nixon. That was a sketchy moment for the P3, but that was just a move that was never really going to work heading down into the hairpin at turn number 5. It's a deep downhill braking zone, pretty much one of the fastest sections of this racetrack precedes it, and you can see that was just a clumsy moment for that overtaking car. Nixon, nothing he could have done to avoid that.
Well, that car qualified 3rd. It wasn't Connor Nixon driving it, with Matthew Dench, but Nixon now runs outside the top 10 in 12th, which is a real shame after all of that in the sport class. Henrik Augustin, meanwhile, is leading in the Cup class ahead of Colby Warren. The top 4 covered by just 3 seconds, though, in the Cup class, which is pretty remarkable. It was the pit stop phase that Carlisle Esports were able to benefit from. Henrik Augustin came in 1 lap earlier, made it work, and he's now in front. He's defending from Colby Warren in the TCR traffic once again.
you can see yet again a fantastic camera shot of lots of different race cars in this race, covered by practically nothing, side by side, dealing with some of that TCR machinery heading off to the mid-sector of this racetrack. Henrik Augustine in that Carlar Esports 960 car, trying to fight like hell to remain in the race lead, but it may be a losing battle. Warren is so close. You can see him hounding the back of that 960 car as the leaders in LMP3 have come down pit lane.
They have indeed. Roseborough is going to be first in line, and surely he's going to be getting out of that car. Tom Katsadonis is just pulled in front of the Delachas car because he qualified a bit ahead. And it was his qualifying work as well. Still staying in the car as well. Roseborough and Katsadonis staying at the wheel, and he's gone. Roseborough 24 seconds in the box and gone. That's 7 seconds shorter than it was before. He wants to lead here, and he wants to do it by just taking the fuel that covers tyres and then going. Millero takes a normal length pit stop, but then has to pull to the end of pit lane to serve a penalty here. Or does he? Katsadonis gets up in front of him here, and he doesn't look like he served his penalty to me, Millero. He's okay. He's still got time to do that, but I don't think he served his penalty just for the moment. Katsadonis then up to second place in front of Miller, who may well have served his penalty, actually, thinking about it. We'll see when the stewards sheet updates, but we will take a look at in a moment. He did a 10-second penalty. I don't think he served it. Anyway, he's back up to second now, albeit 9 seconds off the lead of Brandon Roseborough.
And honestly, I like that call from Brandon Roseborough in that number 64 machine. A racetrack like this, I've mentioned this a lot throughout my time on the broadcast thus far, and I will continue to raise this. It's possible to get some overtakes done. It's not necessarily easy, though. Track position can be huge, and Brandon Roseborough taking a huge swing at the fence, trying to get that track advantage. Now finds himself with an 8.8 second gap to himself and Millero in P2. I have a good feeling about that call, honestly, from the number 64 team. They will have to take it a little bit easy during this stint to stretch that fuel out a little bit more. But in terms of trying to take a swing at the fences, that's probably one of the best ones he could do right here.
Down the inside for Millero in towards the penultimate corner, and he's throwing a bit more lap traffic. Just 26 minutes before the halfway point. Now, you might be wondering why he wouldn't serve his penalty at that pit stop and leave it for later. Well, it is a risk, but if he serves it there, then he is put significantly further behind at the halfway points. He wants to get as many of those as possible before thinking about the end of the race, where surely he will have to serve his penalty at some point, and there is a limitation in the amount of time you can take to serve it as well. So we will see for Millero whether he serves it on the racetrack or not. Share Esport, Nadi Simsport coming towards turn one here, 1 and 2. Pretty smart from Delachas Automotive. They want the 30 points for second place, and they don't want to lose on 5 points by dropping to 4th place with a penalty.
Yeah, penalty in a race like this, as much as you still have 2 hours and 25.5 minutes of racing action left to go, a penalty will be a big kick in the shins. It's so demoralizing to have something like that happen to you as well. As much as you have time to make it back up, you just want to avoid any sort of penalty shenanigans at all costs in a series like this as well. A small low penalty can make a huge difference at the end of it. It's like tuning into the Winter Olympics and they show you the luge event, I believe it's called, when or the bobsleigh event, when they always talk about how if you lose a second at the top of the hill, you're going to end up losing like 4 seconds at the bottom end of the run. A thing like that, if you're demoralized in the second half, demoralized in the first half, I should say, come time for the second half, you're going to be even more down in the dumps. So you want to avoid any sort of penalty issues at all costs. That would be the ideal strategy.
Well, so far, not many of these teams have been able to avoid penalties, unfortunately. 5 seconds to Bogdan Moldovan for rejoining unsafely, and that is 5 seconds worth of a penalty. No further action between Jeremy Lamier and the Prestanda Nomad car down at turn 3, which Lamier, I suspect, will be a little bit unhappy about. But we'll see. Johan Schurzy gets 20 seconds for that latest move in towards turn 5, where he made contact with Connor Nixon, and that is a move that we certainly did see coming from the stewards. 20 seconds time penalty for Schurzy for that. Checkered Release Ports, meanwhile, work their way past a couple of or ATCR, and then have the Moriners car stuffed down the inside. They at least keep 7th place, just in front of Delta Sport on the bottom of your screen.
And still continuing to see these drivers battle. They will have to start thinking about that halfway mark, though, soon, Ewan. Those points are going to be up for grabs. And I wonder if anyone has decided to set this strategy in a certain way to set themselves up as best as possible for that halfway mark. Do you think these drivers and these teams are maybe thinking about that halfway mark in reference to the strategy, or do they just have their eyes set on the checkered flag?
I think that based on the pit stops we've seen in LMP3 just in the last few moments, is definitely gearing up towards those halfway points. Brandon Rosberg took only a slight amount of fuel that time round, but that was covered by a tyre change. Now he ended fueling immediately after that because he knows that he already had enough fuel on board to make it to the halfway point. And so I think that stage, I was about to say stage win, it's not called a stage win, but the halfway win, if you like, is going to go to Brandon Rosberg, I think. Based on that strategy, 7 seconds shorter in the box, 6 seconds shorter than Miller Rope, 7 than the rest of the field. So he's got enough fuel to get to the end. He's taken about 3/4 of the normal tank. That'll get him to about 33 minutes through. About 3 minutes after halfway, that will get him to at the end of this first half, as Adam Tompkins has been into trouble down at turn 13. That's another spin for Altitude Esports.
And that is not an ideal moment at all in the 401 McLaren. That's heading off to the mid-sector of this lap. That, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, was down into the hairpin of turn number 13. That corner, the third to last around this racetrack, is one that I feel like I can never get right driving around here. You have a curved braking zone coming out of turn 12, I should say. And you also have to set yourself up for the second to last corner of turn 14. Sagres is the name of that turn there. As you see a little bit of smoke again kicked up in the air, a small little puff of dust. One more thing to raise, talking about the challenges that these drivers will have to face all throughout this evening's race, is talking about the grass and the gravel being dragged back here onto the racetrack. It's an old school track. You got a little bit of asphalt runoff here and there, but you still have some grass and gravel around this facility as well. And with those reworked iRacing physics, you're going to see some corners maybe resemble a rally special stage on the exit compared to an actual racetrack.
It is a very impressive thing to see towards the end of these races now in iRacing. Gravel all over the circuit in certain places as the Clubsport car makes its way down the inside. Oh, and contact. Got away with that though. Has Pascal Stix got away with it here in the championship leader of LMP3? No! Oh my goodness! The championship leaders have not had a good day today, and Pascal Stix has gone for a spin around turn 14. They are still in 5th place because they've got such a big gap back to Echelon Simsport, but this race so far is not going well for the series leaders.
Yeah, that is not going well for them at all. Going backwards, quite literally heading their way around the second to last corner. That hairpin, another tricky section to try and go side by side through. This racetrack, as wide as it is, it feels like it can be about as narrow as Monaco at certain points to it. This racetrack not conducive for too much side by side racing action. Doesn't mean these drivers aren't going to lick the stamp and go for it, though. Some racing may flare up for the lead in the Cup category. You can see it's still being led by the other 902 of Delta Sport, but the Impulse Racing 915 car is right within striking distance as well. 0.3 of a second is the gap for those racers heading their way through the uphill left-handed kink at turn number 4 right now. I wonder if we will see a side-by-side fight between these two in the not too far off future. Look at that, the block heading down, covering off that inside line. The Impulse Racing 915 trying to look for it around the outside through the turn 5 hairpin. Not going to be close enough, but starting to get adventurous.
If you're wondering where Hendrik Augustin is, by the way, he's made a pit stop. So it's the battle for first in the Cup class now between Colby Warren and Rafael Perdis. Jan Winter, by the way, has gotten behind the wheel of the car, like a bit of steam, by the way. With 2 hours 20 still to go. We'll see whether that's their only driver change of the day. We will find out later. But Warren and Perdis battling surely is only going to help Augustin here because these two are slowing each other down.
Yeah, that's one thing to raise, talking about battles around this racetrack, especially in the midst of a hotly contested pit cycle. You go side by side and you start to race really hard at this point in time. It's basically going to be like you're dragging an anchor through asphalt. You are going to be slowing yourself way down. You're going to find yourself not alone in a situation like that. You go side by side for too long, and once the pit cycle finally shakes out, you're going to find yourself losing out on a boatload of time. I wonder if this will break up with the 915, making that call to come into the pits, and the 902 staying out for another lap.
Interesting that Colby Warren can even make it another lap. Because Burgess and Warren came in together last time. So, Trundle down the pit lane for Impulse. Are they going to be able to get out in front of the Carla Porsche or not? As Burgess wiggles his steering wheel there. And he gets out. And he will go for a bit of a rest. And it will be Adam Kotarski who is the next driver. Matt Strand also able to carry on for one more, but the rejoin is coming up very soon. Fiercely Forward, by the way, are out of the race by the Cup class, unfortunately. So that is the end of their day as we approach 4:45 in the evening. We're ending the race at 7 p.m. tonight, and that means no darkness, but cooler track temperatures as well, as we've got the first safety car of the race.
Oh, talk about bringing some spice into this race. The yellow flag ad, we're going to see that pace car start to roll in the not too far off future. I wonder how this is going to affect these drivers that decide that now was the time to pit. You can see that pace car now joining the racetrack. Oh boy, and this spices it up a heck of a lot. Holy cow.
And it really helps those who made a pit stop as well under that caution. Now then, pit exits closed, at least it looks like. Now, does that mean Impulse Racing are going to end up losing a lap? No, they're going to get back out again. So we'll see where they'll be out. It looks like it involves the Hyperion Racing TCR here. Right in front of the Cup Championship leader, by the way. Hyperion Racing make their way out of the corner and they... have a technical fault for Hyperion Racing. And they come to a complete stop on the racetrack and caution was thrown very quickly.
Oh, and you can see, holy cow, oh my God, the fact that didn't end in total disaster. At that point in time, you just need to tow. Okay, I was so terrified that we were going to see a massive collision involving that 144 TCR Hyperion car. Thankfully, it didn't end in that, but they have had to tow Willie Brennan behind the wheel of that race car. They've had to tow back to the pits, understandably so. That was just about one of the most sketchiest moments I've ever seen in my entire time doing iRacing broadcasting, heading through a part of the track where these drivers are fast and they're completely blind, cresting the top of that hill. That could have been such an absolute and an utterable catastrophe.
That could have been very bad. Ryan van der Grip and Matt Strand have had to come in under caution, by the way. So this is really going to hurt them in the long term because they have come into a closed pit lane. Now, they will take the service, but they'll take a penalty as well later for that. It's unfortunate for the Cup cars because they were right in the pit stop phase, as were the Sport cars as well. LMP Friese, you'd imagine, might come in, but we're so close to the halfway, they'll be unsure as to whether we're going to go back green again before 2 hours to go or afterwards.
Yeah, that is one thing to raise as well for these drivers that are maybe trying to set themselves up to hit that halfway mark. If this safety car period runs all the way until that 2 hour to go mark, you're going to be feeling a little bit stupid. I mean, obviously, in a situation like this, nothing they could have done to try and prevent a moment like that. It sucks, but hey, it's racing. Stuff's going to happen. What can you do at the end of the day? But still going to sting nonetheless. A kick in the shins, whether deserved or not, is still going to hurt.
There is the Hyperion car damaged. There's Eric Rosev as it is now. Is he going to get out in front or not? Well, I mean, of the safety car. It's quite important. Oh, he's taking a penalty as well. Not ideal to do this right now. Although it is only a stop and go by the looks of it. Sven Winter, meanwhile, has got a 10-second time penalty for turning too late for turn 14 and hitting the Core Sim Racing LMP3. So penalty there, but Impulse Racing are up to second then. And they are past Racing Lab Esports, who indeed will get past the pace car. Now then, I want to check back with the Hyperion Racing incident here to first of all see it again. But also I want to see the viewpoint of everybody else coming through. Here we go. There goes one. That car can see quite fine. And this first one can see all right as well. That's Door Academy. Now it gets more difficult. Oh my goodness me, it gets close.
Oh.
And there's Team 75 are the championship leaders in sport, and they were unbelievably close to hitting the Hyperion Racing car there.
You know, despite the fact I've only been on this broadcast for coming up to my first hour on this show, the amount of championship leaders / championship contenders in these four categories that I've seen either get struck with a falling anvil or just barely avoid it, virtually by the skin of their teeth, About $1 for every single time I saw that. I think I'd probably be able to repair some of the cars that have been damaged in some of the incidents we've had thus far in this race. That was, no matter how you slice it, though, that was super sketchy. I felt terrified just looking at that from our perspective in the commentary booth here. And wow, that was one of the scariest sights of all for both the drivers catching up to that TCR car and the perspective looking from the back of that TCR 144 Hyperion car. That was on the exit of turn number 6, a blind part of this racetrack. If it was another blind part of the racetrack, let's say coming out of, I don't know, turn 11, for instance, or turn 8, that would have been even less of a collision for the simple sake that they would have had eyes on that car. At that point, coming out of turn 6, these drivers were carrying a lot of momentum. They were hauling the mail coming out of the hairpin to turn number 5. So if that resulted in a collision, my oh my, that would have been a track destroyer.
We've still got lots of cars to come through on a wave by here, by the way, so we might well finish the first half of this race under caution. Now then, what does that mean for the remainder of this race? Well, may mean we see more drivers staying out here under the safety car than coming in. We will wait and see on that front, but as they cross the line there, Ron, they're doing about 3 minutes per pace lap. If there's 5 laps or more under caution here, including this one, so 4 at the line, then we are going to finish under yellow here. I reckon we could be going back green, having just seen it tick over 2 hours. We'll see whether pit lane is open this time or not. As you can see on the track map there on the bottom right, there are cars still everywhere.
And currently have the wave rounds going on as well. I would list out the amount of cars that have been given a wave around, but it is a rather expansive list. So I don't think I will. It's a rather expansive list, though. Do not get me wrong. So I have a feeling your theory may be right there, Ewan. This yellow flag period may extend past that halfway mark. If it is, the point's going to be given out to the drivers who have the spoils of being at the front when that yellow flag came out, but it's also going to split this race just about perfectly in the middle. We talked about earlier on the analogy of doing your maths homework and deciding to do 10 equations, 1 point, have a snack, then do 10 equations, or how it usually would go for me, just say, oh, I didn't get homework, and then just play Xbox for the rest of the night. But I say that knowing fully well my dad is listening to this broadcast. I may have an interesting discussion to have at the end of all of this, but nonetheless, having a yellow flag that pretty much extends right over the halfway mark, it's pretty much not, it's not going to be a 4 hour long race. It's just going to be 2 and 2 from how it feels like behind the wheel. A 2 hour long practice session leading into a less than 2 hour long sprint right to the end.
Now then, is pit lane open this time? Not sure, just for the moment. We've still got cars to catch up, and normally pit lane doesn't open before then, so we may well have to wait. 1 more lap before drivers start coming in. But either way, we might see drivers staying out. In the sport class, that's the only place we've got some deviation here in terms of who's come in when. I suspect everybody has stayed out and indeed not come in under a closed pit. I think everybody's got away with that at least. However, there were some teams who got their pit stop done already. Door Academy managed theirs, so did Glacier Racing, although they are a lap down, so that's not going to help them very much. Team 75 Burner by SimRC, BS Turner and Impulse Racing all got their pit stops done. That was 1, 2 and 3 as they were running. So the best contenders from the opening of this race will continue to be 1, 2 and 3 because they came in just before the caution came out. They were able to do a pit stop effectively under caution, but without entering a closed pit lane.
And that sort of difference can make a huge gap in a race like this. You have that small little discrepancy between either entering a closed pit or not. You don't have to worry about stopping down in the pit lane. We saw that right as the yellow flag came out. I forget who it was, but they were stopped on the exit of the pits, having to wait for the cars to run by them before they could finally exit. It may not seem like much, and it can really be practically nothing between you either having to wait for some cars or being good to go and just having a clean run out of the pits. Make a huge difference though in a race like this. I've already seen it during this yellow flag period. I have a pretty strong feeling that we will be seeing it yet again if we have some more yellows between now and the end of this race.
Somebody asking in YouTube chat what the sport class means. It's GT4 cars effectively. Cup class is the new Porsche Cup cars. LMP3 and TCR speak for themselves, I suppose, but yes, the sport class is a GT4 car. It always has been. call the sport class here in the IVRA Clubsport series. It's our biggest class, actually. It's got about 20 competitors. And they are, I think, all still here in this race. Well, the wave buys have happened, and so it's time to open the pit lane is the word I was searching for. How many pit stops are we going to see here? I think we could see a really low number of drivers coming in, especially from LMP3 at the front.
Yeah, and when we see these pits open, I can't even say it's going to be frantic. I could best compare it to the other, like the parking lot of a Walmart on Black Friday with a half-price deal on flat-screen televisions. It is going to be a hornet's nest of drivers coming down pit lane saying, hey, I want to come in for the pits. Oh, no, I want to come down pit lane. I want to come into the pits. And it could also make a pretty big difference in terms of how it is going to settle the halfway points in this event as well. Will we see some drivers decide to stay out, get those halfway points? You made I think an unintentional comparison talking about NASCAR stage racing, how you see some drivers usually stay out towards the end just so they can get the points. May end up seeing that with this round of pit stops that will be coming up here. Either way, though, it is going to be a frantic run down pit lane here in a few moments' time.
Yeah, of course, the big difference between this and stage racing is that we don't have a caution thrown at halfway. We carry on racing, and so that is a good thing, I think. And we will see that in a few moments' time, because at the end of, not this lap, not the one after that, but the one after that, we'll see the points dished out. Now then, pit lane is open. Who is going to come in and take that pain now? None of the LMP3s, as expected, unless maybe you're out of the championship fight. We will see whether some of the others come in. Looked like Huizinga who came in there, and they were one lap down anyway, so they were always going to come into pit lane. Check the main part of your screen and how numerous it is down pit lane for the moment. It looks like Course Sim Racing might be in, actually, which is a bit of a surprise. It is. Pascal Stix is making his way in. He wasn't going to get very many points anyway, and so he's decided to come in and take the strategic advantage. TCR, it's very popular to come in. That would give them just one stop to go at the end of this one. Moradness have come in as well, because they are 4 laps down already. They're not going to get a lap back because the leaders have stayed out, so they've come in anyway. TCR, we're seeing most of them in. In Sport, we're seeing most of them in as well. There's Pascal Stix. He's already done for the exit. He needs to wait at the end of pit lane, though, and hopefully they don't all smash into each other at the exit of pit lane here as well, because that has happened in the past. Huizinga now trundled towards the end of pit lane as well. There to go Echelon. They're in line. Is the exit open just yet, or are they all going to smash into the back of one another? Hopefully the exit is open. Who's going to get out first in TCR? It's going to be quite close. Ross McFarlane is still going to lead there, though. A relatively busy pit lane, but not too congested this time round. And none of the leaders in LMP3 deciding to make the pit stop.
And I can't necessarily say I'm surprised by a call like that, if I'm being totally honest. We saw them come down pit lane not terribly long ago. Would be a little bit odd to double dip in terms of pit stops at this stage of the race. They're going to maintain their spot at the north end of the field. Restarted in the not too far off future at the front as well. Also have that frantic run heading off to the first series of corners. As much as that's tricky enough dealing with lap traffic, imagine how it's going to be on this restart. That is going to be frantic if ever you see it.
It certainly is. And we'll have David Haynes to join us for that restart. I'll be stepping away for an hour so I can have a bite to eat, and I'll be back
Lucky
again
man.
for the last hour. Sorry, go ahead.
Lucky man. Getting a bite to eat. Lucky.
Thanks. Yes, I will. I'll be away for an hour, and then I'll come back again for the end of the race, end of the season. Now the wave round has happened. The LMP3s are being put to the front of the queue. If we were going back green this time round, we'd have time to get back going again. Before the halfway. Doesn't look like we're going to have that. We may, though, have a 1-lap dash. We'll see. 2 hours 5 to go. So far, the caution laps have been 3:45, 3:40. So. I think we're just about going to see the time tick down at the end of this safety car. A bit of a shame we're not going to have a dash for the points, but there you go. It's the way these things work sometimes, as the first safety car of the day has been thrown.
Imagine if we did have a dash to the halfway mark of this race, though. How terrifying would that be for some of these drivers? Yeah, the team looking to try and seal the deal in their respective championship with those halfway points. That would be the most hair-raising moment of all. Just think, okay, the entirety of this season could come down to just a matter of a couple of minutes, which even if we are under yellow come time for the end of this second half of the race, first half of the race, I should say, it's still going to come down to a matter of moments at the end of 4 hours of racing action. But imagine how terrifying that would be for some of those drivers.
All right, one more lap under caution likely, and then we'll have a restart here with about 2 hours to go. I'll step away for about an hour and then rejoin David Haynes, who is going to take us right the way to the finish line. Good afternoon, David. It's good to have you with us. 2 hours, 3 to go in a championship finale that is only just really getting started. Hello, David. I'm not sure we got David.
Oh,
he's not there.
I didn't think you were talking to me there.
Oh, sorry. Mate, I probably didn't make it clear enough. I apologise. Good afternoon to you, though. I'll hand over to you now, and we'll step away for an hour or so and leave you to it alongside Rob.
Don't worry, David. I had a moment like that happen to me as I was joining the booth earlier on. So welcome into this race. It's been a hectic one up to this point, and now coming to the end of this first yellow flag period of the day. It's for a rather sketchy moment. I'm not sure if you saw it on the broadcast. Just imagine a TCR car stopped like a traffic cone on the exit of turn number 6 with traffic coming up behind at like 100 miles an hour. So it's a scary moment to bring at this yellow, but we're going to be coming to an enticing restart.
Yeah, the maths, crunching the numbers on when do we go green again, how close is it to that halfway point, how close is it to getting the back half of this race underway, as it, with 4 classes, inevitably takes a while to sort through all of the sort of wave around, class split sort of situation. iRacing pace cars on road courses are perhaps a little too slow at times. It works well the first half of the caution when you're trying to get the field together, but then sort of the second half, I feel like sometimes it drags on a little bit. The iRacing pace car driver could do with some training to pick it up.
Would he have to do some training, or would he need a turbocharger? That's the real question that should be asked in reference to that iRacing pace car. Speed it up a little bit around here.
Yeah, perhaps at the moment selecting different iRacing pace cars actually makes no difference between all of the options. The Ford Mustang FR500S, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, the truck or the sedan, or indeed the BMW M2 CS. Maybe different ones could have different speeds, because you don't need to add a turbocharger to a Porsche 911 GT3. In fact, in some places that might be a crime.
Yeah, I think that would constitute some sort of punishment in the country of Germany. Driving a Porsche like that around Porsche's HQ, which I believe is in Stuttgart, if my memory serves me correctly. Knowing my luck, though, I was probably just completely incorrect. But I'm pretty sure that would net you some sort of rather odd punishment. Seeing a truck pace the field, though, that iRacing pace truck is always such a goofy thing to look at. Nevertheless, we're about to get this race restarted here in a couple of moments time. 30 seconds away from the halfway mark, where Team 75 leading it in that sport category in those GT4 cars. They are on track to win the championship in that class. WSR Esports butt kicker currently leading in TCR. They are your champions already in the TCR category. But at the front of the field, it is going to be a dash to the end. Whether this is a final restart remains to be determined, but regardless, these drivers are going to be treating it like it. They're going to be trying to get some moves done, cut their way through the field as best as possible, make hay while the sun is shining. With this field packed together on this restart, you can see Brandon Roseborough, who had a rather big cushion after that pit cycle we saw earlier on. He's going to be leading them back to green. The green flag back out, and the drivers are on their way now under the halfway mark of this 4-hour-long race to bring this IVRA Clubsport season to a conclusion, as Brandon Roseborough in the number 64 car leading them down into turn number 1 and 2. Milero in the number 8 machine currently slotted in second, about 0.4 of a second is a gap between those two racers heading down off to the first series of corners here on this restart and taking the rest of the field circle in tow. As a result of that restart, the 475 Team 75 are your champions in the Sport GT4 category. But with all that being said, let's hunker down for what's going to be a brilliant second half of this race.
GT4s with the action and the side-by-side racing and the passing is at the moment coming up over the left-handed crest and facing towards Toro VIP. Some of the cars that might have worked their way towards the tail of that field now going to be looking to race forwards, and building tyre temperature on a restart can be a challenge. If you took new tyres with that safety car, this is your first time going full pace with them, trying to put some more heat, some more energy into them.
Let's see how it's all going to shake out on this restart. These drivers dealing with cold tires, trying to get back into the groove of things as well. Some driver changes may have gone on during that yellow flag period as well. And if that is the case, these drivers going to be a bit antsy, being like, okay, having to get into the groove. What do you mean I have a restart to contend with? That's never ideal. It's like, okay, want to get into this race, want to get into the groove, and having to do it while dealing with about 14 bajillion different things going on around you. I said earlier on, managing a race like this is like juggling chainsaws, and for these drivers on this restart, it's certainly going to be the case. But some close quarters racing at the front of the field, side by side between Roseboro and Milero at the front of the field, heading down into turn number 1 and booking it to Delatraz Automotive number 8 car, getting that move done to slip their way up into the race lead.
Just so close, just the 1 or 2 tenths back through the final corner, and then onto the long pit straight, using the slipstream perfectly, getting back onto the racing line before turn 1 and sneaking through into the race lead of the LMP3 class. For the race lead of the Cup class, it's not quite so simple to try to make some moves. Maybe some impulse racing, perhaps trying to over-under Delta Sport a little bit here, trying to just set them up, or maybe trying to extend the track limits there.
Yeah, some creative interpretation of track limits clearly being the name of the game around a racetrack like this. I mentioned this earlier on, talking about how despite the fact this circuit still has that old school feel, you do have some pretty significant asphalt shoulders around certain corners of this racetrack as well. Hosted Formula One back in 2020 and 2021. It is a wonderful track. First got used to it, at least from my perspective, from the first ever episode of the Grand Tour back in 2016, the Holy Trinity hypercar shootout that they had for the first ever episode of that absolutely marvelous show. But it's a great racetrack, and seeing some great racing as well side by side, heading down into one of the toughest corners around this racetrack. Uphill on entry, downhill on exit. That right there was turn number 11. These racers having to go side by side yet again down into turn 13, battling for P1. That's Ryan Van Grip in the number 902 car, holding on to the race lead in the Delta Sport machine, but the Impulse Racing 915 car still within striking distance.
So these cars significantly heavier, but almost with matching horsepower to the LMP3s. So they'll drive very, very differently. The LMP3s as a single prototype class here really stand out compared to the rest of the GT and touring cars. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves for your race leader.
Holy cow, side by side, heading down into turn number 1, the bunny hop on the inside curb for the Impulse Racing 915, trying to find any way to get the move done down the inside, off into the tight turn 3. Is that going to work? Look at the 996, the Aztec Sim Sports Visceral car, looking to make hay while the sun is shining, get a move done on these racers as they come to blows. Coming at turn number 4, contact being made side to side, door to door, and wheel to wheel, banging, being, and roughing each other up. It's now side by side. Look at the 997 car around the outside, down into the hairpin at turn number 5, looking to get that move done to take the lead in Cup. Not close enough. The 915 having to break the elbows at the 997, doing the same as well. You raise one thing, talking about the way these Cup cars are. They are a treat to run around. They're even quicker on that start finish straightaway than the LMP3s, and they are putting on some awesome racing on this restart.
Yeah, that continued extended side-by-side running for first and second just sort of opened it up a little more. And in the end, cost Delta Sport a fair chunk as a few other cars went through. So Vince Peters also goes through into second place amongst that battle, and you see how close the rest of the field remains. Aztec Sim Sports really the opportunist, sort of the third bird to the worm, and saw the first two fighting, and they went and picked it up.
I like that phrase, third bird to the worm. I would use that a lot on my broadcast. However, I feel like with the way that I usually speak, I would probably butcher that more often than not. Here's Ashley Finch with a big moment. Contact being made in the sport category. Look at that. That is just about the same moment we saw from the 144 car coming out of turn number 6 to bring out the first yellow flag of this race. Finch having a very similar moment to that, heading off, losing it, heading through turn number 1, got stuck on the outside of turn number 2. Bumpers flying, cars having to spread all around this racetrack to try and avoid any sort of major drama. But that was a hair-raising moment nonetheless.
Whenever you see the car splitting both sides of a spun car, I always wince because someone is going to have a moment of indecision and make the incorrect one. It's quite a bit of damage.
Let us taps there. Just the smallest bit of contact heading off through there. That could have ended so much worse, though. Just seeing a small little nudge. That's a little bit of a nudge. That's the 412 car that we're following right now. Brandon Brakesley in the fiercely forward Aston Martin, trying to get some moves done in the sport category. And a small little nudge. That right there, the car that he was going side by side with, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, is a 436. That's a Door Academy car currently being driven by Paul Lange. So that could have ended in tears, but thankfully they got through turn 5 rather clean. That moment heading off through the first series of bends. As much as that was still a heart-pumping moment for those drivers involved, it could have been so much worse there, David.
Yeah, so that action in the GT4 Sport class continues unrelenting. The fastest two categories being sort of single make, almost sort of spec stuff. This is the first category you get to where you're seeing lots of different body shapes and styles and different racing lines preferred from different cars and drivers and positioning. Some will have some strengths in a few other places slightly different from each other.
See that line of cars heading down that start finish straight away, still covered by practically nothing. This restart very much so in the rear view mirror for these drivers. We're getting this race back into some sort of groove. It is still the Delatraz Automotive car, the number 8 of Malero, leading this race. An 0.8 of a second gap, though, is what they find to the front of Brandon Roseborough in that number 64 machine. Ever since I joined this broadcast a matter of about an hour and a half ago, a little bit less than that for that matter, those two drivers have been the ones battling at the front in LMP3. David, those LMP3 cars, there's really nothing like it on the iRacing platform. Side-by-side racing going on. I'm going to hold off on that point as getting a move done down into the turn 5 hairpin. That is the 412 Aston Martin getting that move done fiercely forward. Fiercely going for the move and moving forward as a result. That was a terrible pun. I apologize.
Sustained battle here between Grid and Go and Door Academy, the largest grille BMW that you can find just about anywhere on iRacing for the time being. The outside of a super fast left-hander, it's a tightening sequence of right-handers here. The inside's normally where you want to be. That's such a nimble Porsche that it seems to work out to the favor of Grid and Go just for the moment.
Still working good as side-by-side racing continuing on, heading off to the final series of corners. This section right towards the end of the lap of turns 12, 13, and 14. Pretty much 3 completely different corners in a small little bit of this racetrack. A super tough test of how your car's handling, how confident you are in your race car as well. Just some pretty good stuff whenever you see some drivers go side-by-side hang off through there. Can end in disaster, though, so they do need to take a little bit careful look at that. Chasing each other's tail, heading down that start finish straight away. May end up seeing a side-by-side fight. You can see the Grid and Go car on the inside heading down into turn at number 1. That's some close quarter stuff between the 445 and the 436. It's going to result in that Door Academy BMW getting shown the door. Not going to break his way up into the top 5 just yet, but he is certainly dicey in that 436 machine.
Suddenly looming large, the McLaren in the background as the BMW's not been able to move forward. So Hudge Race Geodesic Racing John Botifer driving that one right now, and another Mercedes AMG just in behind that. And we're seeing this consistently with all of the packs and all of the classes so densely together off the restart that if you battle side by side for a couple of corners and don't get the move completed, then suddenly there'll be 3, 4, 5 other cars breathing down the back of the pack, and then it all becomes like a bit of a blockage that other things that cars then run into, and you find yourself with sort of the field not spreading out, the field sort of almost clogging in a way. But Grid and Go, it looks like they've got just a tiny bit more speed, particularly through the middle of the lap, and this part here where the corners seem to just keep on going.
Holy cow, you could see that geodesic McLaren bouncing up and down. Looked like the rear shocks were swapped out for pogo sticks. Heading off through turn number 11 a few moments ago, just jittering around. Pretty sure my back hurt just looking at that. That was a super hair-raising moment. These GT4 cars can put on some pretty good racing, though, attacking this racetrack as best as they possibly can. So we go side by side and find a fight. The battle's still going on involving P3 in the sport category, but the battle for 4th and TCR is still intense as well. You can see that on the bottom of our screen. Another geodesic car. This is actually a battle of two of the Hyundais. Rather interesting point to raise. In all the multi-class racing that you can see here in the world of iRacing, well, not multi-class, singular class multi-car racing, I think would probably be the best way to describe it. The TCRs are the only category on iRacing that have two up-to-date non-legacy cars that are made by the same manufacturer. You got the Hyundai Veloster and the Hyundai Elantra running in that TCR category. You can actually see the two of them heading down at that start-finish straight away. The Veloster, you'll see it's a little bit farther up the road. Kind of looks like the old Citroen DS3. That's the car that used to pop into my mind whenever I saw the Veloster. You can see it a little bit farther up the road, that striking blue and green car at the bottom of your screen, and then the geodesic Hyundai that you see at the center of our attention on the bottom end of your screen right now. That is the Elantra. So you got a hatchback versus a sedan, and you can see the difference in the way those two cars handle quite a lot in a race at a racetrack like this.
Yeah, I drove my friend's Veloster Turbo for the first time yesterday. Not quite this level of performance with Michelin slick tires and the gigantic rear wing and all of the other everything else that these ones have got going on. And for all of that performance that gets built into a TCR car, you can still see that the LMP3s are cutting their way through, so they've reached the point quite quickly where they're working through lap traffic, and then of course moves from the TCR class to needing to work through the tail of the sport class to needing to work through the middle of the sport class, and it simply never ends. But it becomes a 3-second lead in LMP3. Remember how close it was off that restart? We had the lead change, and then since then Delatrar have extended beyond 3 seconds ahead of this car, the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing 64.
I gotta say, on the subject of the way the Hyundai TCR cars drive in this race, kind of bringing back that discussion yet once again, I'm a little bit disappointed. I was, for a different broadcaster, I was covering a TCR league, and one of the drivers who has occasionally dabbled in the same sort of leagues organized by the same people who organized that one is IMSA Michelin pilot driver Morgan Burkhardt. And if anyone ever heard of him, he ran in the TCR category in a Hyundai Elantra last year. And I always want to hear the difference between how it drove in real life versus how it drove in the sim. Never got the opportunity to do something like that. So Morgan, if you're tuning into this broadcast for some reason or another, not sure why he would. He's probably busy with some IMSA obligations in real life at this present moment. I'm still a little bit butthurt about that, Morgan, if you're tuning into this show. But still, some pretty good machinery out here on the racetrack, and just saw a battle briefly flare up involving Brandon Roseborough and Pascal Stix. So that was a Hydro Race Geodesic car, the number 64, who you see at the center of our screen right now, was briefly side by side with the Course Sim Racing number 80 entry of Stix, and looks like they've flared out a little bit in reference to that gap as they've had to deal with some sport class traffic heading off to the mid sector of this racetrack. I brought up this a lot throughout my time on the show thus far, talking about that game of lap traffic chicken. Drivers having to go for some moves that may not be the smartest in the world, but still having to do it nonetheless just to keep up with their competitors.
Just remember, if you're playing lap traffic chicken, not to undercook that chicken because you might get salmonella poisoning.
Yeah, don't want to get food poisoning in a race like this.
Front gain in Cup. Now we saw that Vince Peters really patiently used the battling for the lead to then find a car offline, move up towards here. They've closed up on the racing lead of Impulse Racing and still sitting about half a second back there. So tactically, this worked well for Acetec Sim Sports Visceral. Got a pass done without really having to do any of the work, and then running away with the race leader, who clearly has a little bit more pace going on. So these are the two moving ahead out front in class.
Yeah, and these Porsche Cup cars have been really impressing me thus far. As much as I've done a lot of broadcasts here on the iRacing platform, this is the first time I've ever been able to cover the Porsche Cup cars here on an iRacing broadcast, and I gotta say, they've been impressing me a lot. Broke this down a little bit earlier on, and considering the race flared up right as I was racing this, never got the opportunity to really break down the speeds that some of these cars are setting in the 4 categories that we have here in this race. The LMP3s, the Ligier P3, that car, it's a spec class along with this Cup car, the Porsche Cup that you're seeing right now. All the cars are the same with the exception of some setup chicanery that some of these drivers may try and use. The Sport class involving some GT4 machinery, and the TCRs involving TCR machinery. Maybe that's where they got the name from. But looking through the speeds that some of these classes have been setting, and obviously this is subject to change. This was just based off a smattering of cars that I saw from my perspective earlier on this broadcast as I was doing the show. So this is not the most robust research in the world, so you can take this however you want. The LMP3 cars are going about 161 at the end of the start-finish straightaway. The Porsche Cup cars, on the other hand, are scraping about 166. That is a pretty big disparity, about 5 miles an hour being the difference between those two classes. Really speaks volumes about how much those Porsche Cup cars are absolutely hauling the mail, as some side-by-side racing going on for the final podium spot in sport.
Yeah, it is. Impulse Racing, Fiercely Forward, and Grid and Go. So Grid and Go sort of making some moves earlier, so I think that's what they're aiming to do. And the Porsche, since this restart, have looked pretty strong in the sport class. So with the Toro VIP corner there, Fiercely Forward a little bit wide, Grid and Go get ahead, and then sort of come across to really claim that lane and get in front. I've got some metric numbers, and these are my own data numbers here. The highest end of straight speed for the LMP3 leader, 260 kilometers an hour. For the Cup class leader, 284. For the Sport class leader, 245. So yeah, indeed, by the end of the straight, that Porsche Cup car just keeps pulling and pulling, but the lap time from the LMP3 is made by being a little bit lighter. And there are many corners around here, medium speed ones, where the LMP3 car can brake deeper, carry more speed through, accelerates pretty well, but just seems to carry a tiny bit more parachute from the middle to the end of the straight than a Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, those P3s, they were a car that I bought rather early on into them being on iRacing. Did the same with some of the GTPs and the LMP2s. Despite the fact I am not a good prototype driver at all, there is a very good reason why I'm behind the microphone instead of behind the wheel. But always love those prototypes for some reason or another. Maybe it's that part of my brain that's still a 9-year-old kid looking at IMSA racing here in the U.S. and just always being gobsmacked about that prototype cars and side-by-side racing going on involving the GT4s. That's a battle between two Porsches. One of them is the 445, the Gringo Esports car, trying to get a move done down the inside of the Impulse Racing 457. Fiercely Forward looking to get a move done in that Aston Martin as well, the 412, hounding the back of the 457, heading their way coming out of turn number 4 right now. This is going to be a fight for the ages. They're losing touch with your current race leaders of 475, Team 75, your champions here in the sport category for this season. They're going to be on a victory lap between now and the end of it all, but this battle for third is still intense, but they need to keep tabs on a little bit, because if they start to get lost up in the heat of the action somewhat, they may end up seeing themselves have some company coming for a visit.
Third time since the restart that we've seen that gridandgo.com esports Porsche moving forward. So past Fiercely Forward, past Impulse Racing. We also saw them getting by the Door Academy BMW back there, who's also dropped another spot to the Geodesic Racing McLaren. So plenty of battles in that sort of front but not podium pack of Sport. TCR, you've just got to hold your breath as we've got the Cup class cars going by TCR. LMP3 have been through this a while back, and now it's Cup cars' turn.
And watching these Cup cars battle, as we saw on that restart a matter of probably about 20 minutes ago, that battle that they had in the preceding few laps after that restart was absolutely insane in those Cup cars. They have impressed me quite a lot, and these TCR competitors have impressed me as well. Those cars, there's really nothing like it on the iRacing platform. While the only cars in the sim that are front-wheel drive, and also cars that are a little bit fragile, have a small little tweak at the front end, and you're going to find yourself in a world of trouble. Side-by-side racing going on the top of your screen. Also a battle for the lead in the Cup category involving the Aztec and Impulse cars. They're swapping positions pretty much every single corner at the present moment, covered by practically nothing. There you can see them side by side heading their way through the final turn. That is going to be the Impulse Racing 915 car leading it, heading down that start finish straight away, getting the drive from the TCR Veloster in front. I wonder if the Aztec Sim Sports car is going to try and go for a move, heading down into turn number 1, blocking off the inside is a 915, swapping back to the outside line to set themselves up into turn number 1. That was certainly close to contact heading down there, but more TCR traffic to deal with as well down into turn at number 3. These TCR cars, probably the biggest in the entirety of this field. You wouldn't expect them to be as big as they are, but compared to that Porsche Cup car right behind, a side-by-side racing, involving the Aztec Sim Sports car, trying to get that move done on that TCR Honda. You can just see the size differential between those two classes. You wouldn't think about it, but those TCR cars are rather large.
Yeah, the cars from Cup and Sport are both very similar to the sort of factory widths, whereas TCR cars are tracked and flared beyond all sensibility. And that is just a little bit of drama for one of the Geodesic Racing Sport class cars. You've had 2 Hydra Race Geodesic Racing LMP3 cars on pit lane from LMP3, so some strategy playing across the LMP3 class with an hour 37 to go.
This track has really impressed us in terms of the racing action up to this point. And hey, anyone tuning into this broadcast, you should probably stay around for the rest of this race, because we have got a heart-pumping conclusion in the final hour and a half of not just this race here for the 4 hours of Portimão, but the finale for this season here for the IVRA Clubsport Series. This is the 6th and final round of this championship. Some champions already decided. The WSR Esports butt kicker team, the 127 machine in TCR, they're going to be your champions at the end of it all in TCR. In the sport category, in those GT4s, it's going to be the Team 75 car currently leading it at the moment, walking away with the championship. They sealed it with those points given at the halfway mark. Still rather close for the championship in LMP3 and Cup, but as it stands at the moment, I think these drivers are less so worried about the championship battle, more so about the battles out there on the racetrack. There's one for the final podium spot in sports, and that battle for the lead in Cup is still ever so close.
Racing Esports pitting from Cup. Really must be just working through either teams that are trying to sort of cover off how many stops they've got to the end, or ones that didn't stop with the last safety car, where almost everyone stopped with the last safety car. A few might have short fields for a tiny bit of track position, something like that, knowing that the halfway points were coming up, but now just racing to the end.
It is going to be a flat-out burst right to the line. An hour and 35 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this season. And for these drivers, it may seem like a lot of time, but it really isn't in the grand scheme of a 4-hour-long race over that halfway mark. Not a lot of time left for these drivers. You have to start worrying about the strategy, how well you've set yourself up in the first half to contend in the second. That will be a huge deciding factor in terms of how your race and how your season goes. We're following Justin Rem in the grid GoToGoToGo.com Esports 445 Porsche, running third at the moment of the Sport Racers and continuing to see some side-by-side racing right behind them. That's a fiercely forward 412 Aston Martin getting that move done down into turn number 5. That turn 5 hairpin being a very good overtaking opportunity around this racetrack. One of the heaviest braking zones, as we saw a little bit earlier on, easy to get it wrong through that section, considering how downhill the run is heading through that braking zone.
So heavy, it induced brake failure on the Ferrari 499Ps the first time they came here and had to sort that out. It's also downhill, very, very slippery if it rains there, and there's a tight version that we're running. There's also a slightly more wide open kind of motorcycle style version of the hairpin. Both of them look like big braking zones and pretty tight. This is the race lead of Cup class though.
And here we go, Vince Peters and Am Kotoski side by side, heading their way off through the mid-sector of this lap. Contact nearly being made as they exit their way out of turn number 8 through 9 right now, side by side at pretty much terminal velocity. Kotarski in that 915 car trying to hold on to the race lead with the Azatec Simsports Visceral 997 within striking distance as well. Some LMP3 drivers catching up to them, and you can see, as much as it would usually be the case of the LMP3s blowing their doors off, heading through some flat out blasts around this racetrack, it's going to be sketchy for all of these drivers involved. The Cup cars, they're going to have to be a thorn in the side and have the LMP3s be a thorn in the side for them heading off through the end of this lap and the beginning of this upcoming lap. You can see that pace differential heading through the corners, massive. Oh, contact being made. The Impulse Racing car again, a nudge and a wink from that car, going to run incredibly wide coming out of the last corner. Interesting interpretation of track limits for sure. May pick up a slowdown penalty as a result of all that. Really nothing they could have done. I was going to raise the disparity between the Cup cars and the LMP3s. The P3s very good in the corners. The Cup cars had the legs on them in the straight line though. And I think we saw that difference get put on full display a matter of a couple of seconds ago.
I was keen for a drag race down the front straight, LMP3 versus Porsche Cup car. It didn't quite materialise with the way it all transpired through the final corner gulp, and you had perhaps a late change to the inside from one of the LMP3s as they spotted a sport class car, and now you don't love this if you're Azatec Simsports Visceral, with some of the LMP3s getting in between you and your target that you really thought you might have had covered off. It's not just that the LMP3 cars are 10% faster everywhere. It's like they're the same speed in some places and 30% faster in others, and it really is just a little bit awkward where for the LMP3 cars to quickly get through traffic, they do have to sort of dive deep on the brakes, get down the inside in places. They do have to sort of dive bomb and be annoying because that's where their pace advantage is, and if they don't, then they'll never get past the Cup cars in a straight line.
Yeah, I think when it comes to all three of the classes, those LMP3 drivers are having to worry about something not very ideal when it comes to a situation like that. The LMP3s, decent chunk of them in this race, they're having to worry about the Cup cars, which, as you just raised a couple of moments ago, David, I think that estimate roundabout right, about 30% quicker in the corners, and then other times they're basically tied. Sometimes even those Cup cars probably a little bit quicker than the P3s, heading down some of the flat-out blasts around this racetrack. They have to worry about the disparity and lack thereof in terms of pace in the Cup cars. Even if it was just like split the difference, go 15% all around, that would be a little bit easier. Granted, he'd have to bend the floor pan in the LMP3s to try and get the moves done, but he would still be able to do it. Then you come to the TCRs, and as we raise, they are slightly bigger than some of the other cars in this field, so it feels like slightly bigger rolling roadblocks, the slowest car in this series. And then you got the sport cars, which, as much as it may be a bit more cut and dry when it comes to those lap traffic encounters, LMP3s and GT4 cars, kind of like bread and butter here in this sim. You see a lot of series run those two different types of race cars in the exact same events. So the LMP3 drivers probably have experience dealing with the sport, aka the GT4 cars, but that class is rather massive, so you have to worry about a lot of those sport competitors as well. So for the P3s and those drivers, there's something you have to worry about in all three of those other classes that are below you pace-wise. Super tough to try and manage.
Great battle for second, but a growing margin between race-leading WSRE Sports Butt Kicker and these two of RD SimSport and GeForce Racing. Yeah, we're on board with GeForce Racing coming onto the front straight, and you carry so much speed through that final corner and then onto the front straight. I was expecting perhaps a little bit more toe than eventuated down towards turn 1.
These racers, this is going to be some real intense stuff. That's a beautiful camera shot, seeing the line of cars exiting turn number 4. You got GT4, you got Porsche Cup, and you got LMP3 machinery, all in the same camera view. Look at that right there. You got 2 LMP2s, 2 sport class cars, currently being led by a Porsche Cup machine at the front of all of it. Really shows you the spirit of a series like this now, with less than an hour and a half left to go on the clock. These drivers, as much as they had that restart to worry about, they're probably thinking less so about a restart and more so about setting themselves up as best as he possibly can for the end of this race. This is Giovanni Romano in the 339 Hugh Jass car, currently finds himself in 8th in the BMW and running strong at the present moment. Let's see if he'll be able to scooch his way past in the not too far off future.
Last lap for both of these cars, Zekrul and Hugh Jass, very traffic affected, as you're seeing multiple classes of car work their way through sport. It brought Satellite Racing, the Aston Martin, just a little bit closer in behind on the last lap. Just almost about a second for both of these cars, and they've also been traffic affected this lap. Change for the lead in LMP3 as Delatraz are going to come in, so Core Sim Racing will now lead.
And that's going to be a good moment for Core Sim Racing. They entered this race with the championship lead here in the LMP3 category, looking to try and seal the deal in that class championship battle. They entered this race with a 13-point gap between themselves and the number 64 Geodesic Racing team car, and you had to go 60 back to find the Delatraz Automotive entry, and the Muradness M Squad car was about 71 points back. So this is going to be an important round for Core Sim Racing. They want to seal the deal in that championship, and let's see how it's going to work. Alexander Delatraz now behind the wheel of that number 8 entry, and this is going to be the money stop. These drivers in not their last round of pit stops, but certainly getting there. We are definitely in money stop territory, though.
And a bit of penalty box territory for the Delatraz LMP3 as well. Other cars from that class just making stops now as well. Go. So whenever Core next make their next stop, anticipating they'll go to a lead, but I'm not sure it'll be a massive lead, and there's all sorts of traffic and variables until that point.
Looking through, they find themselves 6th at the moment in the LMP3 category. Now in the midst of this pit cycle, though, so probably going to see a bit of shuffling up between now and the end of all of this, though. This is going to be an intense battle right towards the end of the season for the LMP3s. That spec class always puts on some good shows here. You got spec cars all the same. You got some different setups, though, and very different drivers with different driving styles and driving strategies. These LMP3 cars take a certain amount of finesse to try and wheel your way around a racetrack like this with a boatload of elevation change pretty much every single corner you could imagine. Slow speed, high speed, medium speed, dipping down, dipping up, pretty much everything you can have in terms of a corner. We have got it here at Portimão. So those LMP3 cars having a lot to manage. Here's a moment for James Boumet in the 401. Simple spin heading his way off through turn number 3, but going to be a rolling roadblock, actually a stopped roadblock. My apologies there. So a stopped roadblock heading down into turn number 3. Thankfully, though, we get to turn back around with minimal grass being dragged onto the racetrack.
You know what else they call a stopped roadblock? A roadblock.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Didn't look like you got any contact behind, perhaps sometimes in the slow speed rotation or as you make the final downshift, and you can get some rear end instability. The Mercedes GT3 and GT4 cars were a little bit famous for that at one point, where the downshift from 5th gear to 4th gear or 4th gear to 3rd gear was no worries, but the final downshift into sort of 2nd or 1st gear didn't come with enough blip, and it would very often try to lock the rear wheels on the entry to some slow corners just as you made that last downshift if you weren't careful.
And I think having to treat these this racetrack with a bit of care is probably going to be the main strategy to do it around here. It's an old school track, as we see in the sideways snap from the WSRE Esports butt kicker number 16, currently being driven by Alessandro Romanelli. You can see this track, when it bites you, it can bite hard, so you want to take it a little bit careful heading around this racetrack. That may be the good strategy. Go about this race as methodically as you possibly can. If you just always go 100%, that's probably not going to end well around here.
There's a lot of sort of chess moves to working through the traffic as well, because it's not just a hot lap, but it's reading the speed of the traffic, exactly how and where you're going to catch them, and where you can place yourself to lose the least amount of time working through. So we saw Fiercely Forward get ahead of Impulse, and not quite going with the pace of Grid and Go, but not being absolutely left in the dust.
As we jump back to the live action here at the front of the TCR categories, currently being led by the RD SimSword 159 car, GeForce Racing, and the 145 looking to maybe get a move done here. This may be a side-by-side fight flaring up. Those two racers nose to tail, about 0.3 of a second separating them, heading down that start-finish straightaway off into turn number 1. Got Porsche Cup car right behind them. The pace differential going to be huge in those machines. I mentioned earlier on the speed that the Porsche Cup cars, I think David, you said that it was probably in the 170s mile an hour wise that those Porsche Cup cars were heading down that start finish straightaway off into T1. Those TCRs though, on the other hand, I think they'd probably be able to hit 170 if you threw them off a cliff. Otherwise, I think you'd have a really tough ask on your hands. So those TCRs a little bit slower, and thankfully that Porsche Cup car is able to deal with them as efficiently as humanly possible, as the fight is still very much on between these two drivers, still about 0.4 of a second between them.
Yeah, so WSR Esports butt kicker, who were leading TCR, pitted 2 laps ago. Konstantin Stolzenberg driving the 127 at the moment, so RD SimSport will be scored lap leaders for the moment as they keep GeForce Racing behind.
Keeping up with this racing action, the G-force certainly affecting these drivers, affecting that battle in TCR would affect these drivers in real life. I remember when F1 visited here back in 2020, the insane amount of G-force that they were pulling, heading off through some of these corners. It is a fine motorsports facility, though. Paved out in the mountains, it feels like a track that's a lot older than it actually is. You look at a racetrack like this and you think, okay, this had to have been designed all the way back in the 1980s or something like that. No, it's a track that's rather newer in the grand scheme of things in the world of motorsports, I believe, unless I am very much mistaken. It was only opened back in the early 2000s. Actually, no, it wasn't even the early 2000s. It was the late 2000s. October of 2008 was when they opened this track up. So it hasn't been around for too long, but it's that old school feel done in a modern way that you absolutely love to see in a racetrack.
Apparently a great part of Portugal to go to if you like to swing a golf club, so that's exciting too. I think some of the first racing I remember seeing here was GT1 World Championship with the Maserati MC12. One is spun in the penultimate corner. Okay. It would be this car, and it would be a Mercedes GT4. Is that Orbit?
I believe it may be. That's a very striking livery, to be sure. I believe it is the other Orbit car that we were seeing there a couple of moments ago.
So more in the sport class. I think Zekarula had been gaining.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a moment for Connor Nixon in the 482 car. We saw him have a moment hang down into turn number 5 earlier on. Got pitched into a spin because of a rather audacious move down into the hairpin, and a little bit of deja vu at the end of all of that. But the shoe was certainly on the other foot for Nixon in that moment, heading through the second to last corner. That right there was Sagres, I believe is the other correct pronunciation of that. Probably butchered it. Turn 14 nonetheless, though. That hairpin right towards the end of the lap.
My only Portuguese pronunciation guide is speak Spanish but make it sound slightly more Chinese somehow.
Fair enough. I gotta say, I took Spanish 1 twice in my schooling career. Yes, I did take Spanish 1. It was Spanish 1 back in 6th grade, and then Spanish 1 honors right at the start of 9th. Don't ask me why they structured it like that. I have absolutely no idea, but nonetheless, this is going to be a... It's going to be a fun one right to the end. And look at that 3 wide fanning out, heading down that start-finish straightaway. That's some close quarter stuff involving an LMP3, a sport car, and a TCR car heading down that start-finish straightaway off into turn number 1. Really shows out the pace disparity between those 3 different classes.
A bunch more pit stops beginning to unfold across a whole heap of classes. So I can see cup cars, sport cars, and we've obviously had what was the TCR race leader pit not all that long ago. And then RD SimSport have again now pitted from the TCR lead. So a couple of cars have led that class and then peeled off. And you can see some getting service. You can see one empty, abandoned LMP3 car there. So just act like you belong, hop in and take it home.
Yeah, that's Miguel Vigo in that car. I mentioned him earlier on, so I will say if this is some sort of falling anvil striking down on him, I apologize for that. He's a very quick driver in these LMP3s. Had some success, I should say, in the PRL series here that he was able to catch here on RaceSpot. Hopefully all the other admins from the other PRL series are doing well. There are some fine folks over there taking a break for that series as it stands at the present moment. But Vigo was one of the top drivers in the PRL LMP3 GT4 Challenge. Grabbed a win at Daytona during that season, which is a track that, strangely enough, you can draw some similarities to between Daytona there in Florida and this one here in Portimão. You got that long start finish straight away, which was one of the main flat out blasts on this lap. You got some heavy braking zones, some sections that are bound to catch out some racers, and turn 1, which despite being a good overtaking opportunity, is also one where it's rather sketchy to go for a move. So some more similarities that can be drawn between Daytona and Portimão than you'd probably expect. Ooh, that's Eric Rosseth.
Yeah, he was in behind sport class cars, TCR class cars, and got checked up, rotated. Oh, and then it's just incredibly costly time-wise to get it going again. I think he might have just been the far side of one of numerous blind crests around here as well, which is a dangerous place to be. And of course, you've got to be careful how you get going if you're in that super vulnerable spot. Car looks a bit of a handful as well at the moment, if I'm honest with you. Plenty of corrective steering input happening as well.
Yeah, some drivers having a saw at the wheel, some side-by-side racing flaring up in the Cup class, heading through the final corner and contact being made. That right there is a hip check. If ever you saw it, you can see that. Oh boy, that could have ended in tears. We saw a very similar moment like that involving some of the Cup cars, and it was actually a battle involving the LMP3s that ended in tears like that early on. The Carlar 460 car, the 960 car, my apologies, dropping back. They're the one that got the tap heading off through that final corner, and it's going to allow that 911 Walk Racing Esports car to slip their way up into 4th in that Cup category. That Cup class is going to be interesting because of the halfway points that have been awarded. It's pretty much a shootout to see who can finish in front of one another at the end of all this. No permutations. It's just a battle right to the line, which is going to be such a fun storyline to keep tapped on between now and the checkered flag. 1 hour and 15 and a half minutes left to go in this 4-hour long race, and a minute and an hour and 15 minutes left to go in this season. What a season it has been for the IVRA Club Sports Series. And to all of you tuning into this broadcast here tonight on the RaceSpotTV, we hope you enjoyed this broadcast. And while you're here, happy to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss out on any of the racing action. Some big racing heading down into turn number 4. I thought they were going to go 4 wide there a couple of moments. Graham Sanders, who we see in the number 64 machine, he's now gotten behind the wheel of the the geodesic esports car. Currently finds himself in second at the present moment. Had a pretty good battle heading down into turn number 5, but he still finds himself in second.
Yeah, so almost everyone from LMP3 has had a pit stop in the last 10 laps or so. Checking that there was perhaps a little variation through some of those pit stop times. Course sim racing's definitely a fair bit quicker than some others, and so they have a 12-second lead over that second place battle we have our eyes on right now between Hydra Race Geodesic Racing and Solpec Precision Racing. Delatraz down in 6th. We know that they served their penalty there as well, but then I think their pit stop wasn't quite as punchy quick as Core have gone for.
Still continuing to see this race develop. Maybe going to be eyeballing these drivers, starting to settle into their own respective grooves. Get to the point in the final half of this race where they start to take it a bit easy. The drama and everything that we saw as a result of that restart has officially worn off, and these drivers are thinking to settle into a groove. There's still a lot of time left to go. As much as we're like, oh my god, only an hour and 13 left to go, it's still an hour and 13 left to go. Nonetheless, plenty of laps and plenty of opportunities to make a mistake. So now's probably the time for these drivers to settle into some sort of groove, which I think is what we're seeing at the present moment. An 11-second gap is between P1 and P2 and LMP3. A 28.7-second gap is the one at the front of Cup. It's 9.2 seconds between your front two in Sports, and in TCR it's about 6.7. That TCR class seeming to be the closest field in the entirety of this race, as still keeping eyes on your P2 runner of Sanders.
Yeah, just 3 LMP3 cars running in the 139's last lap. It was this car, Graham Sanders. It was Delatraz, and it was Team Hoisingfeld. So Sanders quick. Delatraz could also be one to watch in LMP3. We know that they've got sort of leading pace, but they've been put back into the LMP3 mid-pack with some work to do in these kind of closing stints, and we did note the driver change in that car as well.
Yeah, some driver changes continuing to go on throughout this race. These drivers getting freshened up a little bit, getting that small little break in. And speaking of a little break, I believe our esteemed colleague, Mr. Ewan O'Leary, will be rejoining us on this broadcast here in a couple of moments. Time replacing me as I go off into the sunset as side-by-side racing heading down into turn number 5. This is some close quarter stuff. You can see the 997 in the midst of that battle. The Carl Lark car still on the outside line. That could have ended in tears, but thankfully it ends smooth. Ollie Peacock behind the wheel of that Aztec Sim sports car, getting that moved on in comfortable fashion, heading down into turn number 5, which I think I raised this earlier on, seems to be the primary overtaking opportunity that these drivers are using here tonight.
Yeah, took over from Vince Peters with a full tyre stop. I think there were a couple of no tyre or 2 tyre stops in that Cup class last time around. I suspect that's the difference that we're seeing between Visceral and Carla there. And, some GT4 stops to take place. That's predominantly what's in the lane right now for the sport class. Confront on Gane.
See these two drivers running just about a line astern, heading off through the first series of corners. That turn 1 around here, maybe it's just me not being a very good driver, but that turn 1 is super tough to try and nail down. It feels like every single time I run through there, I either hit the curb or run wide on corner exit. It's a series of corners which, strangely enough, I've compared in the past to the first few corners at Circuit de Navarra that was added here onto the iRacing platform. I believe it was coming up to a year ago at this point, man. Time flies when you're having fun here on iRacing. That first few corners, if anyone's driven around that track, I've always said that the first few corners of the IVRA are like the first few corners at Portimão if they approach the event horizon of a black hole. But the first opening section of corners around here is a rather fun one nonetheless. Granted, it's frustrating if you get it wrong, but if you nail it down, it is so satisfying.
There's a whole handful of race tracks where there's sort of a continually tightening first sequence. Here, Navarra, Shanghai, Sepang. Others will come to mind, I'm sure. I'm going to look deeper into some of these pit stop times, try to decipher tyre strategy from the Cup class here, because I think that could be pretty important towards the end.
As a black flag for the 410 car, Victor Nikolai. That is a big moment for that team. That's not going to help out their cause one bit in the sport category. That Mercedes is going to have to come in to serve that penalty in the not too far off future. But as this race continues to develop, I won't raise one discussion as we see the front two in Cup covered by practically nothing, nose to tail, dealing with some TCRs while the LMP3s are dealing with them as well. Not sure who that is in the LMP3 effort, nudging the way out of the Delta Sport car right in front. That could have ended in tears heading off into turn number 3. Thankfully, it does not, though. There are still line of stern in both the LMP3 battle and in the Porsche Cup battle as well. We'll raise the track discussion, talking about the other track conditions as it stands at the present moment. Since I joined the booth, the track temperatures have cooled off a little bit. Currently at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Not entirely sure how that works out in Celsius, but it has cooled off by about 3 degrees as of recent, which I think is about 1C. So it has cooled off a teeny tiny bit. This track ever evolving as more rubber is going to put down on the racetrack, and the marbles, or as my dad likes to call it, OPR, other people's rubber, on the outside of some of these quarters building up as well.
Winds gusting 10 knots from the southwest. Partly cloudy, but otherwise a beautiful day. Don't spend too much time out in the sun. Seek shade if you need to on an afternoon like this.
Dude, you didn't have to heave that warning to me. I remember back as a kid going to a summer camp, but we did a lot of activities outside, and I would always forget my sunscreen as we went out, which was a bad moment for me. People would just be huddled around me as we were on the playground, just smelling the air and being like, who's cooking bacon around here? That was always what it was like when I was out in the sun. I will heave that warning and try and find some shade before I get turned into a small little kebab in this race, as some battling may got flare up for the lead in Cup. Look at that. That's some side-by-side racing, not going to result in a swap-a-roo of spots. The Delta Sport car, the 902, still leading this race at the moment. Close quarter stuff down into 3. It's still going to be intense for that lead in Cup.
Absolutely, it will be. Last stop was 33 seconds for Delta Sport, while it was 40 seconds for Impulse. Delta Sport continuing to try to defend. Bit of movement from them on the exit of the corner and into the traction zone. And I'm just seeing, I think there's a couple of these cars. Hello, that's where the Porsche keep the radiators up front there. That just moving around like they are not on 5-lap-old tyres. They're on 40-lap-old tyres.
Yeah, those tires at this point probably worn down to the canvas and those high-powered Porsche Cup machinery, so that's not going to help out their cause one bit. Having to skate around this track like a declawed cat attempting to climb up an igloo, that's not the ideal line. Doesn't take a lot of expertise to know that for sure. As side-by-side racing heading through, that is the third to last corner there of turn 13. Lucky number turn 13, helping out for these drivers as the LMP3s trying to dispatch of some of this traffic for those P3s. It is a constant barrage of having to deal with either a Porsche Cup car, having to deal with one of the sports competitors, or some of the TCR machinery around this race circuit as well. The lap traffic discussion simply does not stop.
Yeah, so Hydrace Geodesic Racing pulling a tiny bit of gap on Solpec, who we just saw going through the traffic there. Now we get some more sport class pit stops. In fact, a whole heap of them. I think this is sort of far as they could go, because you've got Glaciers, McLaren, you've got Fiercely Forwards, Aston Martin, you've got Hydrace Geodesic Racing's McLaren back there, one of the first to get going from this group. Also, Orion Race Team, Talk Freak Racing, about half of the class is in.
And you can see these battles continuing to flare up. Now only 1 hour and 4 minutes left to go in this race, with a little bit of change in the seconds as well. Contact being made, hang their way off through turn number 11. This has been a brilliant race up to this point to cap off an absolutely marvelous season here from the IVRA Clubsport Championship. Some teams already sealed the deal in their respective championships. Some others in the LMP3s and Cup classes looking to try and grab it. I'll be off this broadcast, but I'm going to put you back in the hands of the always steady Ewan O'Leary. Gentlemen, I'll let you take it away.
Thanks very much. I don't know about steady, but I appreciate the compliment.
Steadier than I am, at least.
1 hour 4 still to go. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, and David Haynes taking you to the end of this season. What a great championship season it's been. The IVRA Clubsport Series delivering again in 2024-25. 2 titles have been settled. 2 are still to be settled. Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, have taken the sport category after a full complement of 34 points at the halfway distance here this afternoon. That was in response to Impulse Racing's point score, which wasn't enough, unfortunately, for them. They're 101 points behind on the road, with 100 still to play for. WSR Esports Bookkicker also took the stage, as well, or the halfway point, I should say, not a stage, but it only required a top 5 for them. They are definitely champions as well. So it's down to LMP3 and the Cup class. In the moment, LMP3 Championship leader Core Sim Racing are currently leading this race as well. Just under 8 seconds is the gap back to these two. Geodesic versus Solpec for second place. And that leaves Core Sim Racing as champions as things stand. In the Cup class, Impulse Racing would be champions. Started the day third, but they took full 34 points at the halfway. They're only 1 point behind Racing Lab and Visceral, who are currently tied in the championship lead at the end of a remarkable season. Let's see how it all pans out towards the end, though, because we've still got a few more, well, 1 more hour still to go. It's going to be an exciting final hour here, David. The big question I've got actually is about cautions in safety cars here, whether we're going to see another one. I suspected at the start of the day this would be a low safety car race because of the runoff here and the, in some places, rather lenient closeness of the barriers to the circuit. Seems that has paid off so far, and we've only had 1.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen no shortage of things that could have been massive incidents. Spun cars that were lucky to not get absolutely drilled, but then they managed to get going and sort themselves out, and we stay green. So that is sort of testament to some of the amount of space around here.
Hello. This could be, the sport class car just pulls well out the way there. It's the race leader, Karan Tanguine, deciding he wants absolutely no part of that. But have a look at this. The LMP3 struggling in a straight line compared to the Porsche Cup cars. Oh, and then on the brakes comes straight down the inside of number 911. And that's going to allow Visceral straight up to third. Number 997 capitalising perfectly there, exactly as you meant to, with LMP3 traffic coming through on the inside.
Just evidence of the vastly different strengths of the Cup cars and the LMP3 cars. It looked for all money like both of the Porsches were going to blast back past the LMP3, that then just ate them both up under brakes. And Aztec Sim Sports, Visceral placing themselves well. Ollie Peacock, who I think is new to the car at the last pit stop, making the best of that situation, making very, very clever use of it. I wanted to ask about, in this Cup class, what you thought might be playing out as far as tyre strategy is concerned, because it seemed like there were some different pit stop times and some variation across the class. Is that just different fuel drop, or is there a tyre game to be played for this car?
I think the tyre game may have been played earlier, to be honest. Just looking at the track temperature dipping, I do feel like these tyres are having a much easier time of things now than what we had earlier on. So I'm just waiting for the timing screen to load, so I can probably see who's where. But if there is going to be one played, I would say it might be at this final pit stop. But for these Cup cars, I'll get back to that, because the race lead is currently on here. Oh, and side-to-side contact between Impulse and Deltasport. Not really necessary, the two of them making side-to-side contact, but anyway, he makes it down the inside, and they retain side-by-side through turn 1 and turn 2. Kotarski holds the inside at 3 as well, but Van der Grip's going to have the outside for this bit to the inside at 4. He's not going to get that. After a bit of a physical pass, Impulse Racing are through.
I have this battle down as we definitely were seeing Carlisle, whose rear tyres were moving around a lot. Impulse, great move to the lead of the race.
Sorry, I'll just have a look at
Do
the
have
time screen. Yeah,
Deltasport as one of the
go on.
shorter pit stops as well.
Yeah, just gonna say 33 seconds from Deltasport. Certainly no tyres for them. Maybe even less fuel than Impulse Racing, because they pitted later, which suggests to me that they might have a bit more room to play with there. There's still one more stop to go, by the way, in the Cup class, even though they haven't been in that long ago, in some cases anyway, especially Deltasport. So there might be a bit of a fuel game there. Certainly the difference, I think, between Impulse and Visceral, because they were running so close before, I definitely think that's tyres. I think 2 more maybe have been taken on by Peacock than Kotarski. To be honest with you, I'm surprised that there's tyre games going on at this moment for the reasons I was saying earlier on about track temperature. It's down in the mid-20s now. We're up at nearly 40 at the start of this race, and that you would have thought would be much more of a problem for these Porsche Cup cars. But in these temperatures, just after 6 p.m. in the evening, you wouldn't expect tyres to be too much of a problem, in my opinion. But anyway, it seems there is a game to be played here, and Visceral had one of the longest stops last time round. Does that mean they're not going to take any tyres this next time round? I suspect it might be.
Yeah, because the stop time for Visceral far more represents what I'd expect for a full tyre, full fuel stop.
Yeah. Remembering, of course, that fuel and tyres is taken on differently at different times in Cup, and that's the only class where that does actually happen here. It's a no-brainer to take tyres every time. In all of the other classes, makes the Cup class one of the most interesting to watch. And don't forget, I'll remind you again, Impulse versus Visceral for the title. Whoever finishes ahead of the will be champion. Same goes for Racing Lab Esports as well, but they're down in 8th place at the moment, 3/4 of a minute off the lead. They'll be hoping for a safety car, as some of these teams are at the moment.
For lap times comparison's sake, though, we saw that battle between Impulse and Deltasport as that was going on. Visceral were about a second faster than the race leaders, so they've got a bit of a gap to the lead, but they're looking like one of the fastest cars in class at the moment.
Through the final corner for the Visceral car. Deltasport certainly being distanced now by Impulse pretty quickly by 1.5 seconds, so you'd imagine that Peacock's going to have some overtaking to do before too long. The gap overall's going way down as well now, by the way. Core Sim Racing versus Hydra's Geodesic Racing. Now, Core Sim Racing only need a top 2, say only, but they can afford to lose the lead even to their closest championship rivals and still come out with the title. But right now, this is terrible traffic for them at a terrible time. It's the sport class, really, where it is still so close down in the pack. And the leader's got 40 seconds over the field, but the pack is really, really tight. And that has cost Core Sim Racing a whole load of their lead. 2 seconds it's now come down to.
Yeah, Core had a very significant lead at one point, and yeah, it's down to just 2 seconds now.
This, meanwhile, is G-Force Racing. I think that's Gael Valera it's meant to be. In the 145. It's a minute over a minute in the lead ahead of Impulse Racing in the second place, although there is a pit stop to be had there in the GeForce Racing car. It does mean that Impulse have got ahead of WSR Esports Booking, which seems to have happened. Konstantin Stotzenberg has been in twice, which is part of the reason why. Although maybe that's just a fuel to the very end of the race. We will wait and find out as fifth in Cup is going to be contact. There you go. I saw that coming from a long way away, and I'm sure many others did as well. Carlar Esports into a half spin at the hands of Valkyrie.
You saw 3 wide coming from a while back potentially on that one.
Well, I
was going to say, Carlar was another one of those teams I thought I saw they were just moving around a little bit more in the rear, not as planted as some of the others.
Yeah, they've been quick, Carlar, but unfortunately involved in the incidents in the last couple of moments. First 2 hours, they were leading for quite a significant part, especially of hour 2, after the first pit stops were made. But right now, it's not quite going as well for Carlar. Certainly, that slower car wasn't hoping for a 3 wide moment there, as the two tried to stuff themselves down the inside, and in the end, couldn't quite do it. Let's have another look at it here. Jan Winter is driving, and I think the TCR gave them room, but they didn't give each other enough room, and so close for the two in behind as well. WSR with a second of the two, just to avoid going straight into the side of Jan Winter there, who was able to get back going again, having lost a few seconds in 6th place.
Danny Neo's got plenty of speed, enough to match Visceral. So these two cars are both charging towards the lead of class. One place that some of that LMP3 lead gap went was lap 103 for Pascal Stix, was a 142.5, which is more than 4 seconds away from the lap he's just done. So it must have been a bit of a nightmare for traffic for him. Of course, when you're Cup class or Sport class, traffic is a two-way nightmare where you're looking in your mirrors but also looking forward to judge the gaps. And for the Cup class, sure, they've also still got to lap the Sport and the TCR class cars, but when the LMP3 cars come around to lap them, we've established what a difficult proposition it is with the straight line performance of a Cup car, but the nimble prototype nature, lightweight of the LMP3.
I think it was just down to traffic where all that time was lost, but it's a staggering time loss over the course of one lap, really. And that has allowed Geodesic to get right in behind. It's the closest leading battle we have on the circuit. This is one of the closest for a podium place, and it's Visceral versus Walk Racing Esport as number 64's in. 52 minutes to go. We were expecting them in first, but they're so early here, I don't think they can make it to the end of the race, can they?
Well, that's a great question. I have them 27 laps into this stint with 32 laps to go in the race. So this would need to be more than what they did in the last stint, which I think even included the tail end of the safety car.
Possibly, yes. That stint exactly 45 minutes. I've done an average of 100 seconds per lap time. That would give them only 45 minutes and 7 minutes to go by the time they run out of fuel. And given the advantage that Core Sim Racing have to the tune of 13 laps on this stint, they're absolutely going to be fine here to make it to the end. Another 7 minutes probably assumes we've got another 32 laps to go, probably. So 19 laps of fuel only required from Core Sim Racing. They'll probably just keep fuel on to cover the tyres, and that should be fine. Graham Sanders out in 6th, and you can see exactly why Geodesic are praying for a safety car now in this final hour, because I think without it, they're not going to win the title.
Or maybe Sanders has still got some secret herbs and spices up his sleeve.
Hope he's got some slippers on if he's going to save that amount of fuel. It's, I'd say 5 laps of saving needed. And I can't quite grasp how they've managed to get so far behind. on fuel. I think it may come all the way back to the halfway stage, which is the pit stop, last pit stop of which was well over an hour and a half ago now. They took fuel only to cover the tyres during that pit stop when Brandon Roseborough was driving, so that they could get out in front of the others and secure 34 points at the halfway stage. But because they haven't made a single pit stop under caution so far today, it means that, and there's only been one caution, the fuel that they lost out on there, and as everybody else was able to gain, has not come back to them, basically. Of course, Sim Racing came in under that caution, so they got an extra amount of fuel, even compared to everybody else. Of course, Sim Racing didn't lose any positions by pitting in. They decided it was worth it, and so far it's shown that that pit stop absolutely was worth it, because it's giving them a race-winning advantage right now.
A couple more sport class cars on the lane, like Team 75. And up front in LMP3, they had all been closing down core, and now I think they, on average, still are. Velatraza had that penalty, but they're still one of the fastest cars. So they had the pit cycle, they had the penalty. They were 6th, now they're sort of back towards 3rd or 4th, and perhaps make it 2nd or 3rd.
Battle for 2nd in Cup as Ryan van der Grip holds off Ollie Peacock for the moment. It's 5 seconds ahead of or behind Adam Kotarski. And look at this, in towards TCR traffic as well. Danny Neo is right in there as well. Look at the traffic up ahead. This is going to be a huge battle, and Aztec Simsport Visceral have got to dispatch of Delta Sport rather quickly.
Pure hypothesizing for us as far as tyre strategy is concerned, but I just see that Visceral car as being far more planted in the high-speed corners and traction zones, and Delta Sport just holding on and having lost quite a bit of time over the last few laps. Traffic will also play its role, but in a straight fight, I think Visceral have the grip significantly in advantage over Delta Sport.
It looks like that right now. Even though he's up against someone called Ryan van der Grip, it's not them with the tyres underneath them for now. It is Ollie Peacock in 997. Whoever beats the other out of Impulse and Visceral are going to be champions at the end of this Club Sport season. Visceral have done it before, don't forget, in this championship, in the Cup class. Impulse came very close a couple of years ago. Now they've got a great chance, as into the pit lane comes Ollie Peacock, deciding that that battle is no longer for him. We shouldn't be waiting too much longer for these two to come in, by the way, in 902 and 911, but that is the final pit stop of the season now for Ollie Peacock, and he absolutely should be able to make it to the end of the race.
IMSA style strategy, you reach the critical lap number, you make your pit stop, because then if the caution comes, you can stay out, cycle your way to the front, you'll be good to go. And similar happening from the sport class, I think. There's a few teams that had only just pitted sort of 15 laps ago or something that then rolled back through, and now you're seeing that from Visceral.
Yeah, I think so, because they're 4 laps younger into their stint than Walk Racing Esports, who are still out there on the circuit. As you can see here, Solpec Precision Racing may be doing the same as well in LMP3. That's going to be very close. 47 minutes is quite a long way. They might need to do a bit more than 27 laps remaining in this race. We're not quite at the critical lap yet for them, I don't think, even though the other 3 classes can make it home. And there's a driver change there as well to end this season. It'll be Oleg started that car. He's going to finish it in the final 3/4 of an hour. So the pit stops in sport have allowed Ruben Bonga to cycle to the front ahead of John Butt for now, and then Timo Hayden. That is 3 drivers covered by 4 seconds. But Team 75, don't forget, have made a pit stop, and that might have been their final one of the season. So they may well be in the lead by some distance here. There goes Graham Sanders, comfortably in front of Solpec, as you would expect.
Yes, and then immediately needing to cut his way through a little bit more traffic. Pit entry, it's the busy place. Tough cut across from that final corner as well to get to pit entry, and then slow down to 60 kilometers an hour. Sure, there are racetracks with worse pit entries, but that one strikes me as being relatively difficult.
Meanwhile, Alex Humbert has got the, Max Humbert, excuse me, has got the black flag for Valkyrie. Now, is that off tracks, perhaps? Or, I'm not sure, but normally you don't get an in-sim black flag very easily without it being wiped away in one of these longer races. Anyway, the off tracks are not normally something we see become a problem in the races generally. Not recently.
Turn 4.
Anyway.
They particularly the cup cars, I reckon, because they've got the horsepower, but not the grip, and then also the exit of turn 1. I think you're seeing, you know, particularly in traffic, maybe not on a clean lap, but quite a few drivers seem to sort of run wide through turn 1, run wide through turn 4. But I don't think the track limits strike me as particularly challenging anywhere else around here. Sometimes the final corner, but again, all of these are when you're in traffic and someone forces you a little bit wide and you've got to change your line through the middle of the corner, and rather than spin out or make contact, you just open up and run a little bit wide.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a little bit puzzled by that as well, to be honest. We will try and get to the bottom of it when we continue on with this race. This is lap traffic in the sport category, by the way. 462 is actually putting a lap on, I think, Checkered, who are just up in front here. They've certainly been in the walls here this afternoon, and they are already one lap down by the looks of things here. Checkered currently running in second place, 3.5 seconds behind the race leader, but with Impulse Racing right in behind them, which is the difficult thing for them here today. As they go into the middle sector now, once again, this is the closest margin for the race lead. Unfortunately, Checkered have found their speed at the wrong time here. Even if they want to overtake Impulse now in the second place for the championship, it's still 32 points that they've got to gain. And that is going to be very difficult indeed, with Impulse running as they are right now in that third position, watching on behind as they close in on another TCR car. Down in towards the final sector. They're not going to make that dive down the inside, and Checkered will as well. And Impulse, oh, well, maybe not. There's a bit of contact. Impulse will now get through too. And so that just gives Checkered a little bit of breathing space as they come towards the line again.
Fair handful of cars in this class that have already made their final stop. The highest running one, I think, is Team 75 Bernhard by Simasi with Corentin Dene. Here is probably going to need one more. BS Turner from the lead of this class is going to want one more. So they're in, and this battle moves up another rung.
Towards turn 1, they are going to extend that margin further as Impulse Racing come in from the lead of the Cup class. Now, this is going to be an exceptionally important pit stop for the story of this championship, because we've already seen Aztec Simsports Visceral taking their final stop of the season. Adam Kotarski is going to do the same now as well. Is Rafael Berners going to get back at the wheel for the final stint or not? Kotarski looks like he's been tasked with the run to the flag. So far, staying on the ground. We'll stay with it here just to see whether there is going to be a tyre change or whether we are going to go on the same set of tyres to the very end. 25 laps stint complete for Kotarski here, as he ticks now above 25 seconds, and he goes. No time on the jacks at all. 997, spent 29 in the box. That was fuel only, but because they pitted a bit later here with Kotarski, he was able to take a few seconds less of fuel. He's right behind Valkyrie, who are about a lap down. Well, they are a lap down now with Delta Sport still out on the circuit, but Impulse will be out onto the circuit in second, and it will be Racing Lab next, actually. They've still got a stop to go, so that's bad news for them. Visceral 997 are going to be 10 seconds off of Impulse Racing. Meanwhile, WSR Sports Bookkeeper seem to have a black flag on pit lane as well. They are starting to rattle off the black flag late on in this race.
The huge-ass sport car did as well, because I just saw them exiting pit lane having been in 4 laps beforehand as well. There's a lot coming to the head here with 40 minutes to go.
There is. And this is an important one for Impulse Racing to at least not lose time in. Doesn't really matter the outcome of this battle, but just don't lose time here. Racing Lab Esports are not in their race anymore, even though they are the championship leaders and have been for a little while now in this season. They came into today with just 17 points over Impulse Racing after struggling at Jerez, finishing only 6th. It looks like they're struggling here for pace more than anything else. Rather than a result, it's pace they're struggling for here this afternoon, and that is leaving Impulse and Visceral, the two stalwarts of this series, to battle it out for the title in the Cup class. And what a title fight it is through the final corner. And Racing Lab are going to continue to harass the 915, but for now, it's not costing them any time, Impulse Racing, which is the important thing.
So you've got BS Turner, I think now the highest running sport car to have made their final stop. On board with Ruben Bonga on the hunt. No, BS Turner are behind Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, so maybe the second highest running car that's made their final stop at the moment. BMW M4 GT4. What generation do they call it? G82 of Ruben Bonga.
I've got no idea. To be honest.
Everyone stopped caring about BMW model codes in the early 2000s.
Yes, I would. Excuse me. I would imagine. It is one of the better running.
Still cool. Every now and again, I see a BMW E30 on the road, and I go, "Yeah, nice."
I can't remember what that is, but I have seen one before. Probably. So anyway, there we go. I'm not,
all the ones in the UK are already rusted and scrapped.
Thanks. It's entirely. It's the weather. You know, cars generally wear worse in Australia. Anyway, meanwhile, Adam Katarski working his way through on the traffic through the final sector. Racing Lab Esports hounding. Oh, and staying off the racing line. Only for Geodesic LMP3, the only one left, to run right around the outside. Graham Sanders, till 1 minute and 4 off of the race lead as Impulse Racing go past their TCR teammates. And they can see their GT4 teammates up in front here as well, while Sanders is busy making his way through on the inside. It is theirs to lose here, although the gap is just less than 10 seconds. And if Visceral have the pace that they had from the previous stint in relation to Impulse from before, then maybe it is going to be closer than we think. There's Graham Sanders, still praying for a safety car, and we're running out of time to get one now.
Sim Racing from the lead of this class pits as well, Pascal Stix. So what was your sort of critical lap number for LMP3? You said, gee, I don't know if Hydro Race Geodesic Racing can make it 31, 32 laps to go. Well, now 20, you think no worries for everyone stopping now. Was it just a matter of 3 or 4 laps too early?
I think Geodesic are 5 short, based on the maths I did earlier. Maybe, well, I've gone for an average lap time of 100 seconds, which is 140. Might actually be a bit on the that. So maybe we'll even get more laps than that, but I think they're 5 short, well short at the moment. 8 laps gone in their stint now. That will give Pascal Stix, well, he's not even run this stint out right the way to the very end of it, so he didn't need to. 23 seconds in the box. He's got 16 seconds anyway. I think Core Sim Racing might well finish ahead of Geodesic in 2 ways round this race, both in the strategy, the way it's worked out right now, but actually once you add an extra pit stop for Geodesic as well, the gap could be really quite large.
Pretty close amongst our TCRs there, nearly got a bit close. Pressed under Nomad. Looking for turn 1, nope, gotta wait, and then another series of very, very final stops.
Yeah, Bryce Rodriguez for Hyperion Racing. Back out 1 lap down. And down in 9th place. That's the last of the running cars without long stops today. Nathan Olsen is behind the wheel of the Moradness M Squad car. Unfortunately, their championship charge was brought to an end very early on in this race, as was Miguel Vigo's in the 66 geodesic car. They are both well down, and Vigo indeed out of the race straight away from that incident. So 64 is only just in front of number 8 here in the field. Checkered Automotive currently 4th. Now John Rice is in. Don't think he'll be out in front of these two, so it's going to be a battle for second place rather soon, I would say, between Geodesic and Delatraz. With 35 minutes to go, they're still hoping for that caution. There's John Rice coming into the box. He'll take tyres as well. Brandon Roseborough, by the way, confirming to us in YouTube chat, they are 5 or 6 laps short, they're saying.
Well, that's what they're telling us, so I bet they're good.
That's a good point.
Sounds easy. Just save 6 laps of fuel, no worries, mate.
I mean, even if they did, even if they were good on fuel, I don't think they're going to catch those 15 seconds to call sim racing anyway. 39.8
the last lap for Sanders, 39.1 for Delatraz just behind, so that gap closes as well. There's a green and white LMP3 becoming larger in the mirror. Ooh, yeah, particularly in the braking zones, but that's called the concertina effect.
So especially apparent in towards turn 5 on this circuit. Tightest corner on the track. We've seen a lot of action down there at the bottom of the hill so far today. It was just out of there where we had our only safety. The Hyperion Racing TCR driver having a monitor turn off and no idea where they were going. Ended up stopping in the middle of the racetrack, having thought they'd pulled over to the side of the road and come to a stop in a safe place. Turned out they were in the middle of the road and very nearly took out the eventual sport champions. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC very nearly clattered straight into the back of them because they were completely unsighted and didn't see where they were going. In the end, they got away with it. And we'll see if they can cap this season off with a win, maybe. Dominant today. Through the final corner now for these two. And just 33 minutes to go. Graham Sanders just in front of Delatraz Automotive by nearly 4/10 of a second. It is not a very big advantage that Graham Sanders has. And the one to his championship rival is even more damning for them. 14 seconds. There's the change on the last lap. Delatraz gaining in the first sector, and he's going to have a... Oh, I thought he was going to have a go in the first sector this lap around. He doesn't. Through turn 3, decides to stay behind. But this is absolutely the last thing that Graham Sanders needs. A fight for second place with somebody he's not really fighting with in the championship anymore anyway.
I'm constantly seeing lots of little puffs of smoke through that turn 5. And it's just sort of, I think a little bit of the elevation change on the way in. There's a couple of models of car here that just slightly pinch a brake as you turn in really, really tight there. And then also the 3D curbing. This is a 3D curbing track.
Was that a question or a statement?
It started as a statement, and then halfway through I realised it was a question.
I don't know the answer if it's a question. It's relatively new on the iRacing service. Oh, meanwhile, get back to that side by side. Thought it was a battle for position. It's not quite yet. Geodesic versus RD Simsport for 4th position. They're really in their own world here, these two. A long way to the podium as things stand, but quite a long way back as well. WSR Esports Bookkicker are over 20 seconds behind them, so they've really got time to hash this one out between the two of them. TCR is the only class where I'm just trying to work out what the pit strategy is actually heading towards the end of this race now, because I've got no idea who can make it and who can't really with half an hour left.
In March, we will have 3D curbs included with all new racetracks, Misano and Algarve.
There we go. Haven't seen too much of Misano actually since it's been out. I've seen plenty of this. It's good, this circuit. honest with you, I like Massano more than this circuit, if I'm honest.
3D curbing has also been added to Jerez, Aragon, Sandown, VIR, Winton, Rudskogen and Hockenheim.
I can imagine there aren't loads of regularly used circuits that are left now. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But yeah, it's updates across the iRacing service. Tell you where Winton and Sandown is a couple of circuits I'd like to see a bit more of in iRacing races, whether it's leagues or officials. Don't feel like you see them very often either.
Is Winton still paid content? I always thought when it was announced, but before it came out, that if it wasn't free content like Alton Park is now, that you'd just never see it in anything other than Australian leagues, because what Brazilian or German or Brit is buying Winton ahead of Daytona, Silverstone, Bathurst?
I'll buy it. Maybe I'm unusual. Yeah, it might be free content. I've got
Okay,
no idea.
you'd buy it, but how far up your wish list, how far up your shopping list is it going compared to some of the other racetracks I named?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's just not got that quite world-renowned World Motorsport Series thing about it, like those others that you mentioned do have. So fair enough. Yes, I guess it's one of those that people who own absolutely everything in iRacing are probably going to. But yeah, are you going to come into iRacing new and get Winton? You're probably right. The answer is probably no on that, unfortunately. As much of a great circuit as it is.
And that's the other thing. Is it that great? it's good. It's a good area. It's a very useful racetrack for year-round testing in the sort of Melbourne area. It's been very popular for testing for about half of the supercars category that have it as their local track that they can use to test on. But it's not Bathurst, and it's not Phillip Island, and it's not the Albert Park Street circuit. It has its place, but it's Outback Snetterton.
Nice. I think it's better than Snetterton, but I can see the comparison, certainly. Anyway, let's we'll try and bring ourselves back on track. 28 minutes still to go, and we're drawing to the end of the season in the IVRA Clubsport Series. The championships are mostly settled. LMP3 going the way of Core Sim Racing. Sport and TCR sorted earlier. The question mark is very much hanging in Cup. Can Impulse Racing be caught by Visceral for a change of championship later on? Because right now Impulse Racing are leading and bringing it home as things stand with that second position. Currently 7 or 8 seconds out in front. We'll have a look at some of the gaps, and indeed if they're coming down or not, going the right way as far as the chasing team, the Visceral team, are going. But first, left-hand side, you can see the movers here today. 8 places gained by Core Sim Racing. And I've got to say, I'm not sure if this is a Pascal Sticks thing and he's going a bit quicker than his teammates, but Core Sim Racing have really found a bit of speed in this last hour and a half, because in qualifying and the first half of this race, they looked like they were struggling pretty badly here this afternoon.
Fastest LMP3 last lap is Core Sim Racing, so yeah.
They've certainly found something. I guess it probably does have something to do with Pascal Sticks. Another big gain for Racing Lab Esports, the other championship leaders here in this round, but they've still yet to make their final stop. Delta Sport are as well. That's why they're leading by such a margin over Impulse Racing, who lost 2 attempts last time around, but they're still 8 seconds in front of Visceral. And you'd say that's probably comfortable at this stage in the race. This is John Butterfoot, who is leading for Geodesic. 9 places gained for them. SRN Motorsports have gained the most though, 13 on the day, to 16th now. Don't think there are many stops left here, but Team 75 are the ones who are leading if you count only those who have made their final stop of the day. It looks like 475 might indeed be in the lead of that race, if you count that in. And in TCR, still question marks here. GeForce Racing are leading the way as it stands, but they've done, or about to have done, 23 laps on this stint. Now, with the amount of laps remaining in this race, there's probably at least another 12. I would say the splash and dash is required. Are they going to drop behind the likes of WSR Esports Bookkicker, though, who have already made their final stop? Maybe not. And GeForce, sorry, I was reading the Impulse Racing line there. Impulse Racing are about to complete lap 23. GeForce Racing are going to go to the end. It's about all the others now, and whether they'll get out in front of WSR Esports or not, but GeForce Racing looking pretty comfortable at the front of TCR.
How are those turn 1 track limits?
Doing a bit of gravel.
They ended up just a little bit wide as they bumped more curb than expected.
These two went massively over the curb not so long ago, by the way. We were on board with RD Sunsport at the time. They rattled the curb. It's a huge inside curb here at turn 1. And they might well do it again here because they're side by side. RD Simsport through on the inside line. They avoid the curb this time round, but Geodesic have to give up the place. Now they'll poke back down the inside again through turn 3 on the brakes. And straight back through again. So almost as quickly as they gained a place, RD Simsport, they go and lose one again. And Geodesic now are back into 4th.
Bit of saving there, and also just lifting, letting the LMP3 car roll through. Clears cleanly, but you did notice from the onboard in a couple of places, RD Simsport lifting.
Is that because they want to get to the end of the race, or just doing the normal fuel saving when someone's coming down the inside anyway? It's either are entirely possible. This is quite congested in the sport class. SRM Motorsports are the team just in front here, by the way. They're in 4th place, but then it's BS Turner and then Orbit Drop Bear, and Matthew Dent, who started this car and qualified it. He's now back at the wheel again. And as things stand, he is going to drop away from that position because he's quite close to the end of a stint. He's giving BS Turner a rough time at the moment, but that's because he's on low fuel about to come into pit lane. Well, 22 and a half minutes to go. We're now at the stage of the race where a safety car is not only unlikely, but actually would end the race if there were to be one at this stage in the race. The last one took about 25 minutes. Looks like that might be the only one that we've got here today, which is maybe a surprise to some, but as I mentioned earlier, the runoff around here surely is conducive to long green flag runs, which we've enjoyed here this afternoon.
Yeah, of course, it's a pretty new circuit from sort of 2008, 2009, so the runoff's always going to be pretty generous on a brand new facility, particularly one that I think was built hoping to get Formula One, even if it took a decade and some other factors to get it in the end. Some other factors doing some heavy lifting in that sentence.
Yes. Do you think that F1 would never have come here without that?
It becomes a big butterfly effect, but the reality is no new F1 event is happening now without a $50 million US a year sanctioning fee on top of everything you've got to do to get the circuit ready and promote it and all the other expenses. So who was finding that amount of money for a Portuguese Grand Prix?
Yeah, it's true. worth noting to your point about them, or implied point about them coming here because there was almost nowhere else to go. The British GT Championship came here in 2023. I know they have one foreign race across it in mainland Europe, but that is exceptionally odd to see when you look down the list of series that have been here, which is fairly expansive. But
I'm going to look it up, but I've got to imagine Knock Hill is closer to Portimão than Bathurst is to Wanneroo.
I'm going to guess, well, yeah, without looking it up, but the answer is almost certainly yes. Different distance scales used in Europe than Australia, because I think the whole country is about as big as the continent, as we all know. So I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
I mean, like, you're closer to Spa than I am to Bathurst.
Yeah, and I'm in the wrong country. So it's certainly a long way. This is SRM Motorsports again, by the way. They've just been overtaken by Ruben Bonga, and they're about to be overtaken by Matthew Dent's not quite in towards turn 5. The Cayman wide with Delatraz coming through down on the inside line now, and Dropper going to just drag themselves alongside here and drag themselves past as well in towards turn 7. So Matthew Dent makes up another place. He still has to stop, don't forget. Jason Gerard may well do as well. So this is a legitimate fight. While Ruben Bonga's pass earlier doesn't mean quite as much, since he is having to go to the end on this same tank of fuel. Final pit stops of the season are going to be generally happening slowly over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, and they have happened in the Cup class, by the way. Ryan van der Grip has just got back out onto the circuit again 1 lap ago, and he's 5 seconds in front of Adam Kotarski. Is he going to be able to hold on to the win here for Delta Sport? Because I've got to say, I'm a bit surprised that he has managed to get himself ahead. Meanwhile, this is a replay of Eric New through turn 5, who was having a very odd accident. I can't really describe that.
Will TCR cars have a handbrake? Did he lock the handbrake on? Or did he damage one of the drive shafts? Because we only saw the front right wheel sort of spinning forward and backwards, the car going nowhere. It's possible that across the curbing or where the curb hit, that the other one's suspension was damaged.
Looked like to me like his pedals maybe jammed the brakes on 100% to me. I don't know, but it was exceptionally weird, and thankfully was able to tow back to pit lane without any major problem. So we stay green, and we will probably do now to the end of the race with just over 17 minutes to go. A shame to have Share Esports season ends that way, really. They were third coming into today with an outside chance mathematically of winning the title. That's certainly not going to happen now. We've known that for a while, and they're not even going to get to second place either. Impulse Racing are going to take that by the looks of it, especially after that latest incident for Eric New. But yeah, I reckon that's a jammed on brake pedal in his, unfortunately for his sim rig there.
Yeah, because the car looked fine on the way into the corner, and then something's jammed. And the car couldn't move. The car was capable of spinning at least one of the wheels, but that was not capable of overcoming whatever was trying to hold the car in place.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's seeing them down towards the back now, as we now follow the sport class, and BS Turner just in front of Orbit Drop there. We've got to be low on fuel now. Beginning to doubt myself a little bit that all these guys are going to have to stop before the end. I'm still presuming that is the case, but right now it's feeling like they're going a long way. 16 minutes still to go, and BS Turner are at the front of this race just about. It's not a big advantage though. Out of turn 4. Orbit drop there right in behind them, and they're not going to get through here, although the WSR Esports Buckgiga TCR is right in the way. There, meanwhile, comes Alessandro Romanelli after his final stop of the day. After that big spin we saw through turn 2, he's back onto the circuit. Down in 8th place, though, unfortunately, for WSR Esports Buckgiga. We're going to finish the season off a little bit disappointed. They haven't scored any points since Sebring, so at least that's an improvement on that. But at the start of the season, you would have had them down as maybe even contenders for the title. As it is, they're not even going to break the top 10. Maybe they will just about get into the top 10, but not much more than that. It's a disappointing season in the end for number 16.
Another LMP3 Porsche Cup Car drag race. Settled by how much deeper the LMP3 car can brake, not how much faster it can go in a straight line. But in that final corner, the LMP3s also had just insanely more performance than the GT machines.
Yes, those two places they're bizarrely close together on the circuit, but it's those two places that are really where it is very, very pronounced. That final corner, as you say, and turn 1 as well. I guess partly for the same reason. The downforce is all of the reason through the final corner, but it's a little bit of the story down there at turn 1 as well. And it's a display of just how these machines are able to be driven in LMP3. They are very, very impressive indeed. That just in front, by the way, is Impulse Racing, and they've only got 5 seconds now over Visceral. They're nursing this time gap quite well in the Cup class, but it is worth noting that that gap's coming down. And they'll be nervous about that as well. They'll be looking over their shoulders and hoping that they can hold, or at least finishing ahead of Visceral, and that would give them the championship.
Yeah, we definitely saw some very blatantly fuel-only stops in the Cup class last time.
Ollie Peacock's got a warning, by the way, for aggressive driving. That was for side-to-side contact with number 911 with way to turn 1. Said it was a bit of an unnecessarily aggressive battle between the two. There was a bit of contact there, and Peacock got a warning for his troubles. He's got 13 minutes to catch Kotarski and pass him as well. In just 13 minutes, it's going to be a pretty tall order, but it is for a championship. There's the Delta Sport Sim Shop car, and is in the lead of this race. You would say that their pit strategy is the one that's won them this race, really. I think, again, it goes back to the points at half distance. They didn't need to worry about it, and so they came into pit lane instead of staying out for the points. That extra bit of fuel has given them a shorter final stop. It's given them 5 seconds worth of a lead right now. Their pit stop was shorter than Impulse by 11 seconds. So it's safe to deduce, I think, that the pit stop is what's vaulted them into the lead of this race.
Yeah, and last lap, the pace not bad either, with 146.1. Visceral Esports 145.5 was the fastest car in class for Cup, and you, with about 7 laps left, need a bit more per lap to close that down with 7 to go.
Especially with a chance required to actually make the overtake as well. Of course, gaps can come down a lot quicker than you're expecting in traffic, but then you really are clutching at straws, I feel. The chasing car in that situation. 464 makes his way back out. Well outside the top 10 now. After that relatively late stop, fiercely forward. Have Sturiets come in, and they will be in rather soon. So will Altitude Free Me Sports. And that will leave us with Team 75 out in the lead by about 15 seconds or so. It means that they've been caught slightly, but they are still pretty comfortably in the lead. And here for Geodesic, there's 11 minutes to go. I think we're probably only a couple of laps away from seeing their final pit stop, one that they were hoping not to have to make, but a long green flag run and no pit stops under caution at any point here today. has prevented them from having the chance of challenging Core Sim Racing for that title here today. There's Brandon Blakesley. 5th place for 50 forward, so got a good stop from the lead. He's got out just in front of a fairly big group battling over 6th. A good result for 50 forward. Looks like it's on its way for them. With 10 minutes to go, as long as he can stay on the road, really, more than anything. There comes Sanders over the line again. 10 minutes to go. I think he's got 2 laps left, as I say, of this, maybe 1 of this run, and then he'll be in for some fuel. Really disappointing for Geodesic, because at this point they know there's pretty much nothing they can do. You've just got to hope that lightning strikes number 80, and outside of that, they're not going to win this title.
Sport class is the only class left where car leading, reckon, needs to make one last stop or one last splash. Oh, hey. Just like that.
James Vermey makes his stop with 9 minutes to go. And so does somebody else in the background as well. It's Mika Takala, who is 1 lap down. Anyway, there goes Greeny. Through on the inside. We never thought that James Burmay was going to be able to hold on to the lead anyway, but there's visual confirmation of it. Conte Greene is going to get out front in this race. It's going to be the perfect way to end the season for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. They are going to win this final race, but also take the title as well. What a great way to end the season.
In seconds, tiny bit more than a splash, and going to blend right in to a battle at the tail end here. Race Geodesic Racing, another McLaren just behind. Fiercely forwards Aston Martin just in front.
There's a Racing Lab just in behind as well for the Cup class. They are a bit further down than where they need to be, unfortunately for them. Their rivals 2nd and 3rd. They are 6th currently, just over a minute off the lead. They needed a safety car. Realistically, they needed a bit more speed here today, which is pretty difficult to get. And they are going to lose the championship lead on the final day. Bitterly disappointing for them. Ryan van der Grip's lead now comes below 4 seconds. Adam Kotarski's lead over the Visceral car is now under 4 seconds as well. It's getting close, congested in the Cup class, but there are only 8 minutes to go.
Pressure is still on. I was looking again, who hasn't stopped that might need to in these final 10 minutes, and really it's just this car, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing. The leader has 5 laps to go. That's how much they told us they were short. Allegedly.
Whilst I'm expecting them in this time, but maybe they've pulled something off. They've been under pressure this whole stint, really, ever since Delatraz Automotive came out of the pit lane. It's been pressure, but they haven't succumbed to it at any stage. And now they do indeed come into pit lane, just under 7 minutes short. It's that pit stop at the half distance mark, or just before it. With about 2.5 hours to go, they slightly short-filled so that they could have a bit more of an advantage and a bit more of a cushion to sit on as far as making it to the halfway stage in the lead. They did get those full 34 points and really brought the championship margin down to just 13 points after halfway. However, it has gone away from them ever since. Their teammates sat on pit lane after an early incident. Sanders now taking a small splash and dash. Zach Hebert might even have a chance at getting into 4th place here. We'll keep an eye on this as the Echelon Simsport car makes its way down the pit straight. Sanders is going to be out just a few seconds in front, so it's going to be 4th place for Geodesic in the final race.
think that'll just about be one of the last that we see.
I think so. 5.5 minutes to go. Shouldn't be too many left. As they run, they are 40 points behind Core Sim Racing, which maybe makes it look like a bit of a bigger gap than it's really felt this season between Core Sim Racing and Geodesic. But I think Geodesic are still going to be finishing in second place, and I think they're going to be disappointed with that as well. I mean, coming into this season, I'll be honest, I thought with 3 cars, Geodesic ran 1, 2 and 3 at stages as well this season. I thought one of them at least is going to pick up the title here, and in the end I think Geodesic are going to be disappointed to have come up short here, not only finishing in second place but also the gap to Core Sim Racing, and secondly the performance of the other teams as well. Hydro Race Racing 66 is going to drop outside the top 5 today, and 62 is not even here today, might well drop out the top 10. I think they'll be disappointed overall with their season perhaps.
Echelon Sim Sport suddenly putting a tiny bit of pressure on. The traffic didn't fall nicely for Geodesic Racing, cost them a second, and Echelon got a good run and swing at it.
So, shot looking back from turn 3 makes you want to put some sunglasses on, doesn't it? The sun very much setting now in the sky, and there could be a last battle here for 4th place in this race. Gap still 3 seconds for second in the Cup. We'll monitor that, but with still 4 minutes to go, you'd imagine that will be fine.
Inside front.
Sorry, go on.
Inside front locked up just at the apex of turn 5, and that's where the smoke's been coming from.
Yeah. Got our answer. It's a strange sort of dip on the inside of that corner as you're going downhill, and that must be what's creating. As I say, Brandon Roseborough was just congratulating the Core Sim Racing team for a very good season and a well-deserved championship, acknowledging maybe the strategic errors they made, but this is the difficulty of safety car racing, especially when you're trying to get the points at half distance. Very difficult to know when you should be pitting and when you should be staying out. And indeed, it's Core Sim Racing who have got it right today. 5th place in Sport Class, also a fight late on here between Geodesic and Fiercey Forward.
So it can become very difficult to calculate, but also very critical in a multi-class timed race like this to know how many laps your class is going to have. It's pretty easy to work out. Core Sim Racing's Pascal Sticks, where the white flag will fall for him, and therefore when the checkered flag will fall. Some of the other class cars are thinking, wait, are we going to get lapped by the overall leader between now and the end or not? And if we do or don't, makes a lap difference to how your fuel is calculated, to how much time you've got to sort out some of these battles like you're seeing in the sport class. And for Pascal Sticks, it will not be white flag this time. It's one more again, 2 minutes on the clock.
The last one before this, by the way, was his personal best of the race. He's going very, very quickly out there at the moment. It's 1.9 for the second place in Cup, by the way. Adam Kotarski is getting caught quite quickly now, and they're just through the middle part of the lap. They are coming up to 2 laps to go themselves. There's a long time left in this race, and the championship in the Cup class could yet change hands. 1.9 is the margin. Ollie Peacock last time round matched Kotarski. The time before, he gained well over half a second, and over the top of the hill they go. Kotarski will now see in the rearview mirror what's going on here. He'll see Ollie Peacock gaining, he'll see the traffic in front, and everything will start to tense up. This is going to be a close finish.
Well, the next thing I could see up front was an LMP3, which is not really traffic for the Cup car. In fact, it's LMP3 cars going through that might cause a little bit of time loss for 992, but ever since their tyre stock, Visceral Esports, we know that they're going to be quick in this final stint. Problem is there's only 1 minute and 1 lap left in this final stint.
There are the sport cars. It is indeed one of the Cup cars in front here, so Ryan van der Grip is losing time in traffic now. as the Sport and Cup cars are quite similar on the way down the pit straight. White flag has not been taken by these guys yet. It's going to be taken by Sticks in about 15 seconds, and so he's not going to overtake them one more time. He is going to let them continue on for this lap and one more here. Ryan van der Grip, he's got nearly 3 seconds, but he's got some more GT4s, some more TCRs in front as well. There's the white flag for Pascal Sticks.
Yeah, so with the white flag coming with only 15 seconds remaining on the clock, it means there's just that sort of fractional bit of overtime. The race is 4 hours and a minute and 30 seconds, and then a little bit more for some of those other classes. Like we've spoken about, where the Cup cars are positioned, they are going to be racing till about 4 hours, 3 minutes.
Yeah. You're going to cross the line with time having elapsed, not seeing the checkered flag, which is one of the weird things about these timed races. Well, Pascal Sticks is going to round this great season off with a great win. Of course, Sim Racing have been under pressure in the last couple of rounds, certainly after last round. Hooray. They finished only 5th. And, that doesn't sound too bad. Well, when you consider your closest rivals are on the podium, 2 Geodesics and the Moradness M Squad, then you start to realise the pressure that they have been under now at this final round. But they've converted that pressure into what looks like a positive result. Not only have they finished ahead of Geodesic, which is absolutely what they needed to do at the end of the race, but they've also won the race as well as a byproduct.
Third in Sport, they're pitting.
Oh, wow. Ollie Peacock didn't have enough fuel, and so the championship is surely done there in the Cup class. Ollie Peacock runs out of fuel. Number 911 didn't have enough fuel. They were waiting for Pascal Sticks to pass them. As Sim Racing come up towards the line, the checkered flag waves, and they win the 4 hours of Portimão, but more importantly, the 2024-25 IVRA Clubsport Series.
Everything we talked about, that sort of extra bit of time post the white flag and checkered flag for the outright leader, it's really stretched the fuel on a couple of cars in the sport class as well.
Wow, this is very close on fuel for some of these drivers. Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC are going to win here at Portimão as well and take the championship. Quentin Guinet with one of the biggest winning margins we're going to see out of any of the classes here this afternoon. A great drive, a full 134 points out of tonight's racing has given him the championship. His second win in the European rounds of the season has given them the championship. Further behind, Delta Sport aren't going to win the series. It's going to go to Katarski and to Impulse. They were under pressure late on there, but in the end it wouldn't have mattered because Ollie Peacock was 1 lap short on fuel. Exactly what you were saying about how many times you get laps. They were expecting Pascal Sticks to pass them one more time, and in the end, they were 1 short. Delta Sport have fueled correctly though, and their strategy, their shorter final pit stop, has given them victory here at Portimão, just in front of the champions. Impulse Racing take the title with 2nd place. They turn around the deficit after starting the day in 3rd, 17 points behind the championship lead. They took the full points at halfway and they've taken 90 at the end of the day as well. 124 points is more than enough for them here this afternoon to win the title in the closest of our championship fights this season. Peacock is still going to finish 3rd remarkably, and so the margin at the end of the season between those two is going to be just 8 points.
TCR winners already taken the checkered flag and they are celebrating in real TCR style, ripping some of those handbrake skids. Luckily, when they engage their handbrake, they're also able to disengage it and send it into that trademark slide that we would call Macca's tray here.
It is a great celebration for Galvalero. For the celebrations for the championship will be WSR Esports Bookkicker, who miss out on the race win for the first time in 3 rounds here tonight, but nevertheless seal the title. There they are, running around with their teammates in LMP3, who had a much more difficult season. Konstantin Stolzenberg there in TCR. Well, let's have a look at the race results, starting with LMP3, of course, and Pascal Sticks, who takes race victory and title here at Portimão. Alexander Delatraz in second with a big gap back to Solpet Precision Racing in third. Graham Sanders not able to do enough for the title from fourth place. Echelon Clubsport, the last team on the lead lap. Jan Sinkowski, Bryce Rodriguez, and Alessandro Romanelli were all 1 down ahead of Prestana Nomad, 2 down. Morinus M Squad and Geodesic 66 all retired from the race. Geodesic indeed very early on in the day. In the Cup class, Ryan van der Grip wins for Delta Sport by 1.4 seconds in the end. It's their second win of the season after the one at Sebring. Impulse Racing's second place is enough for the win in the championship, though, just ahead of number 997, who were chasing them down all the way. Carlisle Esports were 1 down, along with Walk Racing Esports, who pitted on the last lap as well. Racing Lab Esports were 6th, and that is enough to drop them from first at the start of the day to 3rd in the championship. 996 Visceral were next ahead of Valkyrie XP with the 2 retirements for Fiercely Forward and Sim Racing School. In the sport category, it was Contaguine with a race win and a championship win by 19 seconds. And Grid and Go finishing on the podium despite their penalties. Best of the McLarens was Altitude with Geodesic right behind them. Best of the Astons was driven by Brandon Blakesley and Fiercely Forward. Impulse Racing, Glacier Racing, Hugh Jass and Delta Sport round out the top 10. Satellite Racing were also on the lead lap with Orbit Drop Bear, who dropped to 12th despite qualifying on the second row. Ice-Terrain Motorsports, Hydrace Geodesic Racing, 464 and Door Academy were all on the lead lap. Talk Freak Racing, Orion Race Team, Zekkerel Esports and Rusty Spatchers were all 1 down. And Eric Grove for WSI Sports Book Giga finished 2 laps down. Just everybody did get to the finish. There's the TCR winner. Doing a bit of backwards donuts for you there. Let's have a look at the TCR results with GeForce Racing at the top of those. 19 seconds the margin at the end with Miguel Freitas in second place. The Grow Racing Team, RD Simsport and the Hydrace Geodesic Racing. 6th place was enough for the title in the end, although it's not WSR Esports Bookkeeper's best day at the office this season in the Clubsport Series. In fact, it's their worst finish of the season and their first outside the top 5. Veritius Racing Team were 1 lap down, Sim Motion 4 down after quite a long repair. Hyperion Racing 5 down, Share Esport 11 down after retiring very late on. Let's first of all go to the overall winners of not only this race but also the championship as well. Mike Palos and Pascal Stix joining us from the Core Sim Racing team. Congratulations to you both. First of all, Pascal, how did it feel there to cross the line, not only winning that race but winning the title as well?
Yeah, so didn't expect to win this one, but just perfect strategy and all, and yeah, just after we lost out so close last season, it's great to finally have the championship.
And Mike, how was the opening part of the race, considering you qualified in the lower part of the top 10 and seemed to struggle in the first part of the race as well, although you picked up positions through other people's incidents? Were you concerned at halfway that Geodesic were going to overtake you?
Basically, I had one goal, and to keep it out of trouble. The qualification position didn't really matter if you look back on the previous races. Yeah, I had one goal just to keep it going through, and that's what we did. I gave over to Pascal, and he did a phenomenal job.
And congratulations to you both, not only for winning this race tonight, but also the title as well.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That is Mike Palos and apologies for that. I moved myself out of the right Discord. I apologise. That was Mike Palos and Pascal Stix of the Core Sim Racing team. Let's have a chat now to the champions in the Cup class. Adam Katarski and Rafael Burdis, who are surely going to be just cooling down at the end of that race. I've interrupted the conversation. Sorry. Adam and Rafael, congratulations on the title and second place here tonight. I'll start with you, Adam. You were being caught by Ollie Peacock towards the end. In the end, it didn't matter because Peacock had one lap too few in terms of fuel load. But were you nervous in those final few laps that you were going to have to fight it out for the win on the circuit?
I mean, I was just super cautious with the tires and especially with the traffic. We wanted to take no risks, simply just, bring it home. We had some pace in reserve, but it was not the time to use it. And in the end, as you said, it turned out they're short on fuel, so pretty good result after all.
And Rafael, this is a turnaround from third place in the championship going into today, and a start to the season as well, which saw you get fifth place on 3 occasions. You know, nice and consistent, but you did lose ground in the American races this season. How optimistic were you that you could win the title coming into tonight's race?
Yeah, I think first of all, huge congrats for our rivals. Like, it was very, very tough all season, and of course we are very, very sometimes lucky, sometimes the strategy works for us, sometimes for them. But yeah, I think the huge also congratulations for Pascal Costa, who make a big effort in the previous races. And yeah, like, I think on this race we were like, we are attacking to maximum. We are fighting from the P3, so P2 or P3, I don't remember. And yeah, we are just like have to push. So yeah, the strategy was very, very good. At the beginning, I was trying to be not aggressive too much, to keep the tires, to keep the as much off tracks for Adam to push later. And yeah, huge thanks for whole team. This is my first season of esports sim racing, so yeah, huge thanks for Kevin to give me the opportunity to race in such this competition level. And also thank you for Piotr Śmiałas, our engineer for this race, to make a good strategy call. So yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us after the race. Congratulations on the title to the both of you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks very much. That's Adam Kotarski and Rafael Burtis at the end of tonight's race. They are the champions. The race winners tonight were Delta Sport in the Cup class, and Colby Warren and Ryan van der Grip now both join us. I'll start with you, Colby, since you started the race. It was a start of the race. I didn't spot Delta Sport, to be honest, up towards the front, but you suddenly managed to find yourselves up there in the end of the race. Just tell us how you were approaching this one as a non-contender for the title.
Yeah, I mean, we just wanted to do our absolute best. I think a lot of the incidents and the penalties in the beginning definitely helped us, and we just took advantage of it.
And Ryan, how were those final few laps there? You managed to jump the others in the pit stops, and then they were chasing you at the line. The gap was less than 2 seconds. Were you nervous you would lose the lead towards the end?
No, I was rather more nervous at the beginning of the stint, because I was it was like a riddle whether they're going to be gaining on us right from the get-go or not. So when I saw that that gap was quite stable or gradually decreasing, I thought we had this in the bag.
Well, in the end, you certainly did. Congratulations on the race win tonight. And
thank you.
Thanks for coming to chat to us as well. That is Ryan van der Grip and Colby Warren at the end of tonight's race in the Cup class. In sport, Gareth Higgins and Corin Taguina now join us as not only race winners tonight, but champions for the season as well. Corin, we'll chat to you first. You crossed the line. How does it feel at the end of a long season to claim the title? I know that 2 hours earlier you had mathematically sealed it, but it must have been nice to cross the line there knowing that the season was all over.
Yeah, very happy, especially finishing the season that way, having the perfect race. We had a good call with the first safety car, and then yeah, we just put the pace on the track, took the right decisions, especially covering a potential life safety car. So yeah, it was mega race. Gareth did fantastic first two stints, putting the gap. So yeah, then I would say with the gap he made, I just had to do the job and finish the race, and we took the right decisions. So it made everything much easier for us.
And Gav, talk to us about the feeling of winning a championship sort of halfway through a race, because it doesn't happen very often, but the situation was that you were 101 points ahead after 2 hours and you couldn't be caught anymore. What is that feeling like, knowing you've still got 2 hours left of the race?
It was weird. Like, we could just relax a lot more and just like enjoy it, knowing knowing it was wrapped up. We could just like enjoy the last 2 hours of the season. I think, Corentin had absolutely no pressure on him, because whatever happened, we would still win. And you could tell he had no pressure with how he was driving, because he was the pace he had was unreal today. Like, finishing this far ahead of everyone is a really good way to wrap up the championship as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Congratulations on that championship, and thanks so much for coming to have a chat with us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gareth Higgins and Corentin Guinet at the end of today. Now, TCR, one last class to go through. Let's chat to the race winners first. The G-Force Racing Team, Logan McKenzie, Michael Parsek, and also Gal Valero as well. Gal, you were able to take the car over the line at the finish there with quite a few seconds in hand as well. How was the final part of the race for you?
Being chilling. Being chilling is the word. It is about survival. We have an alternate strategy compared to the leaders. Well, obviously the leaders were preoccupied by their championship. So WRC was out, and after that RD and Geodesic, which we didn't pit. When we did, they offset their strategies and just had to cruise to the finish.
And Michael, what about the first part of the race? Because you were the closest driver to staying with Ross McFarlane towards the start of the race, although he did get away once or twice. How difficult was that early part of the stint? And indeed, that's been a similar story throughout the season.
Yeah, Ross is definitely a very fast driver, and it's always great to race with him. I was just trying to save fuel off of him while trying not to lose too much time. Midway through the stint, I started making some errors, and he was able to pull a gap on me. Fortunately, I was able to close it down with better pace and getting lucky with traffic. But it wasn't too difficult early on to stay with him. But once the tires started wearing down, I think he just had slightly better tire wear and was able to have the pace on me for most of the first stint.
And Logan, how do you view the season as a whole, coming into today with 4th place in the bag, if you like? We managed to see you jump up ahead of Share Esport here today, and maybe Impulse as well. I don't know, but how do you view the season back as a whole?
I think that overall we had a lot of success. Obviously, there's some stuff that we think that we left on the table, but a couple wins and finishing the season off like this, I can't complain, and looking forward to next time.
Absolutely, we'll see you there. Congratulations all three, and well, thanks for chatting to us at the end.
Bye.
Thanks very much. That was Carvalho, Michael Parsek, and Logan McKenzie. Now then, one final interview here tonight, and that's the TCR champions. We were able to also seal it halfway through the race. Konstantin Stotzenberg and Ross McFarlane. Congratulations to you both. Ross, you were at the wheel of the car early on, knowing that even a top 5 at the halfway would have been enough for you. How much pressure does that put on you towards the end? Is it more pressure because you know that you really have to win this title, or it's going to be one of the biggest turnarounds we've ever seen, or is it less pressure knowing that it is that the requirements for you are so low comparatively?
It's definitely less pressure. Yeah, I mean, we only had to score a handful of points. I think we needed 23 points, 22 points. And our plan was just to take them at the halfway and then see where the race went. Unfortunately, that safety car came out at possibly the worst moment for that plan. And we ended up more or less throwing the rest of the race on strategy just to take the halfway points and take the pressure off. So yeah, it was a very relaxed last half, but that's fine with us.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd rather that than the other way around. Konstantin, the second half of the race, as you say, was maybe set by the first because of that safety car, but how do you feel the second half went? Because in the end, this is the first time you finished outside the top 5 at the end of the race.
Yeah, funny enough. Yeah, not much to do at the end, I guess. We kind of made the decision to take the halfway points, and that put us a bit in a bad position for the overall race result. But yeah, I guess we take the season win.
I'm sure you would rather it that way round. Congratulations on the title to the both of you, and thanks for chatting to us at the end of the season as well.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks very much, Konstantin Stotzenberg and Ross McFarlane there. Champions in TCR this season. Well, big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in over the course of this evening. It's been a long race, of course, and a long season as well. 24 hours of racing here in the IVRA Clubsport Series completed over the course of, over the course of 6 great rounds in North America and in Europe. That's it for another season of the Clubsport series. We'll be back in 2025-26, but before that, IVRA Racing will return later this month for the next round of the Endurance Series, which still has 2 more rounds to go in an expanded 7-race calendar for Series 2024-25. We'll be back at this very same venue 2 weeks today, live on RaceSpotTV. At the same time you found this one, 1,000 kilometres of the Algarve kicks off the final 2 races of the season before an 8-hour race at Spa 3 weeks after that to clean up the season on the 17th of May. Very much hope that you can join us for both of them. Big thanks to everyone who's joined me in the commentary box here this afternoon. Jake Sperry to begin with, Ron Mounds through the middle, and David Haynes at the end. Romero Augustin Cisneros has been behind the cameras all afternoon long. And a big thanks to you for watching on at home as well. We'll see you in the Endurance Series back here at the Algarve in 2 weeks' time. But for now, from all of us here at RaceSpotTV, it's goodbye for now.